Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Raise or Riot Galaxy Stars Team Fight Tactics Tournament. I don't think our name is long enough, but maybe we can add some more stuff on throughout the day. I'm DoA. With me is Khroen from Cloud9, and we will be your guides through this magical world of Team Fight Tactics. And many great games today. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to raise money for a great cause. It's going to go to CARE right away. If you go exclamation point raise or riot in chat, you can find the information to donate right there. Get in there and do that. We've got a lot of stuff to give away. First and foremost, so Khroen, how are you doing today, man?
Hey, I am doing great today. Excited to be here, casting some great teamfight tactics action along with you, and of course, raising it for a good cause. Getting money for care and just helping out amidst this COVID-19 pandemic. I'm excited to be able to make an impact here today.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. RaiseOrRiot.com. It's where you guys go to donate, but you stay right here for all the teamfight tactics action as well. And there's going to be a lot of teamfight tactics today. We have 32 players, actually, I believe it is, across 4 different lobbies. 32 divided by 8 is 4, right?
Yep.
All right. I am an art major, so bear with me here. But there we go. There's our information right there. A point system similar to the Giant Slayer series, if you guys are familiar with that. A little bit more, 1 extra point for first place. Otherwise, it goes down from there. 4 groups of 8 players, 3 games per group. So good amount of games there. And then the top 2 players from each group points-wise will get to that final lobby where we'll play 2 games to crown our champion. And you can see the prize breakdown on the right there, 10,000 euros being given away, 5,000 for first place. And the money that is won by the players is actually going to be donated to the charity of that player's choice as well. So the money that you guys out there donate goes to CARE, which is an organization that basically provides everything people need who need things to survive the COVID-19 pandemic. They're out there like providing different sort of supplies and stuff for people who just need it. People are down and out. Not all of us are lucky enough to be sitting in our homes casting TFT right now. And CARE is out there helping everyone else who's not quite as lucky as we are. So help them out, and we'll enjoy a lot of TFT while we do that.
Yeah, indeed. And throughout the day, we will be having a lot of giveaways after every game.
Yes.
There will be opportunities for you all to donate and acquire some entry tickets for. There will be giving away some Juju energy drinks, disc plates, and as well as cyber power PCs and some monitors, 240 hertz. Ooh boy,
Yeah.
sweet 240 hertz. But yeah, there will be every $5,000 donated will be a monitor, and every 10,000 will be one of those PCs. So as soon as those goals are hit, there will be giveaways started, and we will talk about those at that time and make sure that you guys know how to enter those at raiseorriot.com is where you need to go to donate.
Right. And so there basically the way it's all going to work out is that as we hit those $5,000, $10,000 thresholds, you'll see like a 10-minute timer pop up at the screen. It'll be huge. It'll be big. And that's another opportunity rather to donate and then basically get sort of like raffle tickets pretty much. $1 through $99 gives you 1 entry per dollar. And then $50 and up gives you up to 500, I believe it is, gives you 2 entries per dollar. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Khroen. But you'll want to basically do it during that 10-minute window, and then that'll enter you for the giveaways. And then between some of our games, we'll also have a 10-minute window as well to win the bundle of Juju energy drinks and also the display large metal posters. If you want a poster with some mass, some real like heft to it, display is for you.
Yeah, no, those are pretty cool indeed. But yeah, you can of course donate at any time, but during those 10-minute windows in between every games will be those giveaways for those energy drinks and for those displays. So those when you can acquire those entries. And yeah, for $1 to $49 will be 1 entry, and then anything over 50, yeah, to that 500, as you said, will give you 2 entries. So
Right.
a lot of stuff here today to be given away back to you all who help support the cause and supporting to give this money to CARE. I mean, CARE is a wonderful organization. They're trying to fight global poverty and make sure that places that it's affected by that are well equipped to deal with COVID-19. And I mean, that's the reason why, we're all in our homes right now and we all have an opportunity to, share TFT together, but also to come together for a good cause. And, I mean, at the end of the day, that's something wonderful.
Yep, that's right. Oh, my tea is here. One moment. There we go. See. Thank you to my lovely wife for supplying me with hot tea, which is necessary for a long day of casting.
Of course. Gotta stay
Delicious.
hydrated, of
That's right.
course, as we get into these games. And
Yep.
yeah, speaking of games, we have a lot of players from all around the world here today. So
Yeah.
yeah, a lot of people coming together. And personally, I'm excited to see, play styles of different regions. I think it's always nice to get a breath of fresh air in the new meta. We are here playing TFT, of course, and it is a relatively new patch on 10.8. So, we might see some things other than, just some Star Guardians or some Dark Stars here tonight, or this morning, I guess. It is early for us.
Yeah, it is. It's 8:50 a.m. right now, which is like, this is before esports morning even starts. Like, it's not, it's like 10:50 for you, right? In Texas. Yeah. So it's a little bit more reasonable for you, but still, like, when we're talking about esports morning, like, that really doesn't begin until at least 11 a.m. Like, esports morning is like 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. basically, and then esports lunch is like 5 p.m. You know how it goes basically. So it's early, but we do have a lot of players from around the world. But I am curious to see what we're going to see in these games today. You've been doing some of the fight nights for Giant Slayer TV. Froda and I have been doing some of the Giant Slayer series stuff. So we've kind of gotten a little bit of a taste of the meta changes through that. But it is interesting because it is definitely, it feels like right now Dark Stars and Star Guardians are like the top two comps, and then everything else just kind of goes down from there. But I still like the set a lot overall, in that it feels like you can be successful with a lot of different things if you know how to play it well, and it's you know when to find something that isn't as contested.
Yeah, definitely. I think something that I was saying a little bit earlier before the broadcast is that if you play something that's not contested, you'll probably have a pretty good time and be able to get top 4. Obviously, a lot of people will be having their eyes on these Star Guardians and these Dark Stars, but I mean, the patch is relatively new. I don't think it's by any means solved, and there's a lot of opportunities for players to come up with some unique and successful compositions. So we also have 2 new galaxies with this patch as well.
Yeah.
With the Superintendent's Galaxy. Getting that Force of Nature at level 5, then that trade sector, you can have that free reroll every single turn, offers a lot more skill expression. I think, there's little intricacies you can do with buying out the whole shop and then rolling, and then, it gives you a better chance to get the units that you do want. So it's just a lot of new options. I believe that the chance has also been raised to get a galaxy up from 45 to 50% chance, with a slight preference towards 2 of those new galaxies. So I'll be excited to see those. I mean, that's the theme of set 3 is galaxies, so it'd be a shame if we don't see any of those, but I'm sure we will over the course of the 5 games that we have today.
Overall, like, I'll be honest, I wasn't a huge fan of the galaxies at first when they came out, but they've grown on me. And I think it's just, you kind of need to get used to them and learn how, like, the play style changes with each one. And now that we're in a little bit and there are new galaxies coming out and your brain is quicker, like, adapting to how a new galaxy might be played, I think I like this better than the elemental hexes, actually. The elemental hexes, like, sometimes you just didn't use them. Sometimes they're kind of like good, but they were in the wrong place on the board. But galaxies, like, always affect the game. So I like this a little bit better.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think Rise of the Elements sort of brought the want to make every game different. It sort of brought that concept about it, but now Galaxies is really taking that and expanding upon it, making sure that these games will be vastly different, sometimes throughout the start of the game, sometimes a little bit later on, level 5 getting the Force of Nature and the Super Dense Galaxy, but it just offers a lot more options. And of course, there's a lot more options for new galaxies in the future. Galaxies can get introduced, rotated out. There wasn't much in Rise of the Elements that they, rotated out or didn't make any new elements. But with this, sort of the galaxy's the limit, I suppose.
Yeah, you can just kind of perpetually add and remove things as you see fit, as you need to change it. So that's kind of exciting to think about, like, over the course of the set. What's your favorite galaxy right now, though? I gotta ask.
Ooh, favorite
galaxy?
This
is a divisive topic.
It really is. I know what my least favorite galaxy is, and that's Lilac Nebula.
Yep, absolutely.
Getting a forecast. Because
I think everyone agrees with that.
Yeah, if you don't get a really good forecast, it feels a little bit bad, and you have to sacrifice a lot of HP early, probably. To get to the point in the game where you're really stabilized. Sometimes you see a player get like a bow kale or a sword out early, and it's just like, well, they have the direction for their comp and they have a really strong early unit.
Congrats on the top 2.
Yeah, pretty much.
And it's like you get the Soraka with the frozen heart or something like that.
Yeah, all right. It's like, what do I do with the Soraka early? I mean, there's still things that you can do, like say you can
4
get like
gold.
a Fizz, and it's not 4 gold. No, some people still play mechs, so like Fizz isn't bad. And
Yeah.
actually, I think Wukong's like okay to get early for Vanguards. I think it's fine, but yeah.
I feel like
Favorite one?
Soraka is
I'm
the
not
only
sure.
like real huge loser in like forecast. I mean, there's obviously
I would
big
say
winners in
so.
Lilac, but like I think Soraka is the only like big loser, unfortunately.
I would
She's a
actually,
great
yeah.
champ. She's just not great. You can't really build like an early game like win streak around Soraka a lot of times, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, it's not like you're gonna go early game Mystics and like, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
super strong, and to get that 6-star Guardian, which like Star Guardian's really good right now, but Soraka
Yeah.
isn't really the main unit for that. You just gotta get her eventually, and it's like, okay, she gives the 6-star Guardian bonus, so and she
Mhm.
provides healing, which is nice, but yeah, early game, not really the hot there.
That's
Do you have a
pretty
favorite
useful.
galaxy, or at least favorite galaxy? Or at least your
I
favorite
there's a
Lilac?
couple front runners. I actually really like the super dense galaxy
Mhm.
because it just accelerates things and it lets you do kind of crazy stuff with synergies that you couldn't do normally. Like I had
Yeah.
a super dense galaxy yesterday where I actually got another force of nature just randomly. So I had like 10 on the board by the end of it, and it was interesting. I think I had like mech 6 Sork 4 infiltrator or something like that. Like I just went all
Wow.
the mech builds at once basically. So but you can do like all sorts of really really wild stuff. Like you could go like 6 Sork 3 void like at the same time, and it's so that one's fun because I feel like you can see synergy combinations that you just wouldn't see normally in a game.
Yeah, definitely. No,
So
it changes the way that every player will approach the game. You know, being
yeah.
able to guaranteed have that extra unit. A lot of the times, it's like, oh, if you get that later in the game, sure, we'll think about it then. But you're thinking about it ever since you load into that
Mhm.
galaxy. It's like, okay, how am I going to change my composition here? Like, what composition should I look for because of that? Am I going to go something that I usually would and just throw an extra unit in it, or should I change it up completely and try to build a comp that I never would be able to without that? So,
Yeah.
yeah, just a lot of galaxies changing a lot of different things, and I think I do like super dense galaxy. I think though, going back to your question for me, I think right now I would like trade sector. I think the most. I think trade sector being able
It
to
is
have good
fun.
reroll every turn. You kind of are a little bit poor early on in the game because when you reroll, you're going to be buying those units that you find. But it
Mhm.
does give you a good direction, even through the mid game, like level 6, level 7, level 8. If you don't have a real direction with your composition, having that free reroll every turn to find that direction, I think is really, really nice
Yeah.
for a lot of players.
Like watch out for protectors players in those lobbies because like they'll come
True.
online way sooner than they normally would, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
That's
Especially because you find those units very early in the game, being 2 cost, the most centered portion of that composition.
yeah, if you're slow rolling at 5 instead of like 6 or 7 like everybody else's comps normally, like you're gonna come
Yeah.
online really fast. I
Hmm.
hate protector comps, but so just watch out, all right?
Yeah, we might see some of that today. It's fallen a little bit out of the
Yeah.
meta, and there has been some in the recent patch some recon changes. Mort Dog actually was very keen on telling that it was not a nerf. As I was like, maybe it was a nerf to Rakan, but Rakan now has 100 mana down from 150. He also the targeting is completely different. He'll target the furthest enemy within 3 hexes. And the knockup radius is now 1 hex instead of 2. So it's going to promote easier access to Rakan to getting onto the back line, but just overall less effectiveness in terms of being a carry unit for that protector composition. But
Mhm.
I'd be curious to see how that does if we do see it here today.
You know, when I see that comp in lobbies, and my lobbies are like low diamond or so, so take that as you may. But like, it seems like you really have to hit everything pretty perfectly to like top 2 with protectors right now. Otherwise, it's like maybe a third or fourth, but you're really running a risk. I feel like it's one of those comps that like unless you're totally uncontested and you hit a lot of stuff early, you
Yeah.
are gonna struggle. You know?
Definitely, items are very important. I think you need like
Yeah.
perfect Shinjao items, as well as Rakan having a decent amount of items as well. That Shojin and that Morello being those top two. Shojin a little less value right now because of his lower mana pool, but even still, 100 mana unit having Shojin is not bad. So
No, not at
yeah,
all. But yeah, it
definitely
definitely seems it's flashy because you get a lot of 3 stars, but then it's like surprisingly unforgiving too. If you like you said, you don't get those items, and like depending on what the other stuff in the lobby is as
yeah.
well. Yeah,
All these Star Guardians and Dark Stars running around, those Shakos
dude,
and Syndras just keep one-shotting your protectors, even though they're 3 stars full build.
right? Like 2-star Shaco with like a Bloodthirster walks up
Yeah.
and just like one shots your 3 stars your Jow, and you're like, all right then, he's
So
a
what
Dark
do I
Star.
do?
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah, speaking of Dark Stars, we got Zerath, that new Dark Star unit, one
Yeah.
that I'm sure we'll see some of today at some point, because of the prevalence of Dark Stars. But curious to see, if players will be innovating some new builds for Zerath, or just what kind of use they have for him in general.
I think he's a very strong 2-star unit, but 1-star he's so fragile that it's really hard to fit him in and really get value out of him unless your comp is like very centered around him. It seems like right now.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you have some solid items for him, like I say Rage Blade, I think is one of the better
Yeah.
items on him, as he does scale very well with attack speed. Maybe one defensive item so he can be fairly safe and not get one shot by the enemy Dark Stars or Star
He's only
Guardians.
got well, like what
Um,
750 health when he comes in, I think, at 1-star.
yeah,
I think
something like that.
yeah,
I
it's
think
really
that's about
low.
right.
Yeah.
So 1-star Zerath, very, very, very squishy. But once you get that 2-star and that defensive item, he will
Mm.
be fairly protected and able to carry a composition or be the secondary carry. One of the two of those things. I mean, maybe we will see some Zeraths with some 6 sorcerer compositions and not that traditional Dark Star potentially. There
Mm.
are options. They have 2 tags for a reason, not just Dark Star, even though that's what everybody likes to see when they think of Zerath. Ooh, Dark Star, another one. I can replace Jarvan now. My 6 Dark Star and have that be that.
Jarvan's always the first to go.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like we don't need
unfortunately.
the. Well, what if you actually now you keep him and you put him next to Zerath to give him even more attack speed? There you go.
Mm.
That's the big brain play. Save Jarvan. Hashtag save Jarvan. But
Or you
uh,
get 2 Dark Star spatulas and go for 9 Dark Stars at that
oh
point at level
yeah,
9. Wow, that's
yep.
there's some of those stretch synergy goals there with those 9 that has been added into the game. There's
I
8
wonder if we'll
so
see
far,
any of those
9 Dark
in
Star.
any of the tournament games. I feel like those would be really rare, but it would be
Yeah.
fun. Yep.
Definitely rare. I'm not sure we'll see it, but hey, maybe someone will go for it. Of course, these players will be trying their best to win, to donate to their charity of choice, as
Mhm.
this is a charity event, and of course, raising all this money for care is a big reason that we're here today. But yeah, players, I'm sure they'll have a lot of fun with the new patch, the new meta. But of course, they want to be winning to be able to again donate to
Yep.
their charity of choice. I believe we'll be getting into game number 1 very, very shortly here.
Yes, we've been told the game is loading, which is a relief. I had I on the Zerath note, I was lucky and I had a 2-star Star Guardian Zerath game the other day, and he did extremely well in that particular one. And so when you're playing Star Guardians, a lot of times if you get like AD items or attack speed items, I usually just toss them onto like Lux generally. But Zerath is like a great carrier for those as well because, like you mentioned earlier, he basically his damage scales with attack speed because his normal attacks turn into his big like meteors. So the faster he's doing it, the more damage you're going to put out. So I think he's a good carrier for all of those items that you wouldn't normally be wanting for Star Guardians. And then if you go 6 Sork with a Star Guardian Bangle, you can either have him replace like probably a Vel'Koz, but like maybe a Lux as well, depending on how the game is going and what items you've put on people and have and all that.
Yeah, definitely. I think that is a very good point. The fact that he can utilize those items that you generally wouldn't put on your other sorcerers, like that Rage
Mhm.
Blade. It's like that'll feel okay on one of your other units, but not amazing. But on Zerath, that really does excel. So yeah, maybe we'll see something like that. I think Star Guardians does have a place for Zerath. Even if you don't get the Star Guardian spatula, if you go to level 9, you can still fit in 6 sorcerer with
Yep.
a Zerath and a Vel'Koz as well there. So you have a few different options there. Obviously, level 9 is a bit of a stretch
For
in
Star
terms of
Guardians, that's tough to hit. Yeah.
yeah, especially when you're rolling all your gold down to level 7. But
Yeah.
once you hit your Nico 3 and your Syndra 3, then you can start going for that. It's just that usually either the lobby will be ending by that time, or maybe you high roll and you hit early and you can end up achieving that.
It's like
Um,
before the patch, I would hit like Nico 3, Syndra 3, and maybe like another 2 or 3 stars every single game. And now it's like it's rare to hit 2, 3 stars. Like usually you'll get a
yeah.
Nico 3 or a Syndra 3. And if you get both, you're like, wow, this is a really great game. But like you said, you're doing so much rerolling that you don't hit like sometimes you don't even hit 8. You hit 8 and you throw a Mystic. And then 9 is
Yeah.
just like, oh yeah, I've heard that level exists, but I'm a Star Guardians player, so I'll never get there. But
Yeah.
with the de-emphasis on Seraphs and Tiers, with Tier getting nerfed with Star Guardian and people going Chalice more, that does free up. I've been talking to some other players like That's Primal that wrote a great Star Guardians guide a month ago or so, a couple months ago, and we were talking about that. Like Chalice is maybe like a better way to go, because then that does still benefit Syndra now that she gets mana, but you also have an extra tier to throw in for maybe more regular Star Guardian bangles, since the spatulas are showing up more often. But here we go.
Oh wow, we have some
the
complete
game.
items.
That's right. Oh, Super Dance. Wow, right away. Super Dance
Yeah.
with complete items.
The
Crazy.
chance of that is very, very low. So quite the start here to our game number 1 already.
Yeah.
And we talked about that Chalice. We do see one player. I'm not sure quite who it was yet, but the Chalice was picked up. So maybe we'll see some Star Guardians being used right away.
Interesting. Okay. So we're on board with TSM Solus right now as we start the game here. As he picks up the what do you pick up? I didn't even
a Zerath portal there.
I love that item, actually. I used to just completely pass it by every single time, but I've become a Zerath portal convert, man. It's so good, especially on a Nico. It gives you such a big front line.
No, definitely. That's one of the major issues with that Star Guardian composition is the lack of a front line. If your Nico and your Poppy do go down, like Poppy is just kind of there for the synergy. She's not that great of a frontline unit, but getting a Zerath portal for that 3,000 HP frontline buffer, that's very, very valuable and something that players are starting to build a lot. Like they maybe even are prioritizing that after you get your Syndra items and your Nico maybe with a GA or an Ionic, one of those.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I've actually started doing that. I'm convinced that perfect items on Nico now are GA, Zerath Portal, and Ionic Spark.
Yep,
because Ionic Spark
I would
helps you
agree with
damage
that.
a lot. Yeah, and then GA and Zerath, so you've got a 3,000 HP Nico that comes back, and then you've got a 3,000 HP like Zerath minion that just like sticks their front line for like forever. So
yeah, it doesn't really die. In fact, it's even oh yeah, another Zerath potential.
Why not two
here? I wonder if he will actually slam that that item potentially.
Yeah, I mean, it is strong early game, isn't it? Right? Like that's
it is
getting 2 minions out there. Yeah.
Especially if you're able to get that Leona, which is the current item carrier for that Zerath, into tier 2, that it is one of the few items that will scale based off of the wearer's star level. So if you have a tier 2 Leona, you'll be getting 2,000 HP constructs there. That's 4k HP to go through early game, which is pretty good. Not a lot of comps early can get through that.
That is pretty insane. I think the most annoying utilization of oh, you got the 2-star Poppy, actually.
Yeah.
Now you sell the Leona, right?
Yep.
And then put it on Poppy. But does he make the second one? That's what I'm wondering. But yeah, the most annoying implementation I've seen of this ever. Oh, do it, dude. Do it. Oh, is double Zerath portal on the mech and mech infiltrator. I hated that.
That's a lot. You got a full mech to go through. Then you got the Zeraths, and then you get to come out of the mech.
Yep, and then 2 more Zeraths come out of the person holding it. That was part of the mech. So it's like you get 4 of the minions now. Like Zerath portal stacking is, I think it's about to become really popular and really annoying. But he's going for the Chrono start right now.
Yeah, the Chrono start. I think Chronos are very good early. There's even some compositions that we see rising the prevalence a little bit with that 6 Chrono Ashe build. Some people are trying to make that happen here. Also, is going up against a Frozen Heart, though. Frozen Heart has been buffed in this patch, so that slam of Frozen Heart is not something that we usually traditionally see, and it almost worked out here, but Solus's Chronos with that TF2 and Poppy 2 are a little bit too strong for the.
I mean, if you start out with the Frozen Heart from the full item carousel, I guess like you kind of put it to as good of use as you can. And weirdly, like I feel like Frozen Heart is an item where you look at it on paper and you're like, oh, this is a really good benefit, right? You slow the attack speed by a ton, but it just seems really hard to actually put it into practical use against a lot of boards.
It is a little bit awkward there because you can put it on an infiltrator and they can jump to the backline and slow backline attack speed, which is pretty good. But you have to utilize one slot for that item. And if you put it on a frontline, it's like you're reducing the attack speed of frontline units, but those generally aren't going to be the main carries that you're really worried about, slowing the attack speed of. So it's a little bit value, but a little bit awkward to make work in practice. We see 23 X59 here on the opposite side, getting that redemption early and then slamming a red buff Lucian. Something that is still very strong currently, but not as strong as Solus and his Vanguard Chronos right now.
I mean, he's got such a strong start. Like an early Mordekaiser gives you so much like beefiness to the front line as well. But yeah. He is definitely strong. So, guys, don't forget too that like as you watch all these games, definitely go to razorriot.com and donate because when we get to $5,000, we're giving away like an insane 240 hertz Alienware monitor, and then at $10,000, giving away a PC. So we got to get there because I want to see when you guys get that because that's crazy. And you know, Khroen, as a TFT pro player, you need a 240 megahertz monitor to properly play TFT.
Honestly, I have a 240 hertz monitor currently right now, and after using it, it's really hard to go back to not using a 240 hertz monitor. So definitely some goals that we want to get to. I mean, we've already had a bunch of really amazing donations already so far. We have Frozen Phoenix $100. Recently, we've had Hoax Salato with $50, Shogun Knock with $51. So thank you everybody for these contributions and keep them rolling throughout the day because we do want to get to all of those giveaways and meet our goal for raising money for care.
Mm-hmm. Well, now we go back to another carousel. And so what do you think Souls is looking for here? I guess he has last choice, so it doesn't really matter what he's looking for.
Yeah, just a solid thing that's left over. I believe he had a bow and a belt left over. I'm not really sure what Solus is looking for in terms of his going to be his composition that he's sticking to. Yeah, maybe another Zerath. He picked up that Ezreal with a bow, I believe it was there. So
there's a couple different directions you go out of this, right? He could transition into like Cybernetics Chrono, or maybe start going for like Vanguard Sniper. He's got the Cassidy.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Could fit in Mana Reaver as well, Darius, or Celestials there with that Xayah. There is a lot of options. I mean, this is Super Nets Galaxy, as we were talking about earlier. There's a lot of different options that you can choose to really, change your composition around that you wouldn't normally be able to. And it's looking like, yeah, Solus will slam that second Zerath portal, puts it on the Poppy. I think Solus is going to be win streaking for a pretty long time into this game here. I don't really see anyone being strong enough to beat him there. Certainly not this level 4 composition versus 4 units versus 6 right now.
I mean, this is so good with Chrono and a strong backline in general because, like we talked about early, it's 4,000 HP worth of like Zerath portal minions that the front line has to get through, and this entire time the backline is shooting. And this is looking very scary. So would you go? I mean, obviously we kind of need to wait and see what like he finds, but would you lean towards snipers or would you lean towards just like leaning into Chrono and trying to find a kill later with this?
I'd probably lean into going for Chronos. Like even if you're not going Chronos in the end game, there's still 4 Chronos during your mid game is still very, very strong. But yeah, there's definitely some options there. Snipers is nice. We can get that Ashe for Celestials as well. That is a very, very strong synergy. Your Caitlyn and Ashe will be able to deal a lot of damage. Your whole team will be healing up. And of course, those Zeraths to provide a massive front line. We'll be swapping over to another lobby, in fact, here, looking at AKA Wonder's perspective here. We do have 4 lobbies going simultaneously, so we'll be giving you action of 2 of these lobbies. In this lobby, we have the trade sector, so we have another of these new galaxies. We get that free reroll every turn. And speaking of sniper chronos here, we see AKA Wonder with that 4 chrono. And
different
right now,
lobbies, same synergies.
Yeah.
Yep, back with Chrono again. I mean, no Vanguard's Brawler, right? But like, still, this could be really, really strong early. I mean, it is going to be strong early. It's going to be strong mid game as well. And he's got a QSS just sitting there, a GA just sitting there.
Yeah, this is looking like some solid items for some snipers or for some dark stars. That we don't see any dark stars here, so maybe not going for that route. Maybe just going for that Chrono Ashe build that I was talking about a little bit earlier here.
I suppose depending on what the rest of the lobby is running too, you could always pivot into something because again, it is much more forgiving if you pivot with all these rerolls, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking of all these rerolls, we see offliners there on the other side actually having no gold, so they spent a lot and ended up working out. I mean, AKA Wonder, even though it has such a strong composition here, is on a 2-loss streak currently. Maybe we'll level up here to go to level 6, but at this point you already have 2 losses, so perhaps not. Finding a Kale though, level 5. Kale very strong. at this point. Not 4 chronos anymore, but still 2 chrono buffing that attack speed up is going to be very, very strong.
Yeah, high rolling the 5% chance to grab the Kale. And he does have Blade Master as well, so at least he's got like a little bit more damage. That kind of overcomes dropping 4 chrono to a certain extent, I suppose.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a Star Guardians player.
We do. A couple tiers
plan.
on the item bench as well. There are no real item carrier for it yet, so it's not going to be that strong. I think AK Wonder's Kale comp here will take this out, and yes, it does. But we will see that Star Guardian composition really shine when they find that Syndra very, very shortly, hopefully.
Yeah, that is a board that's going to get really strong really fast. Generally with Star Guardians, it's like 4-1 when you usually hit the 6 Star Guardian, 4 Mage, or 4 Sorcerer rather, synergy. And so expect to see that guy win streaking maybe in round 4. If all hits. Like sometimes you have that bad game where you just never see the Soraka, but
Yeah. But
usually you're okay.
Generally you do, and if you haven't found it yet, you might want to roll down a little bit more gold than normal just to make sure you do find it at that point. And AK Wonder finding another Kale here and a Wukong, so maybe we'll see a 4 chrono Kale build being committed to here.
Picks up the Jinx as well, just to kind of remove 4 costs from the pool, give himself just that little tiny higher chance to find that Kale.
Yeah, those decisions there, what separates good players from great players, making those choices there to be able to, because there is a limited amount of units per cost, and when you get that 5% chance level 5 to roll those 4 costs, removing 1 Jinx removes one of those units, so you can more easily find your Kale and your Wukong.
I think crucially too, he did it in a way that kept him above 40 gold. So like he wouldn't have done it if he would have had to drop below 40 because you don't want to sacrifice your economy for that. But it is like you said, just those little things that separate the good players from the best players. Wow, full items.
Yeah, full items again on this another lobby, but stage 3 full items here. We see Infinity Edge Irelia there, picked up by Detha. That is going to be insanely strong if they are going for cybernetics. That's kind of the dream scenario there.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, no doubt why that was picked up extremely fast. There's also a Seraph's picked up. I believe that is by offliners. And was that the person who was going Star Guardians? I'm not sure.
No, it was the Star Guardians player was Nazurisana. I slayed that name. But he picked up the Death Cap, actually. Could have picked up the Seraphs, but you don't really need double Seraphs anymore in Star Guardians. You'd kind of rather have like a Seraphs, a Chalice, and a defensive item on Syndra instead. So it makes sense to pick up the Death Cap.
Yeah, definitely. I think Death Cap a solid choice there. Of course, the sorcerers utilizing that extra ability power there is very, very strong here. AKA Wonder opting to go for that Bramble Vest. Bramble is not a bad item early. That's very good against anything that ever builds IE, and we did see an IE picked up on that carousel, so a direct counter already right there.
Like I can't believe there was just an Aurelia with an IE just sitting on the carousel. It's like,
that's insane.
That's just about the most perfect thing you could see. It's pretty strong Mordekaiser, though. Oh, man. Morella's Ionic Spark Warmogs, that is a ridiculously strong Mord.
Can the Kale even get through it? It's going to be close. Mord gets another shield here. Kale's trying. Kale has GA still, though, so we'll revive.
That's possible. I mean, that Xayah can actually hold her own for a while. But the stun from the Ash Arrow comes through. I think the QSS was already popped previously. Actually, it was longer than 15 seconds.
15 seconds.
Fight. Yeah. But otherwise, if the QSS had not expired, I think that Kale might have won that.
Yeah, I think so. I think that Ashar was the MVP of that fight there. AK Wonder building another tier 2 Shen here. So maybe a tier 3 Shen is going to be made here. See Irelia in the shop, but not going for cybernetics here. So going to probably pass up on that.
Do you ever just like grab those to just deny them from people? I've started trying to deny other players in the lobby more often lately. If I can keep my econ going, I'll like hold on to like an Aurelia or a Kale or something like that.
Yeah, especially if you don't lose econ for it, or if you're already above 50 gold, so maybe you don't, roll like 2 more times, or you're, a little bit slower on, you're progressing to the next level, but you can just sell it whenever you want to actually move to the next level there. And then, Aurelia's will be back in the pool, but it's still going to be a less chance for those players to have found them previously.
That's where like scouting comes in. If you see somebody who's like one Aurelia away from an Aurelia 2 and you haven't played against them for a while, then I think it's good to like pick it up and just hold on your bench just so that maybe you have a chance of playing them before they hit that 2-star, you know?
Yeah,
Yep.
definitely. Some Syndra's there being found by AK Wonder on
Oh
that
boy.
roll, but this is not the Star Guardian board we see here, so probably going to be selling those off for Econ as this round comes to a close. Is the Infiltrator round though?
I think
Maybe some
so.
extra gold will be found here. Yeah, definitely will go to at least 50, but keeps one on the bench to deny it. We see Nico's help there as well, so maybe that Kale will be a
Ooh.
Kale too right now potentially.
Would you just slam it? I think I'd go
Um,
for the kill too. What do you think?
If I was on a win streak, I would be much more in favor of slamming it.
All right.
It's going to level to 7 and probably play 4 Chronos here. Yeah, 4 Chronos goes in. I think with this decision, I would be in favor of slamming the Nico on that Kale, if that is indeed the direction that AK Wonder wants to go here, is having that Kale be the late game carry. Rolls one more time though and finds the Kale 2
Oh,
regardless, so
nice.
never punished with that
Yeah.
roll there. Staying on 30 gold here. AK Wonder, I believe, will be winning pretty much all the matchups here in this mid game.
That was one of those like super optimistic rolls where it's like, I'm going to regret this if I don't find it. But you find it. And then you tell yourself you made the right decision. But did you? Did you? I don't know.
Probably here. Probably, I
It
would
worked
say.
out this time.
It did.
We're going to jump back over to Lobby A. Jump on board with Yoas this time, who's going Star Guardians.
Yeah.
Our director knows what I like to watch.
Has 2 chalices as well in 1 tier.
Yeah. So 2 chalices, I think, is really solid too. But you save that tier for a Star Guardian bangle, and then things can get crazy. Then you can go 6 Sork at level 8, which he's at right now. So he really just wants a spatula to get that 6 sorcerer thing going.
Yeah, and if not for the spatula, if it's not found, then getting another tier for that Seraphs with the double chalice is going to be solid.
Mhm.
But yeah, definitely if you get that spatula, getting Star Guardian so that at level 8 you can have 6 Star Guardian, 6 Sork is going to be very, very strong there. Opting to put one of those chalices on an Ari though, so
That's
spreading out
interesting.
those units in
Huh.
terms of their itemization there. Maybe wants to save some more slots for a defensive item on that Syndra as well as maybe a Seraph's, assuming
Yeah.
that
Seraphs are like a late game,
yeah.
game damage item as possible too, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
going up
without
against Solus here and gonna be losing. That double Zerath didn't even have to come into play there.
no. I think with this, like looking at this board, until he gets 6 Star Guardian, he's not going to be very strong. And he has so many 1-stars as well. 1-star
Yeah.
Syndra, 1-star Ari, crucially. So, but remember, this is a super dense galaxy, so he can econ as if he were going to level 8, but he's actually going to get 9 slots out of it. So that's where you can actually go 6 Star Guardian, 6 Sork normally without even needing the spatula.
Yeah, true. Very good point here. We are on that super dense galaxy, so Star Guardian Spatula not needed, just level 8, which is very achievable in this composition. As soon as you
Oh yeah,
find, your Nico 3 and Syndra 3, then you can just level up to level 8. You're probably going to be at least half the way there with just passive XP over the course of you rolling it down over subsequent turns here.
he's struggling though,
Yoas,
man.
yeah, needs to hit these tier 2s. Maybe, I mean, dropping already to 37 HP, so maybe he needs to spend some of this gold to even go below 50, which you don't usually
Definitely.
want to go below 50, but sometimes you kind of have to if you want to stabilize here, especially going up against these strong boards. Like that's an Irelia too, and going up against Solus, who we know his composition was very strong already. You just need to be able to contest these players and not lose all your health before it's too late.
Yeah. So he picks up a Lux too, but like honestly, the only thing that's going to turn his fortunes around is finding that 6th Star Guardian. Syndra 2 is okay as well, but the thing is, you can't really utilize this stuff unless you have the mana sort of cycling that Star Guardian gives you. So he should be looking for a Soraka here. Nico
Yeah,
2 is helpful as well.
super good.
Yeah, I would definitely take out the Kazakhs. Doesn't fit this comp super well.
No, not at all. We had a massive donation a couple seconds ago from Killian D. Hain,
Oh wow, yeah.
$500. Yeah, thank you very, very much in supporting Care and this whole event here today. We've had also 75 from Kana, $100 from Cooch as well. So thank you all very, very much. Keep those donations rolling. We'll have some giveaways after game number 1 here. But yeah, again, thank you all very, very much for the support.
Yep, that's right. Shout out a couple more as well. Why not? $50 from Squirrel Pants, $10 from Tony13, and French Frog with the $25 donation. We are over $1,000, guys. Now you can see at the top of your screen. And remember, once we get to 5,000, then we're going to give away that 240 hertz Alienware monitor. It's going to be pretty sick. So we're making fast progress. That's good.
Yeah, definitely. We had some donations rolling before the game. So, once people, getting in here, getting hyped for some great TFT action for a good cause, every little bit helps, every little bit counts. And, of course, once we get into, the intermission phase between games, then we'll give some tickets for these giveaways as well. So every donation counts, but in the intermissions for those giveaways. But yeah.
Yep. All right, there's the Vel'Koz. So another opportunity for 6 Sorcerer, possibly. And at this point, I would maybe just jump up to that. Honestly, I would maybe just get rid of the Poppy and put in your 6 Sorcerer. That's going to be stronger than having a Poppy 1. Yeah, and he knows it too.
Yeah, it takes out the Leona, and I mean that's fine. I would say running the Leona might be a little bit stronger, because you don't have that 6-star Guardian synergy quite yet. Still need that Soraka, but this is still a good recognition there to fit that 6-Sorc, and makes a Seraphs with that Chalice as well. So Syndra is tier 2 now, going to be pumping out a lot of ultimates there. We see Huzzy on the other side here with double wounds and death cap on that Syndra. So a little bit of the comp being contested here, and Yoas is going to 10 HP already, so it might be lights out soon if that 6-star Guardian synergy is not found.
I guarantee you that's what he's saying right now, is like, oh, if only I had the Soraka, I'd have a chance there. And he would have like a better mana battery than that other Star Guardian player, but this will be a little bit rough. There's another Nico.
A lot of units here.
They're just Soraka does not exist in this dojo, apparently.
Soraka, oh man, every time a Soraka is not being found in these rules is so painful.
I feel so bad.
Yeah, another Nico, but passes it up there. Really needs that Soraka.
Oh, there it is.
One.
All right,
Puts it in for that Vel'Koz.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Probably wants to slam some more items too. Has an Ionic potential on the bench here.
It's definitely what you go for here, is the Ionic Spark, because it's such a big damage boost.
Yeah, puts the cloak on the Syndra though, so maybe wants that to be a defensive item. But it might be lights out though. We see X-Scoundrel here, also low HP with that Super Slash Bros composition, and slashes his way to victory, as we do see the 8th place here, unfortunately.
That is rough, but Soraka giveth and Soraka taketh away. Let's go over to lobby B as well, over to Toon TV, who is playing Vanguard Darkstar right now. So going for a bit of sniping, perhaps. I didn't see his team before it all got destroyed, but I would imagine that's what we're going to see. Yep, there we go. No Jin yet, actually.
Yeah.
A little bit rough. Oh, there he is.
Speak of Jin, and he shall appear. We see Jin right there already. Sells the Shaco.
This man is crazy.
Oh man, I guess this is more of the priority on that Jin build and the snipers as opposed to the Shaco. We do see some Luxes and Shakos on the bench though, so I mean, it's kind of like make up your mind. Do you want Vanguards or do you want those Darkstars?
I just can't believe that on this patch, on patch 10.8, we saw a 2-star Shaco with a GA get sold.
Like that's pretty crazy.
Happened, yeah,
that did happen.
Because I mean, a lot of people would say Shaco's the bigger carry. I mean, obviously he's not running Darkstar; he's doing Vanguard. But you'd think you'd want to build around Darkstar in this. What do you think?
Usually, the only thing that I could see being the reason to opt for the sniper vanguard composition for vanguards is you're facing a lot of attack damage opponents, and so
Mhm.
those vanguards will be an insanely good front line. We do see Jace almost being tier 3 here, actually, with
That's a good point.
Ionic and a
Yeah.
Dragon Claw. So Lulu as well there for Mystics and Celestial is a really good pickup there. So if this Jace 3 and Mordekaiser 3, even that he's going
Ooh.
for, is acquired along with that Jin 2, we will see this composition spike very, very heavily. And
Oh,
there it
wow.
is, the Jin 2 finds it. So a bit of a sigh of relief there we see for Toon TV going into this next matchup, into the Brawler Blasters we see here, actually.
Yeah, Ash gets grabbed right away, so not going to have the benefit of the Ash arrow this time around, but you're absolutely right. I didn't see that he was so close to Jace 3, and that does change things quite a bit. Jin comes back with a GA. Can he get enough damage done, though? Jace slamming in to take out the rest of the front line, and Mordekaiser living for a good long time, and that should be enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jin 2, man. Jin 2 does put out a lot of damage.
7,000 damage there towards the end of that fight. It was
Yeah.
just Jin one-shotting unit after unit there. And we are on stage 5 here, so we will be seeing some completed items guaranteed this time. Toon TV has the choice here. Will he go for an IE? Nope, runs away from that. Not really knowing what exactly he wants here. We'll end up going for a locket there on the MF. A
Okay.
5 gold unit not being bad there, and having a locket, I believe, probably going on that Jace, I would assume, is going to give him a little bit more AP, and it's going to be a Jace 3 relatively soon.
Yep. Gives another little buff to some of the frontliners as well.
Yep. Extra tanky front line. Vanguard's already tanky in their own right, but giving it a little bit of extra shield there.
Mm-hmm. I kind of like arranging the. Oh, I was going to say I kind of like arranging Wukong off to the side a little bit
Yeah.
to more readily guarantee that he gets ult each fight. But I mean, he's going to have the locket shield, so he should be okay.
Yeah. I'd say it's likely that it will get ultimate off. We did see a Mordekaiser 3 there on another board, so Mordekaiser 3 will be a bit of a ways off for Toon TV here. It is possible for 2 players in the lobby to 3-star a 2-cost unit, but with a limited amount in the pool, it will be significantly harder.
Yeah. Looks like he should be able to beat the. Well, it's an interesting comp, huh? Like mech, but we've got like a
Yeah.
Xayah 3 as well. That was, or was that a
Yeah.
Rakan? I couldn't quite see
It
it.
was a Xayah, but
Yeah.
yeah, that composition does get taken out there. So we
Huh.
already have a few people being eliminated here, and Toon TV does indeed find that Jace 3.
So this
Man,
comp
this
is online. This is what you're looking
definitely.
for. Yeah. I'm going to shout out a couple donations here. Illusion at 51 with a $50 donation. Peter Pan the King, $25 donation. And he says, Solo Gasang wins. We'll see. Maybe that's possible. I don't know if the other lobby has ended yet. Urtk donates $50. Here we go. Is his message, which is great. Here we go.
Yeah, Solo
We're going.
Gasang, very good players. Hopefully, we'll be able to see Solo Gasang a bit later or in the finals.
Yeah.
Definitely. Definitely a recognizable name from the TFT community here.
Absolutely.
This
And
Jin and this Jace are going to town. Jace did more damage than the Jin there, actually, in that fight. 6k damage versus the Jin's, I believe it was like a little bit over 5k there.
I've been talking to some people about this build lately, and a lot of them are saying that like the item prioritization really goes for Jace over Jin. Jin just kind of holds the leftovers. But in this particular case, we see a Jin rather, that's got like pretty much near perfect items right now as well. A lot of people favoring the Last Whisper over the Infinity Edge right now on the Jin, because I think it does a little bit higher damage over the output of a fight. There was like some math that was done recently that I looked at.
Yeah, and it's very less. It's not countered by Bramble Vest, which a lot of people
Yeah.
do run as well. So both of those things. Runeans, though, is an item that you really do want to see on Jin. So I wonder if Toon TV will decide to remake a Jin or just slam this Runean on something else. And yeah, the Runean just goes on the Lulu there. I thought maybe at level 9, Toon would opt to go for 2 Jin 2s. I know there is a player that I'm familiar with, at least on the NA ladder, who does like to go that sort of style of build, going to level 9 and putting 2 Jin 2s in, itemizing both of them, but not opting for that route here. And it'll probably just keep rolling for Jin 3 and for Mordekaiser 3.
He's one mort away from Mordekaiser 3 as well if he wants to use the Ecos for that.
Yeah.
So he has pretty quick access to it if he wants it.
Just
Meanwhile,
it still is on 50 gold as well, so very achievable.
yeah.
Up against his Brawler Blasters, though, will
this
Jin be able to
Jace.
shred through them? Yeah, Jace. Oh man, Ted. He still does more damage than Jin throughout multiple consecutive fights here. It's really Jace is the MVP.
It's another Jin. So the chance at the Jin too, like you were saying. We'll see if he goes for that one later. We're going back over to a different lobby right now. Back over to Solus, who we began the day with, who has his Darkstar comp easily online. And he's looking like a lobby frontrunner right now. Yeah, he's on top of the lobby at the moment.
Definitely, and has that 6 Dark Stars, moved those ZZ Rots over to Mordekaiser, has the Zerath in as well with that Rage Blade in that Seraph, so he can get that ultimate out a little bit faster.
Trying to find the Zerath too as well.
And Zerath too, yeah. Fits in 4 Celestials actually as well, and has a BT for the Shaco, so
Jin 2
acquired.
So strong comp gets even stronger by like a lot right now.
Yeah, and this is the Super Dense Galaxies. So Solus has 10 units in right now, able to fit in 6 Darkstar, 2 Sniper, and 4 Celestial in. Man, Solus is a huge front runner in this game right now, and it will be surprised if he's able to be taken out, which it might happen.
Well,
Shaco's still alive, though.
Don't worry, Shaco 2 forever.
Don't even need Shaco 3. Like usually if you're going to see a 3-cost unit be the hyper carry, it's going to need to go to a 3-star, but with Shaco, that's not even the case there. Shaco 2 just doing insane amount of work.
Yep, pretty much. Shaco 2 is like the strongest 3-cost unit I have ever seen in my life. Like Shaco 2 with a GA and any healing item, like ideally a Bloodthirster, but a Hextech Gunblade works okay too. We'll just basically delete entire teams.
Yeah, no, definitely. It will actually 1v9 at the end if it is left alone and doesn't have any healing reduction applied to it. But we see a Zerath 2 on the other side here as well. So maybe Zerath 2 better than Zerath 1.
I think definitely Zerath 2 better than Zerath 1, but it really that Shaco has such good items though.
I know.
He's in the back line. He's on the Jin right now. And GA gets popped. Oh, this is going to be a close one.
Still alive.
Oh, he's walking towards you.
Oh, the Zerath GA was procced, but not in time for the Shaco was taken out there. Really, really close fight, but does not go the way of Solus here.
Wow. Huh. Oh, he's got a chance for Lulu too as well, but it's so late in the game. He's playing the 1v1. Would you give up the Zerath 2 opportunity for Lulu 2? I guess he's going to give up the Thresh.
Yeah, it gives Thresh.
He afforded that
Thresh there. Yeah, I mean, might have locked for that. Probably like you have 62 HP right now, so you're not in massive threat of getting, one shot from full HP here. Still a good few rounds left to go before you need to start making decisions like that. So, but yeah, the Thresh was there anyway, so not really going to be utilizing that. Decided to keep that 4 Celestial buff in there. Lulu too, they're going to be great in terms of polymorphing, for these units.
Ash Arrow comes through. And check out Shaco's. It might be a battle of 2 Shacos. If this one-shots the Jin. Oh, all right. Shaco fight. Mortal Kombat. There's still one Jin left. Oh, he kills it.
The crit there for that Shaco.
It's whoever gets the first hit off after the GAs are popped.
Pretty much. A battle of the Shacos there at the end, of course.
Test your might. And it was Hextech Shaco to beat Bloodthirster Shaco, interestingly enough.
Yeah. I mean, the Jin was still alive for a bit at the end there, so it's a little bit of a 2v1, not a true Shaco 1v1.
Not true honorable Mortal Kombat.
Mana Reaver actually being played here instead of the 4 Celestials, so that Thresh, in fact, is going to be played at the end of things here. We see 2 Celestial on the other side here.
Super dense games are so crazy.
Oh, I know. There's so many options of what to do. Actually, 1 Jin away here.
From Jin 3?
Maybe, from Jin 3. It's going to be the last Jin in the pool if that is going to be found.
All right, here we go. We're not done yet. Both of these players have pretty high health pools, so we're going to see a pretty extended 1v1, which is pretty awesome. All right, Jin 2 doing work. Wukong did get to the back line, but he got polymorphed right away. with the Ash arrow. There goes Zerath. Zerath 2 is so strong.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
Shaco though still alive at the end.
Ash.
Ash tanks
No.
a shot. Shaco
Oh.
alive and it's going to take out the Zerath, I think. Yeah, he does. Man, just look at these
Shaco
damage
2 better than
numbers.
Zerath 2.
Yep. 3 cost units, pretty good. And by 3
Yep.
cost units, I mean Shaco. Lulu being taken there. Just getting units to be pulled in by that Thresh. There is a Thresh 2 on the other side here. So Thresh 2 going to be pulling in those Jins on the bench there, but on Solis' side, it's going to be pulling in a Zerath 1 and a Lulu 1. Still solid though, but yeah, Thresh pulling in these extra Darkstar units. When those fall, they will be buffing up the other Darkstars here.
Yeah, very true. All right, so here we go. 3 GAs over on the side of Economista. All right, good luck stun onto the Ash. Prevents the Ash arrow from going out for a little while. Hits the polymorph minions, though. That helps a little bit. All
Yeah.
right. Lux hits the Ash on the other side,
Ooh.
but it's just looking like it's a little bit too strong for Solus. That round was a little bit less close.
No, yeah. It's kind of like a little bit back and forth, but yeah, after that carousel actually with that Deathblade pickup, it's looking a lot better there for Economista. Red buff here.
Yeah, that's potentially really big with the Jin 2 with the Runin's Hurricane. That
Yeah.
could prevent the healing from the Shaco and maybe give him the edge.
Yeah, no, it's a great point there. I think it might give Solus the edge here if that red buff is going to be applied to the Shaco. Of course, there are a lot of units on both sides, and Runin's Jin will only be able to hit 2 units at once, but that is a potential that might be a fight decider here going into stage 7 right here in this game.
This is such a fascinating 1v1, actually.
Yeah, definitely.
Great.
Especially ones that
Thresh
keep
2.
going back and forth. Yeah, Thresh 2. Selling the Lulu, is that the play here? Probably is, I think. At this point, you don't really want to be losing rounds. If Solus loses another round, you'll be one shot from dying. And yes, does opt to sell that Lulu to pick up that Thresh upgrade.
I mean, it's nice.
Here.
I mean, I guess it's nice to have another Lulu one to pull in, but having Thresh 2 just pulling a lot of people is good. Grabs a Zoe because that's CC if she gets her ult off. So
yeah.
Not a bad pickup.
And with extra mana, the Zerath is pulled in though, immediately starts ultimating.
Yeah.
2 Zeraths here doing work.
Yep, the Zeraths that died, that's got pulled in, buffing the Dark Stars, like you mentioned earlier. But I think this red buff is making a big difference.
Yeah, the Thresh 2 and the red buff there.
Yeah,
man, that fight looked very decisive. One of the most decisive fights we've seen here in this end game between Solus and Economista. There was like 7 or 8 units left at the end there.
Wow. All right. So that was not close at all. And that actually took a huge HP chunk out of Economista right now because of the way that damage changed in the most recent patch. Now remaining champions do a little bit more than they did before.
Yeah, but still, when we get to stage 7, it's still going to be massive damage. I think it's still it's 15 damage baseline for stage 7 plus the extra damage from the units there. So any player that loses, I believe, if the fight goes very well in the way of Solus, Economista even could die from 28 HP in 1 round.
It's possible, but yeah, look, it's not even close anymore.
Yeah, that might be the case right now.
Man.
28 HP? Is that going to be it? Yeah, it is actually.
It is. Wow. Dude.
Solus.
That is crazy. The Thresh 2 and the red buff Runins on the Jin. That's pretty insane. But wow. Great game and a great first game of donations actually too. We're already up to $1,500 and right now, now's your time. If you donate $1 through $49 gives you 1 entry per dollar into the bundle of Juju energy drinks and display giveaway. And then 50 through, I believe it's 500, gives you 2 entries per dollar. So donate right now and get a chance to get into the giveaway again for the Juju energy drink and the display. And then, of course, all the donations that we get right now as well contribute towards the $5,000 and then $10,000 marks for the big giveaways as well. And of course, it's all benefiting CARE, which is a great cause as well, helping out a lot of people who really need it during the COVID-19 pandemic. And as much as we love Teamfight Tactics, Khroen, like we're really here today to raise money for a good cause. like the games are kind of like the icing on the cake. So what we really want to do is get people who need some help, as much help as we can possibly get.
Of course, yeah. I mean, this is a scary time, kind of unprecedented time, amidst
Yeah.
the COVID-19 pandemic. And so it's great that organizations, like CARE, especially being able to, create this initiative and raise money to help out in any way possible. I mean, getting people who, CARE, does fighting their main cause is fighting global poverty, and so what they're doing here is going to be equipping people in sort of the poorest households with like hygiene kits and hand soap, and giving them water containers, just everything to be able to help out amidst what is going on right now all across the world. It's a very, very much a global thing here. We have people from around the world coming to this event, taking part of it. So yeah, definitely we really, really appreciate everyone who contributes to this goal here. Head on over to raise or riot.com, and we have this giveaway going on right here. We want to be able to give back to you guys as well, so every little bit does help and does very much count to this cause here. And as you said, TFT, icing on the cake. Love to be able to get two good causes together here between TFT and raising money for CARE.
Yep, that's right. At the end of the day, you and I have it pretty easy. We get to stay home and do esports and video games, stuff like that. Social distancing for us is not very challenging. And we're also fortunate in the fact that we can do our work, from our homes. It doesn't really change our flow all that much, So it's on us to step up and help people that, can't quite live this same sort of like life that we're able to live right now,
Yeah.
and have to get out there and go to work every day, even with all the risk, or, they need a little bit more. So yeah, big shout out to everybody who's donating right now. We have quite a few. Ragewan 1701 with $125 donation. Animo. So a lot of people cheering for the players that they're looking for as well.
Yeah,
Rodrigo Murillo donating $25. Let's go, Barbeck. And then Ishbu donating the $25 as
Ishbu,
well.
that's a former teammate of mine, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Ishbu competed in a game called Here's the Storm a while ago.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
old teammate of mine. Thank you very much for that 25 here. Great to see a lot of people, throughout the esports community as well, coming together for this cause. Very appreciated. And as you said, people rooting for their favorite players as well. So we get to see a bit of pride here in terms of who you want to, see go through to the finals and, be able to win that charity money for their charity of choice.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty sick tournament, honestly, with like 32 really good players, and it's very competitive too, because only the top 2 players in each of the 4 groups actually get to the final lobby, where we have those last 2 games to decide who gets that share of the €10,000 prize pool to donate to a charity of their choice. So it's a competitive series here.
Yeah, definitely the top 2 of your lobby, going to the finals. We saw, that wonderful performance from Solus there. So going to be one of those front runners to be in the finals. Solus, a very, very strong player. And we saw just that there in game number 1. And playing those Dark Stars. We talked about, being one of those front runner compositions here in this meta. And it looked extremely strong there. We didn't see quite as much success, though, in those couple of lobbies of those Star Guardian compositions. So maybe we'll see a bit of that later on in some of the future lobbies. But Dark Stars, definitely we can check that box off for strong composition in this patch.
Yeah, I think Dark Stars seems to be kind of like the big winner for this most recent patch. I mean, arguably Star Guardians as well, but Dark Stars especially, man, it's just gotten so strong. Let's actually look at like the group standings right now overall. I'm checking it out in my other monitor here. Obviously in Group A, Solus winning that first game. That was actually Revan coming in second place in that lobby.
Okay.
Group B, Toon TV ended up taking his game over AKA Wonder in second place. Sir Salty, a familiar name, down in fifth in Group B. Then Group C, no results yet. So Group C's first game may actually still be going right now, which is pretty crazy. And then Group B
might have been one of those medium legends galaxies that actually perhaps.
It's possible. Group D, Ernest Barbeck winning his lobby, and then Curvor, another familiar name in the TFT community, taking second in that one. So interesting. Yeah, some pretty big names taking wins early on, but that's only one of 3 games.
Yeah, we have a couple more games to go for these players. Of course, if they didn't have the best game on performance, you still have 2 more to get to the top 2 of your lobby and try to get into the finals. We also have just under 4 minutes left on the giveaway here. So if you all head over to Riot.com, you can win Juju energy drink and a display for this specific giveaway. And of course, as well, once we get to that, we see him right there. Once we get to that 5K, be giving away a monitor and 10K for that PC. So keep those donations coming, everyone. They do, of course, help in CARE's coronavirus appeal and raising money for that cause.
Everyone's talking about like me at 20 or like me in 2020 right now on social media. Well, with that PC, you can be in 2080. It's a computer from 60 years in the future. That's how amazing that giveaway is.
Yeah, wow. I was checking out the PC and it's pretty solid build there. Like if you get that, you'll be able to run anything that you want currently.
Definitely TFT.
Do whatever. Definitely TFT. Stream it. Run multiple TFT. You know, maybe you could play TFT in multiple regions at once. You know,
it may be slightly overkill for TFT, but it'll run it better than anything else will run TFT right now. But you can stream TFT then, you know? Yeah,
definitely.
That's fun. Yeah, but of course, at $5,000, the Alienware 240 hertz monitor. We talk about TFT a lot, but hey, Valorant beta out right now. That's where the 240 megahertz is 240 hertz rather monitor is really going to help you, man. Those FPSs you need at least 144, 240 though. Mwah, so good.
Oh yeah.
But again, the giveaway that's going right now, just a minute or 2 remaining, is for the bundle of Juju energy drink and for the large displate metal poster. It doesn't get much more metal than actual metal.
Yeah, those posters are really nice, actually. I may check one out for myself, later on. I'm a fan of a lot of cool art and things to hang on my wall. I moved apartments recently and haven't had a chance to put the things on my wall yet, but those displays, man, did they look nice? And I would definitely want some for myself.
Yeah, that's I've got a vintage 1986 Willow poster on my wall, one of the best movies ever made, but I would consider moving it to a different part of my wall to put up a large display metal poster instead.
Wow, that is some commitment there.
I don't say that easily. Yeah. I wouldn't take it down, but I would maybe move it to a place of lesser prominence.
Of course. Donations are still rolling through. Soihara with the 50, Razor Kinder with the 1027. Thank you all for these donations that are rolling in, benefiting CARE. Really does make a difference. Just about a minute left for this giveaway, and we will see our winner when this giveaway ends very shortly. This first one, there will be 4 more throughout the day.
Right, in 1 minute, and then we'll see how much closer rather we are to the $5,000. I want to get there. We're getting there. We're almost at $2,000 right now. We're really close, actually. So we're getting there. I'm thinking we're gonna hit the 5,000 pretty quick. What would be awesome though is if we hit 5,000 before the end of the next lobby. Like we got like around 2K for the first game. I wonder if we can like a little bit more than double that for the second one. That'd be pretty amazing. But it'd be sick.
I think we can. And we can't do it without the support of you all at home, but I believe in everyone coming together for this great cause. I think we've had all the scores for the initial lobbies here, and we do see Group C, Solo saying 10 points, first place in the lobby there. So I mentioned that one before, but gonna be one of the front runners for getting into the finals. Turth going second, Snooty Boo going third, and even Jellion going fourth there for that 6 points.
Yeah, just like the anime keeps coming back.
Keeps coming back. Ishboo is the winner of the Juju and the display. Wowee. Of Ishboo. Thank you very much, everyone, for contributing to this first giveaway. And of course, all the donations go into this $50,000 goal that we have. You'll be receiving, I believe, an email with instructions on that giveaway there and how it's going to be sent to you. But congratulations, Ishboo, and we will have throughout the day 4 more giveaways for the Juju energy drink and the display there, as well as of course those monitors and those PCs every 5 and 10K increments.
Yeah. Wow. I'm super impressed that we hit the level we hit already.
Yeah,
I'm super
definitely.
impressed with Ishbu sort of like getting the luck in there to win the giveaway after being shouted out on the stream right now.
Crazy, small world, small
I
world.
know, right? People may not know that you were a pro in a different game before
I
TFT,
was.
actually. Yeah.
Yep. I spent my time. Here's the storm in those MOBA days. I originally played League of Legends, a long time ago, then swapped on over, competed for a few years there. Ishbu as a teammate of mine, as we were doing fairly well there on our team. But yeah, great to see some familiar faces here throughout multiple communities here. A lot of people sort of turning to Riot and to TFT as it's very new in these auto chess games. Sort of the new genre that everyone's sort of flocking to, having a lot
Yeah.
of fun with it.
Well,
So
I think
very
like having
nice.
played all of them at this point,
Yeah.
TFT, in my opinion, is like definitively the best auto chess for multiple reasons. It's the most complex, and it tests the most different skills. I think there's even like a little, as a StarCraft lover in me, there's even a little bit of APM in
Yeah,
the
definitely.
carousel rounds. You got to get in. You have to click it just right. I'm convinced. I'm so as we go to the next game, let me know your theories on this. With the initial carousel, right? You see people grouping up. Everybody wants the tiers. Solar
Yep.
saying gets it,
There you
but
go.
I have the theory that spam clicking the wall doesn't actually help you. It kind of slows you down a little bit as the wall drops. I always try to time my first moving click right as the wall drops because I think you get slowed down just a bit if you spam.
I think there are certain points on the wall where it does seem for that to be the case. I'm not sure exactly, but I know what a lot of players
It's
do
my
is they will
theory.
actually, yeah, they'll actually bind two separate hotkeys, one for attack move or one for move and one for like attack move, so you can be spamming for double inputs. So you can,
Really?
yeah, it's something that not everyone knows. So
I
if you
didn't
guys
know
want to get
that.
an edge, yeah, we want to get a little bit of edge in your TFT initial carousels there. You can bind two of those keys to separate ones and be inputting double inputs there to be able to maybe have that be the reason that you get that tier or whatever item you want over somebody else here. Uh,
Interesting.
yeah, we see Soligus saying with some Star Guardians with that tier start, has that TF for the item carrier as well. So I think that will be what we see here from him, unless something else drastic happens the next few rounds to sort of change the direction that he's going.
I mean, yeah, if I had like a tier start with a couple Star Guardians, I'd be like me, girls in chat, like no scout, no pivot.
Yeah.
Don't if you go e-girls, we hold hands together in 7th and 8th.
Definitely. That was the mech of last patch, but is the Star
Yep.
Guardians of this patch. No pivot, no scout. And sometimes you get rewarded for saying that because players don't want to contest you. They don't want to hold hands going 7th, 8th. And if they
Yeah,
know that you're not a pivoter, they're gonna be like, oh man, they're just really gonna commit here. I have to pivot. I have to be the one that goes something else.
it really works. I mean, it works at every level. Like if you look at Giant Slayer series
Yeah,
over the last couple of
definitely.
weeks, like Delicious Milk, he's just made it known that he's going to play mech every game, and he's gotten like four. Yeah, I think three first places, two second places, and like a bunch of other finishes because like no one contests him. And it's
Yeah.
tough because like if no one contests him, then he usually wins. He
Hmm.
even got like basically golden mech last time. And but if someone does contest him, then you're kind of giving up your own standing as well. So it's like, do you sacrifice yourself to keep Delicious Milk from winning a lobby? Like, not a lot of people want to do that. So
Nope.
it is funny how like announcing that you're going for a comp and you're not going to pivot actually like helps you go that comp uncontested a lot of times.
It's really interesting how these sort of the interpersonal intergame meta develops
Mind
in that
games.
sense. Yeah, the mind games of TFT here, and we see players like Delicious Milk, really utilizing that to its highest effectiveness. But jumping back to Solo Giseng here, maybe going to not be Star Guardians actually, as
Maybe
a
not.
Lucian and a tier 2 Graves was found. Belt goes in the Lucian for perhaps a red buff in the future there. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, Turth here with the IE already made, but not going to be strong enough.
I mean, hey, he could make a Zerath portal and
True.
still go Star Guardians. Like it's
Yeah.
still open.
From this position, a lot of players would probably just commit. They'd be like, "Nope, it's me." I mean,
Yep.
maybe Solo was saying scattered around a little bit. I didn't quite see it. Maybe saw somebody else might be contesting it. But leaving the options open, I suppose, which is what you want
Yeah.
to do if you're going to have the highest chance of winning your lobbies.
And we just passed $2,000 out of the 50,000 we're trying to raise today. So great job, everybody. Props to you. And we are now that much closer to the $5,000 Alienware 240 hertz monitor giveaway. So we can get there. I'm confident we can get there by either by the end of this game or like halfway through the next game. That's the goal.
I think it's definitely possible for the end of this game if everyone comes together. I think so, but regardless, we will get there eventually anyways. But yeah,
I would say
okay,
so.
though. Huge progress.
Oh, this is interesting. So Soligasang actually sells the brawlers. He was leading himself open to go brawler blaster possibly.
Yeah.
And he still is technically, but now it's looking like a cybernetic start, possibly. Maybe looking for another one.
If a Fiora or a Vi is found,
yeah, so
definitely could be, but still the Star Guardian's still on the bench. Yeah, keeping himself open for that.
He's got pretty nice items for a number of different things right now.
Yeah. Yeah, actually does something very interesting here. Takes out the Graves too, puts his Lucian in the front line, and puts both Poppies and the Leona in the back line here. And I think with this, he wants to try to go for a loss streak here. Won the first round, and if he won the second round, probably would have tried to be aggressive and win the third round here. But with these win streak changes from the latest patch, it's going to be harder to get on a win streak or loss streak for you to be getting that additional gold. 2 to 3 gold now is what gives you, I believe, +1 gold. Once you get 3, or no, it's 2. Yeah, 2 to 3 gets you 1 gold. 4 wins or losses gets you 2 gold, and only 5 plus now gets you that 3 gold. So wanting to get, I believe, a 4 loss streak before the Krug round.
What does he want? Got himself down to the bottom of the carousel as well. Picks up the sword.
So not a tier, which means that I think Star Guardians might be abandoned.
I agree. Yeah, I think it's out. But he picks up the sword. So not going for a chain vest for a red buff either, although was there? Yeah, that was just an offensive items carousel. So
yeah, no chain vest there.
Anyway. Yeah. Picks up the sword though. So there's a lot of things you can build out of this eventually, but he doesn't really have a lot to combine the sword with right now.
Unless he wants to make a giant slayer.
I was gonna say maybe that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Malphite there, and yeah, it does commit to making that actually. And there is a Malphite in the shop. Perhaps could go the route of Brawler Blaster even still, assuming that the cybernetics are either going to be too hard to achieve, or maybe rolls some jinxes in the mid game to really give some direction there. But still options open for Soligasang here, which seems to be his style of play, wanting to have options to pivot if needed.
Do you think Giant Slayer is underrated?
Underrated, maybe slightly, because I think Giant Slayer is really good still in cybernetics to slam, because it is utilized very well by Echo, actually, as Echo will apply on-hit effects when he casts his ultimate ability. And that generally nets a lot of wins, especially to get to the Echo 2 point with Giant Slayer and another item, maybe like, I don't know, a Shiv or an AP item. I mean, there's a lot of items that are good on Echo.
Right.
But I think probably back to your question, it's slightly underrated.
Oh, and he found the early Syndra, but didn't grab the second tier. And you could see, like, look at his face. Like, oh, missed my chance. We're going to move over to Lobby D and check in with Deadly Styles and see how he is doing.
Yeah, currently the front runner here, 100 HP in this lobby. We don't see any galaxies here, but we do see here actually the makings of that Slash Bros composition here with that Yeet and that Yasuo, something we haven't seen yet today, but I thought we might. And here it is. We see 2 good items already, so definitely will be committed to here, I believe.
I'm really curious to get your thoughts on this comp, because I totally have no idea what to think of this comp, because I've seen it look unbeatable and then I've seen it look terrible. So like, what do you think?
I think it's kind of a first or eighth composition here. I was actually playing a game, not but yesterday, when I was like, I don't know what I'm going. I guess I have the items for this comp, so I'm just gonna slam it. I was like
Mhm.
19 HP when the at eighth place, when the seventh place player was like 40 plus HP. But then I hit the magical thing known as Master Yi 3, and it turns out I won that game, and it let me stabilize my econ enough to hit Yasuo 3, Blitz 3, and Shen 3 eventually, and Sona
Wow.
3 actually as well. So I'm curious. I don't have the most experience with this composition, but I think it can be very dominant. And I do, I'm sure we'll jump back to, Lobby C. But before this game is over, I do want to jump back to Deadly Style here and kind of see where this composition does end up.
Yeah, we'll keep track of this for sure, I think. What I'm wondering is this seems like a comp that's just tailor-made for the trade sector galaxy, where you get those
Yeah.
rerolls. Like we talked about the strength of like protector comp in trade sector galaxy. I think this is a comp that's probably going to be even stronger than that, since protectors is feeling pretty beatable right now in the meta. But I
Oh,
haven't actually
definitely.
even tried this comp yet, so let me
Yeah,
dig it
I've
real
only
quick.
really tried it twice. My second game, I was contested by somebody else trying to go the same comp, but when you're contested with this comp, it's kind of doomed. So I ended up pivoting
Yeah.
into six rebels and managed to scrape a third place out of it somehow. But yeah, uncontested, this composition can be very, very strong here, and we see it even win streaking early here. 100 HP still
Wow.
onto the Krug ground here.
You know, it's
Man,
funny that you mentioned Rebels as well, because that's something where everyone's like, "Oh, Rebels is dead. Rebels is dead." And if you just go for a solid Rebels comp, it's not going to win the lobby. But like you mentioned, you can sneak like a fourth place or a third place out of
yeah.
it. So if worse comes to worse, it's like a way to at least not completely bottom out in a lot of cases.
No, definitely. I think you should be, open to going comps like that because sometimes lobbies you're not really going to win, but you're going to have a chance to top four. And in tournament formats like these, sometimes like top three, top four, playing for that is what's going to net you, that first or second place throughout over the course of three games, which will get you
Yeah.
to the finals. Like you can't really always go for first or eighth compositions. And wow, perfect items here for Deadly Style as well. Getting that QSS onto that Yi, seemingly everything is working out, finding Yasuo too as well. So I think he's actually going to keep win streaking for even longer into this game here.
It's certainly looking like that. So what, the third item you'd want on you would probably be a bramble vest? Is that
Yeah.
right for this
Yep.
comp? Okay. Yeah. I've studied it a little bit, but like I said, I haven't played it yet. But yeah, that is a scary Master Yi. Just keeps attacking. It's kind of almost reminiscent of the 5 cost Master Yi from set 2 when he really gets going.
Oh, definitely. People even reminiscent of that 5 cost E from set 2 sometimes opt to put a rapid fire cannon on him, so you don't really need as much defense because he'll be kind of a little bit of a ranged carry there, going to be behind these Shens, Blitzcranks, and Yasuos, but still outputting massive damage there.
RFC did get changed as well in that it you get triple the attack range instead of double now, so it
Yeah.
keeps him even safer. So I'm curious about that instead of Ginsu's. That's interesting. I suppose the rod helps a little bit with his healing. Is
Yep,
maybe
it
the
does.
reason to go to Ginsu's instead of RFC, but it's worth a test, I think.
Yeah, you can even maybe potentially run both. The AP again does help with the healing, and while actually finding that Karma and leveling up to level 6, Deadly Style has
Wow.
literally the exact perfect units that you need for this comp here.
Yeah. The Karma going to be buffing either the Yasuo or the Master Yi. It's fine. Doesn't really matter which one.
Yeah, maybe once you hit the Yi too, to probably want to position for it to always buff the Yi, I would say, as that
Right.
is what's going to be cleaning up here. But yeah, that Shaco on the other side there by Rob, not going to be strong enough right now. Maybe later when it's Shaco 2. You do need Shaco 2 before it
Yeah.
starts popping off there.
He's gonna basically win streak until one of the Dark Star players comes online, I think is the answer usually. How
Yeah.
long can this comp win streak for? So jumping over to even Gellian's point of view in lobby C right now.
Yeah, another lobby leader in terms of HP here, 96 HP and not a win streak as we go into the stage 3 carousel. And there's another full item carousel here in this game. A lot of them we're seeing here today.
Indeed. Wow. All right.
Triple poppy roll.
Wow. All right. Well, you like poppies? I mean, yeah, I like poppy. You could. This is the thing where it's like poppy 3 is a bait, right? That's
Yeah,
where you're asking
definitely,
yourself that.
definitely, definitely a bit. Don't think that'll be picked up here unless, it just ran as a filler unit for this mid game. Already
I mean,
5 Lucians though for Evangelion, looking to go for some cybernetics here. 2 Vis, 5 Lucians, already 5 Leonas as well actually. So if you want to get that rod off of that Leona later on into the game, you have another Leona too. Probably by that point you're going to be
yep.
able to being swapped in.
I've got to say is he could buy all the poppies and not drop below 50.
Mm-hmm.
There's no downside to this.
No reason not to do it, and it gives you a better chance to roll those Leonas and Fioras as well.
It's a very good
But
point. Yeah.
yeah, but I mean, it's not a really make or break thing here, so not necessary for Evangelion here. Going to be win
Whoa.
streaking regardless.
Huge donation coming through right now. Stay donated $1,000.
Oh my.
That is insane. Thank you so much. So already $3,000, passing another threshold right there, and that gets us 2,000 away from that Alienware monitor giveaway. So we are getting there fast now.
Definitely, that is way more achievable now to hit that 5,000 by the time this game ends. Thank you very much to Stay and everybody else who have been donating over the course of these games here. Much appreciated and
Wow, that's
reaching our
crazy.
goals here today.
Yeah, and every tiny little bit helps, honestly. Like every dollar means a lot to the people that are benefiting from what Care is doing. So shout out to No Nay No for the $5 donation, Furtive for the $25 donation as well. And it's cool to see the big donations come in, but like everybody gets us there, right?
No,
So
definitely.
yeah.
It turns out, every little bit does indeed matter. It
Yeah.
does help out a lot. Don't be, ashamed if you can't donate, as much as somebody else, because every little bit is what's going to be driving us, to reach our goals here. It's going to help out no matter what. So yeah, just keep that in mind as we go throughout today here.
Yep. So the cybernetic starts. So with the change to damage and to the economy, it feels like doing 6 cybernetics and going for echo is a little bit harder to achieve than it was before. Wow, free trap claw. That's
Yeah.
not bad. But
A
yeah,
lot
like
of,
it does seem a little bit riskier to go cybernetics at this point, doesn't it?
It does if you don't, yeah, hit that echo. There's a lot of cases where your competition mid game is pretty solid. You're win streaking, then you go to level 8. It's like, all right, I'll roll down, try to hit Aurelia 2 and find the echo. And then maybe you hit, Aurelia 2, but all of a sudden it's like, wait, where's my echo? I don't have
Mhm.
what I want with my composition here. And at that point, do you pivot out? Do you just roll it down every single turn to try to get your echo? And I think Evangelion here is sort of already covering some bases here, itemizing that kale so you can maybe pivot into some chrono kale composition with 3 cybernetics. That is a comp that I think is still fairly solid and
Yeah.
setting himself up for that already here in the early stage 4.
I mean, if you're following the leaderboards right now on the ladder, like NA right now, NA is dominating with Kale comps.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
it's definitely it's very legit right now. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him do what you just said, which is lean into the Kale and leave the Echo as like maybe this will be useful if I high roll an Echo, I can go 6 cyber. Otherwise, Kale is the way to go.
Yeah, definitely. Because I think that you even can run Kale in your 6 cybernetic comp. You get MF as well
Yeah.
as level 9. You can pick up your Thresh, but we do jump back
Ooh.
over to Deadly Style here, and doesn't have the Yi 2 yet, but has found the Karma upgrades with the Blitzcrank and the Shen. A couple of Vise as well there, probably just keeping those as 3 costs so that you can more easily find those Master Yis. Did take 1 loss, I believe. So yeah, that win streak has been broken, but
Mhm.
still fairly strong here.
Yeah, for sure. Good economy going. He's at 50 gold. So when he hits at E2, he's definitely going to spike a little bit again.
Yep.
He did hit the Sona 2 and the Blitz 2 as we saw him pop in the lobby here. And it's an interesting board on the other side. Kind of have like brawlers, sniper, like a little bit of sorcerer stuff going on. Looks like generally brawler, blaster, but I'm curious.
Yeah.
Maybe chrono? there.
Maybe we'll see some innovations for some new compositions, kind of. That
Yeah.
was something that I was excited to see. I mean, this patch is relatively new, so it is, of course, not solved yet, and we might see some very, very interesting adaptations to this
I
meta.
wonder if he's contested right now. It's the way that he hasn't found the Yi 2 yet,
Yeah,
or it hasn't even
maybe.
found a second Master Yi. I wonder if he's contested in this lobby.
Scouting around a bit here, it doesn't look like
No.
it from that brief scouting time. Maybe just a little bit
Huh.
unlucky in those 3 calls here. Going up against Rob, who has found not only a 2-2 Shaco, but the 2-2 Jin as well.
Wow.
Dudley Styles in a bit of trouble here if he doesn't find that Yi 2 at least soon, let alone the Yi 3, which you kind of need for this comp to really excel.
Funny thing is that Shaco doesn't have a GA, so it's actually
No.
not as big as a threat as it will be. But you'd imagine that Shaco 2 is going to get rebuilt with a GA if it gets found later. But sometimes you just have some bad luck, you know? I mean, that we just saw like 3 rumbles across 2 roles, and I had a game last night where I actually got Fizz 3 before I got Rumble 2.
Really?
Yeah, and I was playing in a lobby with no other mech players. Totally uncontested, Fizz 3 before Rumble 2. Yeah. So sometimes the rolls are just against you.
It happens. That is the nature of an auto battler there. You can't always roll exactly what you need. Deadly Styles is trying to, though, and does go down to 30 gold there. So not running that 50 gold econ threshold anymore, but choosing to spend. And it's going to work out if you do find the Yi 2 or the Yasuo 3, which he is 3 away from. Is not strong enough, though, to beat Jatance here. The Yasuo will not be able to 1v6, unfortunately.
No, not a Yasuo 2. I do like the red buff on it, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's a little bit rough. Let's see.
So going to this carousel here.
Yeah.
There's some interesting units, as well as it looks like completed items here as well on stage 4 before the Raptors. Yeah, we get a gunblade picked up by Barbecue. We see a crit here with a Frozen Heart Irelia. Deadly Style going to
No, can't grab the
not
cloak.
get the cloak. Does go for the redemption though.
I like the redemption. Redemption is a really good item right now. Giving you the team wide heal. It did get changed coming into set 3.
Yeah.
And people are catching on now. I think that redemption is a great item.
I was gonna say, speaking of underrated items, I explained on Giant Slayer earlier. I think Redemption's a very underrated item in this set. The fact that it provides instant healing. Oh, there's the Master Yi 2 as well there. Yeah, finally for Deadly Styles here. So we will be seeing that power spike a bit more. But yeah, providing that instant team-wide heal for 800 health, although it is lower than previous Redemption, you don't need to have that delay and have the units be in that circle.
Right.
The instant healing will make sure that, if that Yi or that Yasuo here is going to be about dead, bam, as soon as that Shen falls, instant healing, which will definitely be saving some of those fights. But yeah, the Syndra here. Double Seraphs and Chalice. Does go down here though to the Yasuo.
It's a mana battery, but it's excessive. You don't need that. Like that's actually the funny thing is like that's actually subpar items on Syndra because you need a defensive item on her, whether it's a QSS, a Trap Claw, or maybe even a GA. Like only putting Seraphs and Chalice just means exactly what we just saw, where Syndra just gets blown up. Now he won the fight, but you can't build a Syndra like that and take first place in the lobby, I don't think.
It's unlikely if you're going to be facing things like this Yasuo, because it's just going to one-shot your Syndra. When this Yasuo gets 3-starred, and of course you want 3 items on a Nico as well. So if they get unlucky and the Yasuo does jump onto that Syndra with that 50-50 chance, it is probably going to get one-shot and be much harder to win. I think versus other comps, it might be okay if your positioning is going to be correct. Like Shakos are really good at taking out that Syndra. But we will see though. I believe we will be jumping into the other lobby though.
Yeah, right after this fight, we'll jump over. Looks like that Shaco is just gonna wreck everybody.
It's looking like it.
Yep.
The Yasuo jumps on it. the GA is not procced yet. The Yi is kind of running no for the rest of the comp here, though. Gets onto this Caitlyn.
Here we go.
Takes it out. Oh, the Yi, though.
Oh, he did
Wow,
it.
yeah, he did it.
Ooh,
Yi too.
wow.
Huge power spike there.
Yeah. Huh. That's kind of
That's the power
shocking,
of the song.
actually.
Mm-hmm. Turns out that the Slash Bros are pretty good at slashing.
I guess so. Well, back on board with Solgasang as we check out what he's been up to. Brawler Blaster was indeed the route he decided to go. Hit the Cho'Gath too, so probably feeling pretty good, but I think feeling especially good about those items on Jinx. That's
definitely.
That's great. I would maybe, like, ideal items would be maybe replacing either the Giant Slayer or Red Buff with a Runins, but aside from that, that Jinx is scary.
Yeah, very scary. I think if you replace anything, maybe the red buff, and you put that in another blaster, then you can put rune ends there. But I think Giant Slayer is a very, very solid item for the Jinx. It's going to help her get a lot of resets a lot quickly, or a lot more quickly. And we do see the Lucian holding MF items here with that Seraphs and Death Cap. So going to swap that over as soon as the MF is found. This is a close fight here with the Star Guardians, but man, the Nico rising from GA and the Poppy's still alive. Jackie's able to take out Solgasang in this fight.
My old thoughts about perfect items on Nico was GA, Ionic Spark, and Morello's. Like Morello's is still a great item on Nico because you put so much healing debuff on their entire front line. So yeah, that is super strong. And the GA, of course, kind of guarantees a Nico two ults in a fight in most cases.
It's really, really powerful. Solgasang does find the MF actually on that roll at the start of this round here.
Wow. All right. So Blaster comp pretty much online at this point. Pretty awesome items for MF too. Definitely. Or MF as well, not MF2. You have to be careful.
Hopefully MF2 in the
TFT.
future. Yeah, definitely. Wording is important. Hopefully not getting hooked by Blitzcrank. Yeah, no Blitzcrank here, but the Shaco though. Gonna be jumping on it immediately.
That is a bit of a concern. All the blasters turn, nearly all the blasters turn to fight Shaco. Shaco dodges out the way as the Ash Arrow comes through and hits the MF. Shaco turns his attention on the other parts of the team, but he'll be okay.
Yeah.
He's just doing the worm on MF's grave now.
BM there. It's so BM actually the dance after, especially dances like Shaco's.
Like, it's bad enough that like 2-star Shaco is as strong as he is, but then he just like does the worm on your corpse like after the end. It's like, come on.
It's all right, come on, man. I get the point already. You don't have to do all that.
Seriously.
Getting that last whisper though there is Solgasang gonna be putting that on another blaster to try to reduce the armor of some of these opponents here. Not going to be that effective versus things that aren't vanguards, but still probably the best item you could have taken if not for that red buff. You already have one red buff, so you probably don't need two though.
No, I don't think so. Probably not.
MF gets that shield upgrade. Pretty good.
Put that on Ezreal? Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, that's solid.
I was wondering if maybe Graves, just because he's going to live a little bit longer, theoretically, but...
Yeah, tier 2. He does go into the front line and then is susceptible to getting taken out. Ezreal in the back, as long as he doesn't get jumped on by a Shaco, will be able to put out some of those attacks. Solgasang, usually players of this composition will put your Blitzcrank towards the, some of the back lines so that when Blitzcrank pulls in a unit, Jinx can focus it down very early on to get those quick resets. Jinx still gonna be focusing these units, and MF ulti comes across the whole team. Wow. Yeah.
That was a crazy MF ult.
Did more damage to the Jinx there. Did nearly 5,000 damage there, going up against Gundam there, dropping him down to 7.
It's a Shaco fight. We didn't get to see the end of it, but yeah, that's a good point. A lot of people are using that Blitzcrank tech where you put Blitz and one of your carries off to the side to get one of your carries to focus it. I think the first time I saw that really being used was when the Brawler Void players were using it to try to mitigate Vel'Koz's ultimate a little bit more, because like at least he casts slightly faster, maybe if he's shooting at somebody next to him, and then maybe you can hit, at least you have a pretty guaranteed hit with the beam on whoever's directly in front of Vel'Koz. So it helped mitigate Vel'Koz's absent-mindedness.
Definitely very, very important there for because do not troll at ultimate, but we do swap lobbies here to check out Yatanse here with some 6 cybernetics, some really good items on that.
Wow.
Irelia, having the infiltrator is very, very good in terms of buffing both Echo and Irelia there. Hand of Justice, pretty solid. Trap Claw is maybe not the best, but not the worst to have one defensive item there.
It is a defensive item at this point in the game, so why not? Are
Yeah.
you a little bit? I'm a little bit surprised that the Morellos went on the Vi instead of the Echo, even though it is a 1-star Echo. What do you think about
Yeah,
that?
I think Morello is going on the Vi. I mean, it's an item on a cybernetic, so it's going to be
Yeah,
giving that
that's true.
extra stat buff. We do see protectors here actually on the
Hmm.
other side. That tier 3 Xin Shao and Rakan, as well as some mystics. So we talked about that earlier, and we're going to see how strong it is versus cybernetics here.
The Xinjiao is going to be really scary.
Yeah.
He doesn't have like a GA or a QSS or anything like that, but against this particular team, against the Cybernetics team, living for a long time.
So such a close fight. Actually, the Lucian's last one
Oh,
alive, but it's
wow.
unable to take out that Jin Zhao. Yatanse loses there just barely, but has the econ to now go to level 9 and start rolling for more upgrades. Is still the lobby leader in terms of HP. We do see Dalesome there on the right hand side pick up a Syndra 3 there. So
Wow.
start guarding composition going to be online now. They get pretty low, but hopefully it will
Syndra
not
3.
matter.
It is
Yeah,
a win condition in some cases, so
definitely.
it's a possible thing. Shout out a few more generous donations right now. Cage Ignis with the $25 donation. Zach for Attack donated $100, and Guillermo with the $5 donation. Thanks, everybody. We're moving towards that $5,000 for the 240 hertz Alienware monitor giveaway, and then other giveaways throughout the day. But of course, all the money going to a great cause, supporting people being affected by COVID-19, helping people who need it most get the supplies they need. Another win for Tonse.
Yeah,
And
potential upgrade there for that MF.
yeah, larger cone. It doesn't have enough to afford it right now.
But yeah, the cane will drop a little bit of gold there, so we'll have money to afford it if so chosen. And wow, we do see Deadly Style there with some tier 3s as Itanse is
He found it.
scanning around there. Yep. That's gonna be really strong.
Oh
Wow, wait,
man.
that's pretty much everything. Tier 3 there. The Yasuo, the Yi, the Sun, and the Blitzcrank was. I didn't catch if the Shen was tier 3 or not yet, but even
He was
still.
fairly close, but yeah, I didn't notice either. What item did he get though? That's the question. Zephyr
True.
for Itonse, which is a solid late game item, one of the
Yeah,
best, definitely.
definitely. Rolling for potentially Aurelia 3, but opts to sell those in favor of finding man, double Aurelia roll there though. But gonna be wanting to find that MF2 and that kill too.
Yeah, a little bit
Zephyr
more
is going to
valuable.
be, yeah. Zephyr going to be left on the bench here to Zephyr exactly the unit that you want to when the
Right.
fight does begin.
Maybe the
So
Zerath
look
is what he's
here.
gonna go for,
I
but
believe the Zerath had QSS.
oh, did
Okay,
it? Oh, okay.
Zephyr. Yeah,
Oh, it did. Yeah, it did.
has QSS. Zephyr is the Karma, not the best Zephyr there, but
That's
Zerath
something
gets
anyway, I
jumped on
guess.
by Irelia. Irelia takes out the
Oh,
Zerath pretty much immediately.
so Aurelia is really scary. Aurelia 2 does so much damage.
Yeah, the Mana Reaver as well in that Shaco, so Shaco isn't able to ult that fast.
Yep.
It's trying, but no, it gets taken out there by Itanse's comp. Mana Reaver really, really doing work there.
I feel like that's one of the few things that can really go toe to toe. Oh, he finds another Echo.
Yeah.
Is go toe to toe at Darkstar, and with those Shakos is an Aurelia 2 with good items. There's an Echo too.
Yeah, we'll sell Irelia here, and okay, the choice here is either to sell Kale or wait to see if you win the round, because if you win the round, you get +1 gold and you can buy the Echo, or if you lose, you can just lock, worst comes to worst.
True.
Um,
And you ask
so
yourself, like, do you really need the Echo right now, this
yeah,
moment? With
which
48 HP?
yeah, which you don't because you're at, such high HP here.
Right.
Fighting the Slash Bros comp here. It's not a Shen 3, but tier 3 and mostly everything else here. That Yi and Yasuo will be going to town here. Yi only has 2 items, but 2 items is probably enough.
He's got 2 of the best items for him, so
Oh,
looking
maybe
okay,
not though.
but
Wow,
not
yeah,
enough.
Yatanse.
Wow. And the Aurelia even died fairly early in that fight too. That's kind of the craziest part.
Yeah, did a lot of damage to that Yi before it was taken out, though. The Yi not having Bramble Vest is really, really hurting there for Deadly Style, but regardless, getting up to top 3 here, and man, for Curvor, that's actually 4 Protector, 4 Mystic, and 4 Celestial there. So
Wow.
these compositions are really all online here. They've reached their power spikes, so we'll see which one comes out on top here.
Well, the fun part is that a lot of this comes down to positioning now, and it
Mhm.
really like outthinking your opponent, wondering if you can catch something. And who does he? Zephyr. Okay, Zephyr's the back line again. Gets the Sona, but that's not the hugest deal ever.
No, not a huge deal. The
Those
Mana
Rakan
Reaper
items are
doing
pretty good.
yeah, Rakan very tanky and applies Morello's there, knocks up
Yep.
the Irelia. Irelia trying to do work, but not quite. MF ulti is huge, but the Rakan still there at the end. Not quite a fully stacked Titan Resolve there, getting to 49 stacks, but still solid. At
That's
least
just like
Styles
the
winning that
swag
fight.
win, though, where it's like,
Yeah.
I only needed 49 stacks to do it.
Haven't even reached my final form yet. Haven't
That's right.
gotten to
This is my
50.
final form. Yeah.
Exactly.
Swordbreaker on the GP. I suppose that's an option as well. One thing with this last carousel in a lot of games is you can't forget that this is a chance to complete an item that you really want to complete as well. Because
Yeah.
usually this carousel has like half basic items as well. So if you make it this far, like a lot of times a couple Zerath, a lot of times the big items are important, but you can't forget when you have another item that you could complete and maybe get a bigger bonus off of that carousel.
Yeah, definitely. That's something that a lot of players will or need to start remembering more. With
Yeah.
this set, as that is an option. Say you have a tier, left on one of your units, you can utilize that mana mechanic when a fight starts to generate extra mana, which might be the difference between winning or losing a fight, and in that winning or losing an extra placement, especially in a tournament game. That's going to make or break a lot of things here, but we see the Cybernetics going against these Slash Bros again, the Yasuo and Yi.
Zephyr and Sakarma again. Getting fourth Celestial with the Celestial Orb is so big. But does he have enough
It's
to
looking
win this
like
one?
it. The Yi, yeah, Yi
Not
and
quite.
Yasuo.
Wow. Yeah. That Yi. Oh, yeah, you got the last whisper on the Yi, too.
Yeah,
The Yi
not
also.
the optimal. The Yi also not the optimal item, but still not a bad one nonetheless. It's looking like the Slash Bros are taking out both other compositions here. We might see a deadly style victory in this lobby if other players do not find these upgrades. And ooh,
Oh,
I'd say 1 gold off of them.
oh, the agony.
Oh, kid, if he wins the round, he can buy it,
I
but
hate
it
that.
might be too late. Yeah, that's such a painful feeling there.
Oh, on your last life, that's the thing. Like 16 HP, if you lose, it'd be shocking if you didn't lose 16 HP. In fact, I think it's impossible to not lose at least 16 HP at this point in the game.
Yeah, maybe if you lose to exactly like 1 unit left,
Well, that would
maybe
still be
two.
16, wouldn't it?
It's stage 6, so the base damage is 10 for this stage. It's not
Oh, okay,
until
okay.
you get to stage 7 that it's 15, which we will be getting into fairly soon here, though. But we'll see. Looks like I don't know, the Rakan and Xayah are still alive here, so it might actually go down here. It's gonna be 2 units left. Is this exact lethal or is it 1 HP? Okay, 2 HP, sorry. Yeah. Protector comp actually taking out Deadly Style there. Wow. Utance does have to lock for that MF too. And getting a Shroud there. Shroud of Stillness on the Rift Herald here. That's going to
That could
be
be really
pretty
big.
solid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Going up against Curvor.
And we just received word that Evangelion actually won Lobby C. So our lobbies across the world starting to finish up now. Did you catch the item on the other Rift Herald?
I
I
did
didn't see
not,
it.
unfortunately, Shroud on this one, but yeah, I was
Yeah.
looking at the scores
Hmm.
when Itanse was scouting there. But yeah, even Jellian on the other lobby, it did have a huge HP lead, so no surprise there that the victory was able to be had.
There's a
Uh,
Kale. Still looking for that Kale too.
yeah, Could find it here. Has one more roll left and
Yep.
does not.
Oh, that's rough. Nope. Kale 2, unobtainable in this game
We
for
saw
some reason.
Curvor. We see finding Cassidon 3.
That's crazy, actually. Cassidon
Yeah.
3 is just going to delete that front line.
Yeah, it's gonna be huge. Disarming. Maybe if he even gets the disarm off on the Aurelia as it walks forward as well.
Yep.
The
Oh,
Shroud does go onto this Fiora, shrouding multiple units there.
does split on the Cassidon, but watch the damage. Oh, he got moved back a little bit, actually. So he
Yeah.
didn't hit the whole front line. Interesting.
Redemption pops off for Yutanse here. But
Yep.
man, this Rakan and Jin Zhao still alive with near full HP here. Is this a Protector's win?
I
It's
think it
looking like
may
it.
be. Yeah, I mean, the Bloodthirster on Jin Zhao as well, really powering him up in the late game. MF2 not going to be enough to win this one. And yeah, it will be a Protector's win. Wow.
Damn,
Curvor.
that's insane. That Rakan reaching the final form, they're getting 50 stacks, and that Titan's Resolve and taking the
Yep.
victory.
Wow. All
We were
right. Well,
talking about that. Yeah.
we were talking about Protectors early in the day, and I take back everything I said about it. Protector is still a very legit comp, but let's be honest, only legit if you 3-star basically the entire world and are totally uncontested. But it can
And
be
go
very
level 9, actually. It was
yeah.
level 9 Protector there.
That's right. And so another 10-minute giveaway is live right now, guys. Donate to have your name entered to win a pack of Juju energy drinks and Displate large metal poster. $1 through $49 is 1 entry per dollar. $50 and up is 2 entries per dollar. And so there you go. That's your chance to get in there, win our 10-minute giveaway, and help us get closer to that $5,000 mark to give away the Alienware monitor.
Yeah, if you haven't donated yet, now is the time to do so. Getting you some entries into this giveaway. We will have a few more, of course. After every game, we'll be given the little intermission here to do these and to continue raising money for care to help out amidst this COVID-19 pandemic here. But yeah, some solid games we've had thus far, and some solid donations getting us closer to that goal.
Yep, that's right. I'm just going to shout out a couple more right now. Angel Rom X donates $5. Tanja with the $5 donation again. And so we're getting there. We're getting closer and closer to $5,000.
That we will have that monitor giveaway after not too long, I am sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let's look at the other results right now across the different lobbies. I'm going to refresh the standings and check it out. Let's see. So it's going to be Group A. Still has not finished their game yet, actually. Group B, Toon TV still in first place with 18 points. Wonder in second place. Salty jumps up to third place, actually.
Oh yeah, Salty was I believe either 4th or 5th after that last game. And yeah, jumping up to 3rd here. So some great improvement there.
Group C, looks like they're still finishing their game as well. Group D, we just saw that one end. So that should put Curvor in first place because he just got 10 points. So he will be up to 18 now, which is a pretty large amount of points, actually.
Yeah, definitely.
That's a second place and a first place. So a great start to the day for Curvor in the first 2 out of 3 games.
Yeah. We saw Group B, Toon TV get the same thing, 18 points here. Curious as to what, maybe either Revan or Solus from Group A, potentially they could match that as well, if not go higher, if Solus gets back-to-back first place, potentially.
Could be. And remember, out of these 4 groups, the top 2 in terms of points gets to our finals lobby, and we're going to play 2 games there to see who the winners are, and that is going to be a stacked lobby, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Definitely, that's what happens tournaments like this. You get your top 2 for your lobby, and you get your stacked finals, where it'd be these really, really solid players competing for, of course, the charity. They get $5,000 for first place, I believe, to donate to the charity of their choice. So some huge amounts of money here to go to a good cause.
That's right. So we're going to take a quick break, guys, but when we come back, we'll find out who the winner of our second giveaway is. We'll check in to see how close we are to that big $5,000 mark, and we'll see more great team fight tactics action here on the Razor Riot Galaxy Stars. Quick break. While we're taking the break, go to razorriot.com, donate, and we'll see you back here in about 5. Welcome back, everybody, to the Raise or Riot Galaxy Stars Teamfight Tactics Tournament. We're benefiting CARE, which is a great charity helping out people that are having a rough time during the COVID-19 pandemic. DoA here, along with C9 Khroen, and we've been watching some awesome TFT. We've seen some kind of surprising results, right down to Protectors winning a lobby in our last game.
Yeah, definitely. Not sure we were going to see that one today, but we did indeed. Always good to see a little bit of these compositions coming back to power. But there is this giveaway still going on, the Juju and Display giveaway for about a minute and a half remaining, where you can enter to win there. Of $1 to $49 gets you one entry, and then 50 to I believe 500 will anywhere between that will give you 2 entries per dollar donated. We've got a lot of donations that have came in during the break here. So if you want to go over some of those.
I'm looking at them right now. We'll start with Row Edits, a $10 donation. This is not cross with a $5 donation. Alex Chesney back again with a $70 donation. Jay Mars with a $5 donation. Npitsu, $5 donation, and also says a former Owlcaster and HTC Pro casting together. Sign me up. It's an interesting conversation or composition rather to be thrilled about, but that's cool. Happy you're happy. iFlapjack with a $5 donation as well. And thanks to everybody for stepping up and giving money to a great cause. Obviously, our target is 50,000 today, but every dollar, every penny is really important to helping people that are being really, really badly affected by COVID-19. And we get to show the world that gaming is a good thing. Gaming isn't this like negative thing that you should be afraid of and restrict and all that. Like, gaming is a positive thing, and it's something that can really be like a force for positive effect and positive change in the world. So here we go. It's your chance to prove it. And your chance to win some stuff as well. Alex Chesney, the winner in our Juju Bundle Plus Display giveaway. This particular one, there's going to be more chances later. So if you didn't win this one, don't worry. There'll be more opportunities to donate and win. But congrats to Alex Chesney, our second winner of the day.
Yeah, congrats. We're receiving an email with instructions on how to receive those prizes. But yeah, congrats to Alex Chesney and to Ishbu earlier, and we'll have 3 opportunities for some Juju and Display winners in the future. Once we get to that $5,000 mark, which I'm sure we will soon, we will get to give away that monitor as well, that sweet 240 hertz. We're
getting close.
Yeah, we're already about we're over 3.5K actually. We just had Curvor with a $130 donation. So yeah, thank you very much, Curvor, one of our competitors today.
Special thanks to someone in his chat, Will, who if I say that name, it's gonna sound so to a special person in his chat who also donated 100 euros to him. Love from France. Way to go. Helping the cause. You can go find that if it'll probably pop up on the donors somewhere here. You'll see it.
Of course.
There it is. Curvor 130. Curvor and friend with the $130
and friend
donation. Yeah. Winner of one of our last lobbies as well. So we're only minutes away from getting into our third game, our last group match of the day, actually, isn't it? Yeah. Each lobby will be doing 3 games. We're going into the third one now. And so after this next one, we're going to know who our finalists are. So again, let's just check through the groups to see who are the front runners. Right now in Group A, it's a tight race. Solus and Revan with 16 points apiece. Ex-Scoundrel with 13 points. Huzzy Games and Manus CCG with 11. So definitely some room for movement in Group A. Group B, we have Toon TV with 18 points. AK Wonder 15. Sir Salty 14. Apollonia with 12 as our top 4 in that group. Group C, a very close group actually. 16 for Solisong and Evangelion. Snooby Boo with 14 and Cool Life with 11 as well. But even Turth at 9 at 5th. That one could move around a little bit. But remember, got to be top 2. And finally, Group D, Curvor with 18 and Aaronus Barbeck with 16 as well. Very close. Jatonse 15 and Deadly Style 13. So we do see we're seeing some consistency with some of the top players across some of the groups performing well in the first 2 lobbies.
Oh yeah, especially, and it's Group C and D that have much kind of I mean Group B actually as well. There's a tight race. We don't really know who's going to
Yeah.
be these top two players for every lobby. Maybe there are a couple like front runners like Toon TV in Group B and Curvor in Group D with 18 points, more points than anyone else has in the tournament thus far of the two games. But there is still is another game, so another chance for these players who are around that third, fourth, maybe fifth place right now to get a first or second place and jump up to get into the finals, have opportunity to win some money to donate to the charity of their choice.
Yep, that's right. That's something to keep in mind as well, is that these players are playing for, the ability to donate to their own charity as well. So Ernest Barbeck is who will be joining as we jump into the final lobby of the group stages. In Group D is the one we're looking at right now. And so,
Yeah, currently
Barbeck, we will
second
see.
place of Group D here, 16 points, just two under Curvor. So one of
Oh,
these players that is definitely going to be looking to get into the finals.
I thought you were referring to him being second place in his lobby of 100 HP
Oh
people
yeah,
right
I mean
now.
that
Too, yeah.
too, that too.
Poppy
Second
with the
place
sword,
change the
though.
names.
Good first item to start with. It gets the Ezreal. Okay. Huh. Well, that's 3 gold, I guess.
Yeah,
Could
3
pair that
gold
with a really great.
or 4 Chronos or yeah, blasters as well. There's
True.
some options there. Picks up a pair of poppies, but opts to sell that poppy with the sword. Does not want that item stuck there.
Yeah. I like that. It's gonna do you much. It's gonna do you a lot more good on like a Caitlyn or an Ezreal or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. Opting
Mhm.
not for the pair of Xayahs. Unless the Ezreal is sold, they can grab those pair of Xayahs. Xayah was buffed in this recent patch, so
Mhm.
a bit of a better item carrier than before.
Yeah, we've seen her be really good. There's even been some like crazy clips going around of like 3-star Xayah with a bunch of static shivs doing work on people. So
True.
that's I wouldn't recommend it, but it's
Oh.
out there.
Yeah, sells the Ezreal, does grab the pair of Xayahs, and has a pair of Caitlyn's now as well. Maybe a Shen to go in for some Chronos and some Blade Masters, because if that 3 Blade Master buff is achieved with that Xayah carrying an IE early, because there is an IE potential here, could
That's a
be
very good point.
very, very strong for the early game.
Yeah, that would be pretty good. Not picking up the Shen yet. He's thinking about it though.
Might sell the Kha'Zix. I mean, I think if he doesn't get gold here from this round, we'll definitely be selling that Kha'Zix off. Usually
Mhm.
players will sort their bench by units they want to keep and units they want to sell, and Kha'Zix is split away from the Caitlyn and the Xayahs there. So probably off on the side of the bench that
Yeah.
he's willing to sell, and does do just that there. Grabs a bow for the
Huh.
last item.
This is really looking like a Dark Stars start, isn't it? 2 swords. You got the ability to make the
Yeah.
last whisper as well. Like this is pretty primo for going for Dark Stars. We'll see. He's got a
There
chance to pick up a
is
Jarvan.
I was gonna say there is a Jarvan being offered there as well. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of routes you could go here. You could
Yeah,
go, Giant Slayer, for like Brawler Blasters and have, a sword for a GA. You could go for IEs for Cybernetics. Yeah, again, you could go that Dark Stars, use the bow either for a Last Whisper or for a Runeans for a Jhin, perhaps. That being one of the most important items for a Jhin composition.
Mhm.
Not opting to make any items so far, though, so just kind of keeping the options open here throughout the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I think it seems like he's content to kind of like lose down, get a good carousel placement, and then see what he can really build out of it. But you want to lose a little bit less than that, maybe. Like the now that before you could just open for it, right? And you
Yeah.
could just lose as much HP as you wanted, and it didn't really matter. But now you're going to be taking bigger losses. So the trick is to lose by as little as possible. You want to be able to kill 1 or 2 champions on the other side, but then still lose the fight overall. And that's sort of the finesse that's required for a proper early game loss streak these days.
Yeah, that's a sweet spot because there are players this patch I've seen who go on a full loss streak but lose to every single unit per round, and they
Yep.
get to like 20 to 30 HP before wolves or infiltrators round, and it's like, wait, where did the game go wrong? I thought loss streaking was viable, but all of a sudden you're nearly dead. So yeah, hitting that sweet spot of wins or losses rather with killing the majority of the units is something a lot of players will go for. It is tricky, however, though, because sometimes you don't want to be strong enough to accidentally win a
Oops.
round. Yeah, which I mean,
Yep.
this is getting a round win here for barbecue here. It
Caitlyn too
seems
is
versus
dangerous.
Wizard. Yeah, slaps
Caitlyn
the
too
bow
is
in there as
dangerous.
well, so she's slapping, doing a little bit
Yep.
of
That's the problem because Caitlyn too will one-shot people. But
damage.
in his favor, he picked up the Leona 2 and he's got the ability to go Chrono now, 2 Chrono, 2 Vanguard. So
Yeah.
he does have the tools to theoretically win streak.
Yeah, if you win streak out for here, I think you are chilling.
Yeah.
There is, yeah, he did actually sell to 10 gold there, so is making econ
Mhm.
pretty early on, as well as holding those Jarvan and Poppy pairs. So
Still decent carousel placement too,
yeah,
depending on what happens in the next round. But yeah, keeping the Jarvans and loading up the Caitlyn a little bit. I do wonder if he's thinking sort of snipers here.
maybe I think that is a solid option. Could go snipers and dark stars. I have the Shaco items potentially as well. Caitlyn sniping that Ari. Maybe Star Guardians there for a Dilsum there. Has some Star
Yeah.
Guardians there. Has a tier. Has the Zoe 2 already. Has actually the option for mech infiltrators as there is an Annie, Kaisa, and Shaco on the bench.
Yeah, QSS items as well if he wants to build that. Otherwise, it could become an Ionic Spark if he goes the Star Guardians route. So just a good set of items to work with over there as well.
Definitely. Losing the 50-50 here to pick third instead of second is barbecue.
That's
Going
rough.
to be, yeah, unfortunate when that happens. It's like, why couldn't I have won the coin flip? But
Yep.
oh well. Grabs the 3-cost cloak there, which is going
Okay.
to be pretty solid. You're
That's
not
the
too unhappy
Runins.
with that. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So building a Runins really kind of cements the thought that he's probably thinking about going Dark Star snipers.
Yeah, definitely. I would say you really only really build rune ends with that, especially this early
Yeah.
prioritization of rune ends. If you're going that route, does well Bloodthirster actually, not rune ends.
Oh, huh.
I mean that's still good for the Shaco, of
Yeah,
course.
very true.
The thing is, most players will opt for building rune ends first because you can be okay with building a gunblade on the Shaco. It's
Yeah.
not quite as good as Bloodthirster, but this does require you to get 2 cloaks.
That is interesting. I
Yeah,
haven't seen too many players prioritize Bloodthirster over the Runins. But I mean, yeah, if you get the Shaco early, it definitely pays off.
yeah. I don't think it's necessarily wrong. It's just you hope you get another cloak instead of getting a rod later, not being able to do too much with it.
Yep, very true. Well, looks like he's going to lose this round, and that's a little bit rough. Bloodthirster's not going to do a whole lot of good for Caitlyn early on.
No.
He's kind of hoping to find a Shaco now. But for now, let's move over to Lobby A and familiar face, Solus. Speaking of Darkstar, has a couple of them anyway, but right now is going for the cybernetic start.
Yep. Bloodthirster actually made as well, but
Huh,
there is
yeah.
another cloak there, so already has that to build the rune ends if Darkstar is the option to commit to. And it's looking like that pivot is going to be likely here,
Mhm.
given the fact that Shaco and Mordekaiser are on the bench here. And the Caitlyn's will probably be sold off for 10 gold econ here.
Yep.
Facing Scoundrel, though, with a pretty strong board, the Xayah 2 with a Hand of Justice. Fiora tanking that a little bit. It
Wow,
might not
Fiora
be
just
strong enough, though. Yeah, Fiora.
she's bulldozed her way through that entire team, and that's actually pretty nice because he can sell just one Caitlyn and hold on the other one.
Yep.
Once in a while, you do like a Caitlyn Ashe sniper transition. He probably wouldn't need to this game with Cybers though, would he?
Probably not. It's less of a, hey, I need this to be strong because you have those cybers. More of a, if I happen to hit it and can fit some chronos in, then sure, maybe I'll do that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we are nearing that $5,000. We're a bit over 3.6K here for this donation goal. Once we hit that 5K, we will have that monitor giveaway. So be sure to keep those donations rolling.
Yeah, we got to get there. Somebody's got to get this monitor. And 5,000 is it's a nice even number to get through as far as like what we the gamers have raised for care. Check into the donations really quick. Santa FF with the $50 donation and Wolver Warrior with the $5 donation as well. United, we will defeat COVID. That's right. United at home watching TFT. Sounds like a good way to fight a virus to me.
It does indeed. Practicing our social distancing, playing
Yep.
TFT.
That's right. It's a good time for gaming.
It is very much so. Kind of along the points of you're making earlier. It's a time where people are in their homes. So what else do you do with your time? And play video games and
Yep,
donate to a good cause here. What we're all doing
exactly.
here together, watching some great TFT content. Watching Solus at 100 HP here with the cybernetics. Going Dark Stars. Solus, one of the front runners to get into the finals of this tournament here.
Ooh, that's not bad. Slam the GA right away.
Yeah, I
Thinking
would
about
be
it.
very tempted to. That's for sure. Getting a rod there, so unless he wants to make Gunblade, not going to be too useful. I think maybe BT and Gunblade maybe a little bit overkill there, but
Yeah,
could
for
stand that
sure.
rod onto a Zerath later on potentially. Who naturally rolls a Jin as well.
Wow. Okay. I was gonna say you can build a QSS right now as well. But I think at this point you really go for that Runins because you hit that Jin.
Yep, Dark Stars being thrown in right now. For Dark Stars, only needs two more. Needs that Lux and that Karma to have six. You
Hmm.
will want a Zerath eventually in your composition, but not quite needed right now. And tier one Dark Stars might be strong enough to win some rounds here. Don't have
He's not
six
gonna
yet,
he's
but
not gonna thieves gloves on Jin, is he? I mean, Jin just kind of becomes like the item dumpster is in this comp where it's like you don't
yeah.
even really need items on him. But thieves gloves wouldn't be bad. I don't know if I'd slam it right now though.
Yeah, probably not Summit right now. You still do have that cloak to get rune ends, and with a glove, you'll probably get another solid item. You can always pop off the gloves later on with Thieves' Gloves if you
True.
do have the rune ends and put it on the Jin, because it will take precedence over the item, and you can Thieves' Glove something else like the Ash or the Zerath, the Lux, Mordekaiser, something like that later
Mhm.
on.
Hmm.
Going to level 6 here, throwing a 2 Chrono synergy in.
I like
Item
that.
will be yeah, I like it too. I think this is a solid way to make sure that you have the strongest board possible to maintain your win streak. But we'll
Indeed.
see items being picked up in a couple of rounds when the carousel comes through. But going up against 2359 here with a pretty sizable looking Darius there with a couple of
Yeah.
items.
It's Dunk
Honest.
Master Darius coming in. I saw a lobby the other day, yesterday actually, where somebody had like the full on 3-star double death cap GA Darius and was just dunking everybody's team. And that was terrifying, frankly.
Oh
Props
yeah.
to him for building it. It's sad emotes coming out from Solus. But
Yeah,
I
losing the
wondered with this
streak.
patch if we were going to start seeing Darius builds. We haven't seen a whole lot yet, but what do you think? Do you think it's possible? Do you think 3-star Darius could be something to really build a comp around?
Maybe. I mean, I've seen or heard some people talking about the prevalence of for pirates being something that's actually viable. I
Mhm.
personally haven't tested or seen it, but with that composition, if you're able to, get that tier 3 Darius and Jace and then level up and find say a gangplank and throw some solid items on him, perhaps, maybe it is something that we can see. I mean,
I've
there are a
decided
lot of squishy comps that Darius can just keep on dunking.
I've decided I need to start a third account and dedicate it to doing space pirate builds.
The pirates only account.
Yep. I
No
had a
pivot, no scout, pirates only.
I had a void only account. My main was a Star Guardians only account until Diamond, and until Star Guardians actually got like contested. So maybe it's time for the Space Pirate account.
Hey, maybe. Maybe you can find a way to make that composition be very, very dominant.
That's the
Uh,
goal.
that is the goal. Maybe that's now you some wins. You can be the meta shaper, be the meta before the meta develops.
Hey, I was playing Brawler Void like weeks before Gunmay made it popular at like actual good elos.
Yeah, which is like good and bad. It's like, hey, this affirmation is actually a good build, but wait a minute, people are going to be contesting my comp now because
I
it's in the
know.
public eye.
Oh, I used to only play Star Guardians and Brawler Void, and now both of those comps are maybe not Brawler Void as much, but Star Guardians is super contested every game now.
Yeah, definitely. Brawler
Rip.
Void still solid, I would say, if you are able to find the solid items and those Vel causes, but not
Yeah.
something we have seen much of. The spatulas on that carousel, though, allows Solus to make a Darkstar spat with one of those gloves. Slams
Yeah.
onto the TF right now, can probably put on something else later, but the 6 Darkstar synergy is much more achievable now. Going to be either finding the Karma or the Lux now to achieve that 6 Darkstar, and maybe 9 could be achievable if another spatula is acquired by Solus.
It's a frighteningly possible.
Yeah.
It is
The glove is
possible.
there. The glove is
Yeah.
there. Just needs the second spat.
I would imagine he'll put this on an Ashe eventually.
Yeah, I would say
Move it over
so.
from the TF, but for now, TF will put that to good use.
Yeah, some solid damage there. Not much that round as it was killed quickly by those sorcerers, but still was able to give Darkstar buff to these carries like the Shaco and the Jhin.
So meanwhile,
Multiple
well,
Lux
still with the
there.
same build. Yeah, there's a Lux. Okay, so he could hit 6 Darkstar.
Yep, levels up. 6
Yeah.
Darkstar. There it is.
Still 35 gold remaining, so his econ is still in a pretty good spot overall.
Might even opt to sell the Caitlyn and the Kassadin, perhaps, if he wins this round to go up to 40 gold. So only really losing 1 gold there in favor of having 6 Darkstars and solidifying the win streak into these neutrals, which is very worth it, I would say.
That'd be huge. I suppose you could pick up a Kassadin later on for Celestial if you do go a little bit higher. So probably worth the sell now. But
yeah,
we'll move over to a different lobby here in a moment. After this fight, probably. We'll see.
The last fight here as Solus, the Shaco one-shots that Kaelin in the back there. Enemy Shaco being tier 2 but with no items is not going to be enough there. Solus does solidify that win streak into the neutral round and opts to keep the Kassadin as well to put in perhaps on level 8 for that Celestial.
Just a cool 2200 damage Shaco one. Nothing to worry about. Yeah,
that's
fine.
No, it's solid. Protectors again here we see. Curvor going for that comp.
Yeah, Curvor going for it once more. Finds a Kassadin, rolling down a little bit here. I guess stay above 50.
Pretty far away though from Xin Zhao 3, but is 1 Rakan away actually. And there it is, the Rakan 3. Some solid items there too, but the thing is that there's not many items remaining for the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and you don't want to use like the bow or anything like that. You'd love to have a Titan's Resolve on the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, that's one of the good items. Does opt though to make a redemption for that Nico, so maybe just not going to be giving many items to the Xin Zhao at all. It's just sort of the Rakan show here, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough to carry when it gets to the late game, given the fact that it only knocks up units within a 1 radius hex now instead of 2.
With Curvor's current point standings, though, he really only needs to top 4 to almost certainly guarantee himself a top 2 in points in the lobby. So playing Protectors, I think in a lot of lobbies, if you hit your 3 stars is usually good for a top 4. But like you mentioned, I am a little bit worried that he hasn't found any items at all for Xin Zhao yet.
Yeah, I mean, once it gets to like midway through this stage 4, and then definitely into stage 5, if the Xin Zhao 3 isn't found and not great items are there, this might be a rough time for Curvor and might go out in a sort of like 6th or 5th place and maybe not reach top 4 here. That is my worry currently, but we'll see how it shapes up here soon.
Yeah. Fighting against Deadly Styles right now.
Yeah, some 4 blasters and maybe some brawlers as well actually, so it just needs that Cho'Gath.
Yep, getting there. This Rakan 3 is going to do a lot of work for the mid game though, probably.
Yeah.
I think
healing up with Celestial. The Lucian's cutting it around. The Jinx falls though. Ooh, the Edgel EMP there, so the ult will take a while to get through, but does.
That was close.
Yeah, if the shield and the ult didn't come out there, the Lucian may have been able to take that one out.
Yeah. You know what else is close? Our $5,000 goal, guys.
Ooh, true.
Less than 15. How about the transition? Less than $1,500 away. I know we can do it. We can hit 5,000 before the end of the group stages, the end of this game, and get somebody out there that Alienware monitor.
Yeah, keep those donations coming. I mean, this is the time, during this COVID-19 pandemic, this is the point where we can all come together and donate some money so that CARE can be better equipped to give their response and delivering that life-saving aid to so many people who need it.
Yep. Absolutely. So it's a party in the corner right now against Jintonse. with Curvor here. Nice, really nice Nico ultimate, actually. Stunned like 3 or 4 people there.
Yeah, into the Rakan knock up there too.
Yeah. Basically, it's just all about freeing up Rakan to go and like uppercut people to death.
Yeah, Rakan's next ulti will hit the Xayah, and it does, but the other units aren't quite falling. Redemption comes through, and wow, the Xayah actually able to take out that Rakan there at the end.
Xayah with Rudens and red buff. That's really interesting, actually.
Yeah,
it seems really good.
Solid, I hesitate to say item holder, as I didn't really get a chance to see quite all of what that composition was, but I mean, the Xayah doing work there, at least for now. Maybe we'll be committed to for the rest of the game. It's hard to see. Yeah, hard to see Xayah really be a late game carry though, unless you 3-star her. But maybe with the celestial buffs could happen.
I mean, I guess it seems like an item holder for a Kale. A lot of people used to be building Rudens on Kale. It's more RFC popular these days, but like if he's going for a little bit old school, like I need to use the items I've got Kale build, then that could work.
Definitely could. Kale was in the shop there though, for Curvor, actually. That was Curvor, not I was thinking about the other.
It's like, how did you see the shop?
No. I just look at the Kale, it's like, oh, Kale. We're talking about that. No, but certainly that's not what Curvor wants, but it does want some more Xin Shaos and some Ashes and some Cassidons. 4 Celestial is achieved here.
Do you prioritize 4 Celestial over 4 Mystic these days? It kind of depends on the lobby, but I feel like Celestial's gotten just better in general.
Yeah, with the buffs, and it's more achievable. I mean, you already have Xin Shao and Rakan being 2 of your Celestials. Just need to fit in Ashe and Cassin, which are both solid units to achieve that synergy. When you do get to the point where you're leveling up to like level 8 or 9, you can maybe consider, based off the lobby, of going that 4 Mystic instead. As I think that is very, very strong. If there are compositions like those Star Guardian sorcerers in your lobbies, maybe even other comps, like you could consider running that versus a Kale, because Kale will deal primarily magic damage as well. And maybe mech as well. You know, you have your Caius doing a lot of magic damage, and the mech ultimate itself doing a lot of magic damage. So based off the lobby, it could be very, very good.
Wow, that's a lot of Ashes. 2 more Ashe. Do you go below 50 to pick up 2 more of something that you would not mind 3-starring?
I mean, there's just not gonna be any items for the Ashe left over though, unless you make like a Rage Blade with this bow perhaps, and get lucky and get another couple items off of the Raptors. But that's a huge gamble though, to go below 50 gold here, especially when you want that gold to be finding tier 3 Xin Shao and to level up to level 7, level 8 afterwards to get those mystics in.
I suppose that's true. Ashe would be one of the first champions to get cut if you decide to shift over to a 4 Mystic.
Yeah, would be indeed.
Another Xayah with a bunch of items. I think I just saw.
Yeah, there was like a Lucian with like 2 IEs and a Jewel Gauntlet. Was that even as well there?
Something like that, yeah.
But the Bramble Vest though for that Rakan was going to be very instrumental in making sure that his IEs don't do too much against it.
Some interesting stuff in this lobby right now.
Definitely so.
Yeah.
Curvor here picking up a bunch of 2-cost units and is continuing to roll. Definitely wants to hit that Xin Shao.
Yep, wants to deny the Jin from somebody else as well, if he can.
Yeah.
For the moment, anyway.
Even go potentially to level 7, level 8 to fit in 2 snipers and 3 Dark Stars. You could fit in
that's true.
Maybe a Karma and a Jin. You get 3 Dark Stars there. You get sniper buff. No Runans though, as another bow and a sword is picked up there. So not great items for much else here.
Yeah. So I suppose maybe now you sell your other 2 costs and roll a little bit more.
Yeah, Curvor considering what to do here, but does start rolling a little bit. Picking up Cassidons, yeah.
Nice little upgrade.
Not going for Drive-In 3 though. That's a bit too far away. Another Nico. There is that Karma. If that is the route that's going to be gone, I'm not quite sure. We do see Star Guardiancy on the other side by Rob.
Really good Rakan knock up early on. And is that okay? So interesting. GA and Jeweled Gauntlet on the Ari. So probably not where you would want those items to be. Because there was no Jewel Gauntlet on Nico, right? So Yeah,
No.
I would actually trade that Ahri out for an Ahri 1 in a heartbeat and move those items off of her.
Yeah, there was a chalice on the Nico as well there, not something that we
Oh,
usually
weird.
see. Wow, that was a double Xin Zhao rolled there by Curvor.
Wow.
So very, very close. RF seeing the Xin Zhao actually there.
Huh. 1 away. So I
Yep.
wonder how far does Xinjiao lunge forward with his ultimate? Like, can he
Don't
still hit people with his ult if he's
yeah,
triple?
he's still ulties from with RFC, I believe.
Okay.
I mean, we'll see right here to confirm it, but yeah, it should not be too big of a deal there. Yeah, does still cast it just fine. The Ashton,
Yeah.
the opposing Ashton on the other side there, Rakan's still alive there to maybe knock up the Jin. No, falls though.
I'm waiting to see what this ult does. Everything died right before his ult hit the range targets. I
Yeah,
still
it should still work as normal though. I'm fairly certain.
doesn't Rakan get messed up by RFC though? Because
He
he targets someone
might
within
within
3
three
hexes.
hexes and he jumps to them.
So
So I mean, he attacks within 3 hexes, so it should just jump to the unit that he's attacking. Usually in that scenario, unless another unit was farther, maybe it's like a 50-50 chance
yeah,
between those
if an
two.
RFC pushes him farther away than 3 hexes, I've heard he just doesn't ult, but I have not tested it myself.
Yeah, if something is not within 3 hexes, then perhaps he would just not ulti until something gets within range. We'll be hopping lobbies after this fight here from Curvor. We'll see if the Protectors can go on a 4-win streak. I mean, Celestial is doing a lot of work here, I would say. I mean, this I wouldn't think would be on a 4-win streak at this point in the game, but other compositions aren't quite strong enough to deal with it.
Yeah, when you get those early 3 stars, it definitely can carry you for a little while, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Little while longer. You can see this one's already a little bit tight.
Yeah, Xin Zhao and Rakan, though, are left at the end there. The Lucian will not be able to do anything there as Deadly Style goes pretty low there. It's level 8, though, and 30 gold left. See a lot of players here actually pretty low in this lobby. Credit
All
8,
right, full item
Galesum,
carousel.
15. Yeah.
The Star Guardians player should be very happy about the Star Guardian bangle
True.
there. On a Vel'Koz actually is not bad either.
That's not bad at all. You could go to 8 and boom, you get 6 Star Guardians there.
Yep. That's generally the plan. I've been going back and forth with Star Guardian bangle, like on Vel'Koz versus Lux. I'm torn because I feel like Lux is more practical because of her CC. But and there's a big if Vel'Koz has a good ult, he can do a lot of damage, and he does ult very quickly with the Star Guardian charm or bangle or whatever it is. So I go back and forth about it.
Yeah, right. I mean, jumping over here, 23 by 59, we see some Brawler Blasters here without the 4 Brawlers, though. Does have a Wukong in instead of this Malphite, so while it is a solid unit, won't be getting that more HP for the other Brawlers.
It's the dreaded never hitting the 1-cost Brawler that you need.
Yeah, well, it has it on the bench. There's
it does?
Malphite there. Yeah, just opting to not play it yet.
Interesting. I mean, Brawler 4, it did get nerfed, but you'd have to think it'd be better than
that's a Shaco
not having it. Is that a Shaco 3? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Let me introduce our lobby winner.
Oh, man.
Person with the Shaco 3.
Yeah, not sure who it was. I'm sure we'll see it again soon.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, another Malphite in the shop here, actually. So if you didn't have it before, it definitely has it now.
Do you think it's good to have a Wukong 2 in over the or a Graves rather? Oh no, Graves in for Blast, but a Wukong in over the Malphite?
I would personally opt for the Malphite in. I think Wukong 2. I actually hate Wukong personally. I don't think Wukong's a good unit.
Really?
There's times where I get baited by. I mean, sure, it's great for 4 Vanguards and it's great for Chronos, but if you're just playing it for the unit there, which is exactly what 2359 here is doing, like it's not providing 2 Chrono because there's already Blitzcrank and Ezreal there. It's really just there for the unit. So I think it is a big bait there, and I would much rather see all the brawlers being buffed with extra HP here. Does win the round regardless though because of just how strong that MF2 and the Jinx 2 is, but yeah, is going to be leveling to level 8 though, or level 9, excuse me, soon after this round, I would assume. So gets to add that anyway. And
that's a good point.
Yeah,
because you would get more effective HP overall
definitely
by swapping a Malphite 1 in over the Wukong 2. But yeah, if you're gonna hit level 9 anyway, then why not? I suppose he's doing so well. 42 HP, way below Solus though, who's still up at 72 right now.
Wow,
I think
yeah.
he was. Am I remembering right that he was going Dark Stars?
I think so. Maybe Solus was the Shaco 3 player.
Maybe. Yeah.
Potentially.
So Spear of Shojin picked up
Yeah.
right now. 23.
It's going to maybe go. Who would that go on? Maybe a Wukong, maybe a Cho'Gath. Could be Ezreal, in fact.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it on the
Okay.
Ezreal actually for the
Yeah.
more theoretically 2 EMPs instead of 1.
Mm-hmm. Going to be take out the Wukong after all, though, but puts in a Kale for that Valkyrie buff for the Misfortune. That's going to be huge in terms
Yeah.
of critting whenever a unit is 50% health or below.
It's just a good like finisher synergy to put in,
Yeah.
just to try to ensure some of those late round wins. So what do we have on the other side?
Some
It's
cybernetics.
like
It looks
cybernetic,
like.
yeah. Pretty beefy Kale. Infiltrator Kale, actually. Interesting.
Yeah, I like that actually a lot. Ooh, this round was really close actually. The
Yeah.
Jinx Rising from GA cemented that win there. But Infiltrator Kale attacks so fast, and she's going to be outputting a lot of damage there. It gives the buff to Echo and herself with the Kale 2 with some items. That's another win condition there with next to Irelia as well. So I
Yeah.
do like that play, I think.
Cho'Gath too. Okay. And so he
Yep.
gives the Shojins to Cho'Gath. I kind of like that.
And the Frozen Heart, so more mana to ultimate faster to get that Shojin value too.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. All right.
It's
Looks
solid.
like
I
a
like
pretty
that
solid
play.
comp. Yeah.
Definitely going up against X-Scoundrel here with stacked Kale.
Yep. Warmogs on Kale, which is something you don't see as often. Oh, that's an MF on the other side. My
Yeah,
bad.
hiding
A
behind
little bit hard to see sometimes.
the
Yeah.
Kale there.
Yep.
MFLPs
MF.
going across both sides here. The Kale left alone at the end, not going to be enough. X-Scoundrel drops very low here, but still has 50 gold to roll with on level 9 there. So going to be needing to spend that soon, as you really don't want to die in TFT with 50 gold remaining on your with your econ there.
No, that feels bad. I've had that happen like once or twice where I'm dead and then I'm like, oh, wait a second. I just
Yeah.
didn't realize the HP I was at. I didn't roll down. I needed to roll down.
Yeah.
That is the worst feeling in TFT.
It is. A lot of things you need to keep track of in TFT, and your HP in conjunction with your gold should, in fact, be one of them.
Yep. So holding an Aurelia and a Soraka right now, just trying to eliminate 4 costs to try to maybe get a Kale 2 or a Lucky Jinx or Cho'Gath 3. Those would definitely be win conditions as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Shaco here with that Zerath. Man, the Zerath doing a lot of work there. Yeah, just those 3
Yep.
units, man. They're doing so much. The Dark Stars.
Jhin and Shaco were scary enough, but now if you add a Zerath 2 into this, Darkstar just gets obscene.
Yeah.
Just terrifying.
Man, X-Scoundrel actually did go out there. I don't know if that gold was spent, but going out in 4th place here. We have our top 3 already in this lobby with Solus 23 and Tandis.
23 by 59, just kind of really unsure, nonplussed with like all the items in the carousel he has access to. I guess red buff is okay, but
yeah, already
put
have
on
one on the
Kale, I
MF.
guess. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
could put
know.
it on I mean, probably put it on Ezreal. I mean, that blaster bonus to be able to spread it around.
Well,
Another
so here's
Jinx in the
something.
shop.
He could have
Yeah.
picked up a Negatron cloak and just put a Runins on MF.
That is true also, yeah.
You can't forget about those single items on that last carousel, or what usually is the last carousel.
Yeah, we were talking about that last game, and you
Yep.
know it's something that you have to get used to in this set because that does happen now, and that might have even been better than this extra red buff, and I think it probably would be. But regardless, hopping into this next fight here, that Infiltrator Kale jumping onto the MF though in the back.
Cho ulted really slow because of the Mana Reaver, but he
Yeah,
still did a lot of damage with it, and looks like it's enough to beat the Ghosts anyway.
it is.
All right. A little bit of dance time. 3
Solus.
remaining.
Yeah, Solus dropping that round, and this is able to stabilized there on 22 HP. Still lowest HP of the lobby, but these HP differentials are slowly the gap is being closed here.
I like that Solis's account name is Demons Abuser. Like that's a throwback all the way to set
Yeah.
number 1.
It is. Solus has so many Smurf accounts that he just names random things that are applicable to the meta at the time. And Demon's Abuser was indeed one of them. Solus, the one who kind of popularized the first demon composition there with, the Aatrox and Morganas and all of set 1. Big throwback
Man,
there.
demons were ridiculous for a little while. Aatrox
Yeah.
especially, man.
Definitely. They had to be reworked because they
Yep.
were pretty impressive.
Frontline Kale living for a long time, actually. Frontline Gale lives through the entire fight.
Wow, taking out Dandus there.
Yeah.
Even as we have our top 2, 23 by 59, and Solus, our top 2 of this lobby here. And another red buff from the
Wow.
Rift Heralds. You get a red buff, you get a red buff. Red buffs for everybody.
Everyone gets a red buff. Who gets red buff this time? Would you put on Kale maybe? It's just a 1-star, but...
I mean, Graves.
Yeah.
More blasters. Every blaster
Yeah.
gets a red buff, besides the Jinx, I guess. But that's fine.
Man. Most red buffs in the game. Ward goes to 23 by 59.
Actually, though, I don't think I've seen 3 red buffs ever in anyone's game before.
I don't think so either. It's so unnecessary. No one would ever build it. It's just kind of bad luck, actually.
A little bit. Yeah. Solus getting that Lulu 2. I wonder. Getting another Shaco 2 as well, though. So on the road to Shaco 3. I suppose Solus was not the Shaco 3 player that we saw earlier. I'm not sure who that was. 2. Yeah.
All
right. Buff perhaps goes in the Kale now.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not?
And it does go there. And
well,
double lock at Zerath too.
Zerath. Oh, yeah, you saw it too. I was
like, same thing. So that sounds pretty good. Yep. It's getting Zephyr here though.
Okay, that's really strong actually. That's going to remove a lot of damage early on from this fight. Can Cho'Gath ultimate after he is unpolymorphed, gets hit with the Asher immediately, does barely get the ult off though.
MF left at the end, and it looks like she might be able to do it.
Ulted faster,
but... the Jhin.
Yep. Oh, it's a Jhin, right. A little bit pixelated. The emote.
Jhin just gotta one-shot the MF there at the end. I mean, what's happens when your Dark Stars all fall? The last Dark Star remaining being that Jhin, it will deal insane damage. 2 away from Jinx 3 is 23/59. But there is a larger cone. Oh man, you definitely need this.
I think you have to take it, right?
Yeah,
you've got an MF2. You need it.
That Wukong.
Oh, it feels so bad to pass up the opportunity for Jinx 3, but you've got 11 HP. Like the next round could be the last round, so get as strong as you can now.
Definitely 100% agreed there. We see the Blitzcrank trying to hook the Jhin, but QSS denies that once again.
Yep, I'm watching this Lulu right now.
Yeah.
So the Lulu got the ult off right before the Cho'Gath did again, but this time around, things are a little bit different. Okay, Shaco. The final boss, Shaco, taken out, and we've got a bit of a match here.
We do. A bit of a back and forth. I think that Zephyr placement by 23 by 59 there was instrumental in that fight being won. Shaco not jumping to the backline immediately meant that those blasters were able to get that much more damage out, resulting in that round win.
All right. So waiting to put the Blitzcrank in.
Yeah, for
before
Zephyr
he knows
positioning.
exactly wants a Zephyr, yeah. And now the question is he going to move my target right as I do it?
I imagine the Shaco will get moved, and it does.
He hits the Zephyr, or he hits the Zerath again, rather.
That's still pretty solid. Shaco, though, onto the Kale here.
Yep.
The Cho'Gath will get to ulti soon. Gets a pretty good one off there.
Yeah. The later Cho'Gath ultimate, funny enough, is actually benefiting him a little bit. But Zerath and Jhin survive, and that's going to be the game, I think. Should it be?
Yeah,
yeah, should be.
Solus.
Yeah, Solus wins another one, and that should solidify him as number 1 of that group, I believe. Yeah, it will.
Yep.
So he'll be up to 24. Curvor losing in second place. That was still a great finish.
Yeah, definitely. Barbecue, Jhin 3, Shaco 3 at the end. My.
Oh, wow, man. Hey, but it's still second place with Protectors. It's pretty solid.
Wow, yeah. Actually, I was curious to see where that ended up. And that was a second place finish, which you can't be too sad about if you're running Protectors in this current meta here. So that's going to be a pretty solid finish. We do have another giveaway here, actually, for yet another Juju and display there. We have 10 minutes remaining, so make sure to head on over to raiseorriot.com. You can see links in the chat. You can click on that and get those entries in. For $1 to $49, you get 1 entry per dollar, and $50+ you do get 2 entries per dollar. So now is the time to get those donations in as we close on out for the 5K. We're getting closer to that one, and we can
that's
give our monitor giveaway. Yeah.
Closer to the Alienware 240 hertz monitor giveaway at $5,000, and closer now to our finals lobby as well as the other lobbies roll in. So if we look at some of the results overall, we know Solus is number 1 in Group A.
Yeah.
And we know that Curvewar is number 1 in Group D. So without having all the lobbies updated, we at least know 2 people who are getting to the final lobby, of which we will play 2 games.
Yeah, I think in Group D, it's Curvewar and Ernest Barbecue, I think, because those were the top 2 going into Game 3, and those were the top 2 in that last game, I believe. So yeah, so it should be those 2 going into the finals along with Solus. But we will see. I think we do have updated group for Group C already, actually. And we have Solo Gasang and even Jellion being the top 2 there.
Okay.
So advancing to the finals as well.
All right.
Some live updating of this bracket here on
F5ing furiously.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, 8 minutes for this giveaway. Make sure to get your donations in.
Yep, that's right.
We still have 2 more after both finals games as well. But here's your chance to win one of them.
Yeah, that's right. And a chance to help a really good cause as well. CARE is out there providing supplies and assistance to people that really need it right now in the COVID-19 epidemic time period that we're living in. But props for everyone working so hard to put on this stream. You guys don't see it, but there's like a team of people behind this, really working hard to do all the graphics, organize everything, and do it all in a very short time as well. Like this was all put together really quickly, and it's the results are impressive. So.
Yeah, definitely. Enough love and sport is not shown to all the production in the back end oftentimes, but really, couldn't do all this without them. So huge shout out there.
So after watching some of these games, I feel like my faith in protectors is renewed a little bit. Because
I would say so. I would say so. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have thought of protectors, winning or getting second place, but we're seeing those. Maybe it's the celestial buffs. I'm not sure. But we will be heading on over to a quick break, though. But just a reminder, this giveaway will be going on during the break, so make sure to head on over to raiseorriot.com to get your donations in. And we'll be back in just about 5 minutes. So stay tuned and stay donating.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Raise or Riot Galaxy Stars Teamfight Tactics Tournament. DoA and Khroen here with you, guiding you through these amazing games. We just finished up with our group stage, and we're about to finish up with the Juju Bundle Plus display giveaway. So donate now and have a chance to be entered into a contest to win that. You have a minute 30. You can do it. You can get in there just in time. And of course, we're trying to raise some money for CARE, helping people out during the COVID-19 pandemic. And if we get to $5,000, we get to give away that Alienware monitor, as you can see. That's pretty awesome. And then at $10,000, if we get there, the 2080 CyberPower PC, that is going to be pretty awesome. That is a sick PC, actually.
Yeah, it's very, very, very nice coming from me, a professional player, but also everyone who competes and plays games and stuff. Yeah, they know the value of a nice PC and nice monitor to go along with it. We are almost at the 4,000 mark, so 5K well within our grasp. Very, very soon here. We've gotten some donations during the break. You have just under 1 minute left for this Juju and display giveaway. But yeah, I love GSTV donated 5. Viper 3 with 50, Snooty Boo with 50, and Plow Daddy with 50 as well. So thank you all very, very much for these donations, and they all go to CARE, helping out in this COVID-19 pandemic with delivering life-saving aid to so many people who do need it. So your contributions are very, very well appreciated here.
Yep, that's right. Who knows? Like, your donation could go to help out someone that could be a future esports pro. It's possible.
That indeed.
It's totally possible.
I've heard of some crazy stories actually of people who are turning to be esports pros from either some other paths in life, or maybe not being the most fortunate from before, and find esports, and it leads them down something that's very, very great. We do have our winner. Viper the third, or Viper 3, is the winner of this Juju display giveaway. Congratulations to you, Viper. You will be receiving an email with information on how to claim your prize. But yeah, thank you very much. And we will be having a couple more over the course of the next 2 games as well. If you have not won, there is still a chance to do so. You can keep on donating to also get us to these thresholds of $5,000 and $10,000 to get these modders and these PCs to you all as well.
That's right. I have just checked the group standings, and we have an update. Group A, the top 2 are Soulless and Revan. Revan just barely edging out X-Scoundrel with 20 to 19 points. So that should be our top 8 decided now. As I go through the group, excuse me. No one else, no ties or anything like that. So it would be Soulless, Revan from Group A, Toon TV and Sir Salty from Group B.
I can learn to understand you.
And Evangelion from Group C, and Curvor and Barbek from Group D. So that is a lobby. That is pretty crazy, actually.
Some of the strongest players. I mean, those strongest players for a reason. I mean, they've shown their prowess over these first 3 games, which is going to be getting them to the finals. And in these finals, they're going to all be gunning for that top 4 for those prizes, as you will get that $5,000 for first place, donate to a charity of your choice. I believe it's $2,500 for second, $1,500 for third, and then $1,000 for fourth place. So no small chunk of change indeed, to really help out in this time of need for a lot of people.
So Pikachu just donated $10. It said, let's go Curvor. So that leads me to my next question, which is, I'm going to make you, the pro player, predict out of this roster, who do you think is going to take it?
If I were to bet, between 2 people, I would say Soulless. Wait a minute. Okay, between Soulless or
don't risk any friendships.
Curvor. Yeah, but I think it might be Soulless. I think Soulless has a very good grasp of this meta. Obviously, I may be a little bit biased. I'm most familiar with Soulless out of the majority of these players, but I mean, he is a very, very solid competitor, and we have the results to prove it so far. I mean, top of Group A in terms of getting to these finals, so hopefully it doesn't disappoint. How about for you though? Who do you think might take this tournament here?
I mean, not to just like copy you, but I kind of had the same thoughts on that. As far as who's going to be the strongest 2 players, I think looking through it, Sir Salty is another one that's been coming up, playing very consistent games, and it's not necessarily about getting first place; it's about consistency. And he was able to do that through a lot of games. So I think he's maybe a player to watch as well. I mean, Solga saying 26 points overall. That is a high score over 3 games. So definitely a threat as well.
Tying Solus and Curvor, actually, they all got 26 points. But actually, Toon TV at 28 points going after the first 3 games. So maybe a sort of, I don't want to say dark horse of sorts, but maybe just someone that we haven't quite talked too much about in terms of strength of players going into the finals here.
Yeah, it could be. Let's take a look at our players in the final lobby. That's right, from left to right. Evangelion, Soligasang, Barbek, Curvor, Sir Salty, Toon TV, Revan, and Solus. So one thing we know for sure is Solus needs to provide a picture of himself. He is just a crying bee right now.
Solus has always been the crying bee. I don't think there's many, if any, pictures out there of Solus, and he remains to be the mystery man. Yeah. Crying bee. That's the Solus classic here. But man, I love this graphic though. This is nice looking. We see all these players here, plus the bee that is Solus, that are going to be our final lobby players here.
Yep, that's right. Some familiar faces as well. If you do watch the Giant Slayer content, Curvor, of course, has appeared in a couple of those. And just a strong lobby overall. It's pretty sick. And of course, these guys are playing for 10,000 euros, and then the breakdown of that, 5,000 for first, and it goes on from there, and they get to choose the charity that money goes to then.
Ah, yes, indeed, 10,000 euros. I think I said dollars earlier, my mistake, but it is indeed euros. You were mentioning actually earlier before the broadcast a little bit about being familiar with the name Sir Salty, and they had some previous game experience before. Do you know much about that, or?
I believe he was a Hearthstone pro
okay,
for
pro
a while,
player,
if I recall correctly. Yeah. But just some names in the stream are names that I recognize, but I haven't seen them in a while, But yeah, I could be. I'm 99% sure I'm right on that.
Okay, but yeah, just
99% guarantee.
To be thrown in the spot here, but it's asking because it is quite the prevalent thing that we see often in esports, so players that have experience competing in other games and they come to say a game like Teamfight Tactics, and that competitive experience is going to be huge in playing well in tournaments. And we do see Sir Salty, who didn't have the best start to the day, was I believe in like 4th or 5th, but did after the next 2 lobbies get enough points to be able to qualify for these finals. So it is that maybe experience of having that professional experience in other games, bringing that to TFT and netting you a chance to be able to win a portion of these 10,000 euros for charity.
Right. Okay, I'm dumb. He is a Hearthstone pro. He's a prominent UK Hearthstone pro. Now it's all coming back to me now. I took about a 4 year break from the Hearthstone scene while I was working on Overwatch League. And so I'm kind of still getting back into it despite doing a few Hearthstone events. But hey, we're focused on TFT right now. And you know what's interesting is that I don't recall having seen really any Mech Infiltrator players today.
True.
There's maybe a couple, but I don't recall any of them getting like top 2s.
Yeah, I know we saw some players with early game, the option of Mech Infiltrators on their bench, but yeah, if there was any, it maybe hasn't quite had the prominence that we would generally see out of an uncontested Mech Infiltrator player in this meta. Like, it's not as dominant as last patch, of course, but it is still something to where if, again, you are uncontested, you can be getting those top 3, top 2, maybe even winning lobbies if you're able to get that 3x3 mech of all 3 stars there, and your Xayah 3, Shaco 3 going to be pretty unreasonable to get now with so many players contesting Shaco with your dark stars.
You only need Shaco 2 anyway.
Yeah, pretty much. You need Shaco 2, and Xayah 3 with like demo spat and stuff is super strong there.
Yeah, with Mech Infiltrator, you're more concerned about the Mech and Xayah than the Shaco, really. So it's like if Shaco 2's in there, whatever, But we know from Giant Slayer series just earlier this week that Mech Infiltrator, if left uncontested, can be very strong. Delicious Milk winning 2 games in a row and taking a second, I think, in game number 2. with that comp. And he did, to be fair though, he did get the perfect mech 2 games in a row, if I recall. So, which is insane, but it did happen.
It is. I mean, it's Melk, going into these games saying, me no scout, me no pivot, and being rewarded there. Maybe we will see some of that me no scout, me no pivot action as we jump into the first game of finals here, as I believe we are loading into that right now. I wonder, are we going to see any protectors, though, in this final lobby here? We saw the success of some protectors, so maybe players will be recognizing that throughout the course of this tournament and saying, hey, this is pretty good. Maybe I can commit to this strategy.
Khroen has made it work in some of his games. He won a lobby with it, and I think he played it in another lobby or two as well. So if it's, like you said, if it's uncontested, it can be really strong.
Yeah, Luminous I don't imagine protectors will be contested.
Yeah. Luminous Ice with the $5 donation saying just a little support. And that's great, because any amount of support is helpful. So anything you can do is great. We appreciate it. And it's time now for the finals lobby. No more swapping around lobby to lobby. This is it. Our final 8 players. Everybody rushing for the tear and the sword, but having to settle for some other items as well. Even Gellian managed to get the chain vest as sort of the 3rd place consolation prize.
Yeah, we
see lose the Plat 4. Who's the Plat 4 Hearthstone player?
Given
Sir Salty himself.
Trash talk. Yeah. Sir Salty. With some smiles on his face there, joking about some stuff. Even Jelly and me, Darkstar's kick W. Players already calling out what it is that they want to go in this final lobby, and there it is. No scout, no pivot, says Toon TV there. I love this banter between the players here.
Man, I am so happy that like Preds are not part of this set. Like, I don't know, man. Predators was just, it was worse than Mech Infiltrator. It was actually worse. I don't know.
It definitely
worse in terms of annoyance.
The prevalence of one costs being the fact that you can just hyper roll for them and carry them. It had a bit of it was higher variance, but if you hit, it was very, very annoying indeed. I do definitely agree there.
So an early Ash actually picked up for Sir Salty. So he's only got the sparring gloves right now, but it kind of makes you think, it's like, well, if I find an early Caitlyn, maybe I can go for some sort of like sneaky chrono start, or not chrono start, sniper start. But I wonder what the items will be.
Maybe both, maybe chronos and snipers, and perhaps celestials as well. I mean, there's a Xayah option, going to be getting some gold here. That's a Master Yi.
Master Yi
isn't able to buy everything that he perhaps wanted there, but could even sell up to 10 gold here before round 2-1, which is not something you really have the option for in a lot of games in set 3 here. And maybe because of that, we'll be like, all right, these other players won't be gaining a lot of gold either, so I'm just going to have my options be open, and we'll see what happens from there. Could also make a Malphite 2 there, but it will have a glove on it, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. You hate to lock a item onto a 2-star, because then when you sell it later, it makes you feel kind of bad. But he's going to do it just for the early game power. Gets close to 10 gold. Wow, a lot of gold. So really short on items this game.
Yeah, but I think that's fine, though. If you're able to econ well and then find your composition a bit later on into the game, as long as you manage your HP, and don't get to that 20 to 30 HP threshold, or as low as that before the Wolf Roach around. But looking at Sir Salty's board here, has the potential for mech infiltrators. I mean, has a couple of Annies maybe, and a Kaisa as well. Will definitely go to 10 gold, I believe. I probably would if I were Sir Salty, but we'll definitely see what choices that he makes.
So opting for just strong stuff, quote unquote, early on, and it looks like it's gonna be able to get him a loss, but not by much, which is pretty much what you want to do with it. The solution red buff, no problem taking out the Mordekaiser, but that's how you want to lose. If you're gonna lose by one guy.
Yeah, that is going to be very, very good, assuming that Sir Salty does keep on this lose streak. Hopping on over to Evangelion's perspective here, one of the 100 HP players after the first round with that red buff on the Lucian and that Blasters. couple of Vanguards on the bench here too, with a couple of Dark Stars as well. So we could see a lot of things here that Evangelion might transition into.
Yeah, but just a red buff on Lucian, a very strong start and something you can pair later on. If you go Blasters, it gets moved over to the Jinx maybe. Cybernetics, it just stays on Lucian, is just pretty much good all game. That Thieves Gloves, though.
Yeah, that's a
slammed
slam
early by
indeed.
Revan, yeah. What do you think about
Okay.
slamming the Thieves Gloves early?
So I see some very strong, very, very good players, very talented players slamming Thieves Gloves early, and it gives you options during the mid game. You're not as solidified as like, okay, I'm saving my items for specifically one composition here. You can run Thieves Gloves with many things. You could run it with Cybernetics. You could run it with, with Brawler Blasters. You can run it with so many different things. You can run it with Dark Stars even. It just depends on what you find, and it gives you an extra power spike early to be able to win streak, so that you are you're less worried about dying when the mid and the late game comes through, and you can make more gold from win streaking early game. So I do like that slam if they play the mid game with it well.
Evangelion now staring into the eyes of Barbek as looks like Barbek's got a cybernetic start going.
Yeah, not bad
Right.
here. Tier 2 Fiora. The Lucian 1 has only a tier, which is not great, but going to be good enough to win this round versus Evangelion here.
Yeah, nice to have the Graves in there as well too, just for a good unit. Like Graves is, I would say, one of the very best one-cost units in the game.
Yep.
If not,
I would say, yeah, I would
you
argue
say
the best.
possibly?
Yeah,
okay.
I think
All
I think I would. There's not that many one costs. Actually, there's no one costs that are really going to be like carries for you. So it's really just about their utility. And I think Graves has the best utility. He has the blaster synergy, which is huge early game. He's able to provide a 4-second smoke screen so that enemies' attacks will miss. He'll shoot that at the highest attack speed enemy unit, which oftentimes early game and late game hits multiple units. So that blind there, I think the utility makes him the best one cost unit that there is in set 3 currently.
You forgot to mention he's a space pirate.
I
He's
was
also a space pirate.
mentioning that. I was like, yeah, his tags. What is he? Space pirate, blaster,
he's a space pirate. Yeah.
space pirate. Okay, I will give you the fact that space pirate is actually good for the early game in terms of getting some extra money. I think there are a lot of times, players that will utilize that very effectively, and gaining a couple extra gold early really goes a long way in terms of making those thresholds of gold. Getting to 10, 20, 30 gold faster, so able to propel that in terms of getting extra econ to level up faster or just roll faster than other players.
Well, especially if you find an early Jace, a lot of times you can use the Graves Jace combo to get some early gold.
Definitely.
2 Zoe 2s.
Yeah.
Wow. For Toon TV.
Yeah, I'm gonna be scanning around a little bit as well. See a Chalice and maybe a on the other side here by Solo Gasang, maybe going to be a Star Guardian composition there. Another tier on the bench as well. And 30 gold too.
I feel like he's tried to play that comp a little bit today already, but yeah, it's a great start. 30 gold by 2.5 is quite a bit to be sitting on right now.
Yeah, for set 3, that is not too shabby there.
Yeah.
For sure.
So I think we're going into carousel now. If I recall, maybe not yet.
I already went into
I already did. Never mind.
For this stage.
I'm paying attention. There's another Leona. Okay.
Yeah, Leona 2 there.
All right, let's check out what Revan is up to here. And he has got the 3 Vanguard start. Thieves Gloves on Leona just for some extra.
Yeah, that's the Thieves Gloves player there. We saw it be a Giant Slayer on that Thieves Gloves earlier, but now it's a QSS. Which, actually, really interesting move here by Revan is to sell up to 30 gold, saying, I'm probably not going to win this round. I don't really care about those other units on the bench. I'm going to generate that extra econ and continue my loss streak into neutrals to generate that extra gold here. So a really smart move, I think, here from Revan.
Yeah, he's got 88 HP. He's going to have a little bit less after this, but still not quite in the danger zone. So ideally for him, after he plays Terror Bursters, or Krugs rather, he'll be able to find more of a stable comp to go for. But if you look at his shop right now, there's not a whole lot of inspiring stuff there.
No, and not too much here either. just plays the Kaisa for a unit that will deal damage to, win
Yeah.
this round. Yeah, they're the Terror Bursters. I still always call them Krugs and Wolves and stuff.
It's
of the past,
it's I call them like Krugs half the time and Terror Bursters half the
Yeah.
time. Because like if you're talking with like if you're talking with like people who know TFT really well, then you just call them Krugs. But if you're casting, I try to do like Terror Bursters because technically that's what
you
they
should
are
say
now.
the name of the actual thing.
Yeah.
That's something I should do more of.
But in
definitely
personal TFT conversation, it's always Krugs for me. So they've been Krugs for 2 sets already.
Yeah, they have. So, if it ain't broke, don't fix it there. But we are in the
right.
galaxies now, and things have changed. So
We're in space.
There's infiltrators. They are.
Yeah. So doesn't opt to pick up the Rumble. I was wondering if maybe he would be thinking about Mech Infiltrator. Does find another Kaisa.
Yeah, I mean, already committing to Thieves' Gloves probably means that you're not going for that. When you can
That's
Thieves'
true.
Gloves the Shakeon, I think that's actually fine. Does it a 2/2 Kaisa as well randomly here? This is interesting.
Yeah. Could go Chrono. Okay.
Yep, does level up and do just that. 40 gold, level 5, not too shabby here.
Yeah. His main strength is definitely his economy right now. Because like his board is okay, but it's not spectacular. But having that much gold right now is solid. But if you look at Sologasang on the other side, up to 50 gold.
Yeah, even more. We thought Revenue was rich. Look at Sologasang there. Lower HP though at 68 HP as opposed to the 80 of Revan. So
that is concerning.
That money comes at a cost, and that cost is HP. But HP is a resource, and if you utilize it effectively, it could be very well for winning a game. If you don't drop too low there, dropping to 57 HP already on 3-2.
So he has the option of going 4 Vanguard here.
Yeah, I would do that, and he does as well.
Yeah.
That useless item on the Leona, though. Yeah. I mean, she's going to negate more damage, I suppose, from those rods, but Jewel Gauntlet not being able to be utilized here at all. I just wonder what it's going to transition into, though. I'm not sure from looking at this board. Maybe Dark Stars? I don't know.
I guess he doesn't, as far as items goes and what he's picked up from the shops, like the only thing he has going for him is really just the Vanguards, and that's it. And I feel like you'd almost want to move the Thieves' Gloves over to Jace if you could. But then again, if he does go for the 4 Vanguard Dark Star, like 4 Vanguard Snipers build, you want to be able to build specific items on the Jace.
Yeah. That you would want to get those tanky items on there so that he always deals damage. It's just a matter of him, surviving. We saw a Jace 3 earlier today, and a Jhin in the same composition, and the Jace was actually like out damaging the Jhin for multiple fights in a row there. So Jace can definitely be a huge threat with those good near perfect items.
Right. I mean, it wasn't like there were damage items on the Jhin either. It was all tanky stuff. It was like I think it was Bramble Vest, Psionic Spark, GA, if I remember right. It was a while ago.
Yeah, something like that. There were some tanky items. There was one Locket, I think, there, because Locket was the 3rd item.
Oh, sure,
put on there. Yeah, so it gave him a little bit of extra damage with that ability power, but just some tankiness as well for that front line, providing a bit of both there.
Right.
Revan going up against Barbecue here with still those cybernetics. The Lucian 2 was found, but Lucian not going to be dealing much damage to those Vanguards, in fact.
Now it's just a tier, no. I really like this 4 Vanguard switch now, because this can at least sustain you. At least he's going to stop hemorrhaging HP for a while.
Yeah, on a 3-win streak here, so I think this was, in fact, the correct move.
Right.
Looking pretty strong here. Still on 80 HP, toward kind of like middle of the pack of the lobby here. But Sologasang is on 54. Going to be grabbing a tier, though, so that's going to be good. Has a potential for a Seraphs and a Chalice as well. So if those Star Guardians are found soon, that will be very, very strong.
So we'll see what Revan decides to grab here. Thinking about the tier. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. All right. It is a good just all-around item, I suppose.
I think so. It was nerfed going into this patch. It does provide 15 mana over 20 mana, but still, tier items are going to be solid. There are 3 tiers in this carousel, in fact, and all of them are taken. The Rod being left on the Sona.
If I was Sologasang, I'd be a little bit worried. All right, speaking of Sologasang, we're going to go check out his view. So Seraphs and Chalice, I think, are the ideal items for the Syndra now that she doesn't instant cast with 3 tiers. The thing is, though, is that All right, he could slam the Seraphs and that'd be okay, but I almost wonder if you wait a little bit and see if you can get a spatula just randomly off of the
Maybe.
infiltrators. Because
That's a
6
risk to
sorcerer is so
go.
strong.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. It's just a risk though. Like, do you
Yeah.
want to do the consistent play of making Seraphs, or do you want to go for that, first or eighth sort of strategy in sort of getting that Star Guardian
Yeah.
online and opting to make the Seraphs there though? And Syndra probably going to win this round because of it, I would say.
I think
And
you're
yeah,
right.
does just that.
So if you notice, one thing he does, this isn't for you, you know this already, Khroen, but one thing that you can do with a tier is drop it onto someone right as a round begins, and it pops them up to like full mana most of the time and gets an instant cast. So just a little tech thing you can do. Wait to put the tier on until the very beginning of the round.
Yep, it gives you the mana from that tier and for the complete item as well. So giving that extra mana there, great job by Sologasang utilizing that mechanic there, and it netted the round victory there on a 2-win streak here for Sologasang. Does need the Soraka for that 6-star Guardians, though we saw it earlier. We saw a player going for it, but not being able to roll that Soraka until it was too late. So hopefully that does not happen to Sologasang here as well.
It's a little bit concerning to only have a Syndra 1 at this point as well. He's only 1 away, but aside from that, like, yeah, usually at 4-1, you'll hit 7 and try to roll down and find the Soraka. He's already got all the other pieces, so unless he gets a little bit unlucky, he should be okay. We'll see.
I would say so. He even rolled a little bit on level 6 though to stabilize, and I mean didn't hit the Syndra 2, but hit the Nico 2, and that definitely helped in stabilizing. I mean that Nico there did most damage against Barbecue there, heading into these next neutrals, the infiltrator round here. So you can't be too upset there if you're Sologasang. You're going to go to 7 after the infiltrators, and then hopefully at that point hit your Soraka and your Syndra 2, and then keep on rolling for those tier 3s from there.
Yep, that's right. Has Zoe 2 already, so he doesn't need to really roll, or he doesn't really need to grab that.
Nah.
So item-wise,
not great.
yeah. What he's really looking for is a belt for Zerath portal or a sword for GA. Sword would be like the first choice, I would say, in a lot of cases.
Definitely G and the Nico going to be a huge help in making her survive for at least 2 ultimate casts there.
Yeah,
that's right. Items drop here. A little bit of gold, and another bow. Not great. And a glove, also not great. Glove could be okay if you go QSS. I think QSS is actually an item that we haven't really talked about that much in terms of putting it on the Nico, because that means that she's immune to anything zephyrring her, and that is one of the ways that you will lose rounds actually, as Star Guardian composition is getting your Nico zephyred, so everything just jumps to the back line immediately, and your composition kind of falls.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, finds that 6-star Guardian. So we know that Sologasang is strong. So let's check in with Solus here and see exactly how strong he is. Demon's Abuser is looking like a Darkstar Abuser now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose they bear some similarities. There's a lot of purple going on there.
That indeed, a lot of purple going on against even Jillian here. That Jin 2 is going to be wrecking this fight. Even still making gold though, with Space Pirates as well.
That's so funny that he sells Space Pirates in, but why not? I mean, he has the Runins for Jin, so that's going to be a lot of damage output. 7,000 for that round, actually. So that's solid.
Yeah, Karma 2 sitting naturally. Solus is still on 100 HP here and has made another Zerath portal, in fact. That's going to be an item that we saw during the early game a couple games ago, and it netted Solus 100 HP for the majority of the game, and he's doing just that again. Hit 6 Dark Stars here. Like, I don't think he's going to be losing a round. Well, maybe, depending on someone else randomly hits a huge power spike in level 8. But, I mean, either way, he's insanely strong right now.
Yeah. All right. Looks like this is an attempt. It's right now it's sort of brawlers, but you can tell he's going to go for the Void Comp, actually. Toon TV.
Kha'Zix, though.
Yeah.
Doesn't have one on level 8. That's a bit concerning.
It is. Sometimes that's the worst part, where it's so hard to find that 1-cost unit, especially where it's down to a 14% chance now.
Yep, but if he gets one cost, let alone a Kha'Zix.
If he gets it, he's going to be strong. He's not going to be beating Dark Stars strong, but he's going to be strong enough to maybe take top 4.
Yeah, maybe if you get like a Cho 2 and a Vel'Koz 2 with perfect items at this point in the game. I mean, there's a Cho 2.
Yeah.
So it just needs a Vel'Koz 2 and that Kha'Zix, and maybe could take a round at this point versus Dark Stars, but it'll probably
Possibly.
get outscaled unless you get a Vel'Koz 3, which is really the win condition there.
Yeah.
But that is
Vel'Koz
a
3,
ways away.
Shogat 3 if you just can't find the Vel'Koz 3.
Yeah, both are good. Cho got 3. I mean, 2k true damage. That's insane for AoE
Yeah.
damage there.
And a lot of times with a little bit of buffing from like Sorcerer and stuff like that you have a lot in the Void comps, he'll be doing even more. But the trouble is against Darkstar, Cho 3 just isn't going to hit enough people. So you really want the Vel'Koz 3 for sure.
Yeah, definitely. The Dark Star is continuing to win here.
All right.
4-3. Solus has won every
wow.
single round of this game.
I think Dark Stars are pretty strong in the meta.
That is a solid assessment, I would say, DoA. Dark Stars are pretty good right now, especially if you hit Jin 2 at the point that Solus did, and you know have a Zerath there as well.
Zerath is so nice.
Definitely. I mean, I think Solus doesn't have the Shaco yet, right? But still has Dark Stars because he found the Zerath.
Yep.
6 Dark Stars rather.
Shake will come in and then Jarvan will be out and he'll be like, did I do good? And he'll be like, not really, but you were a Dark Star for a while at least.
He did enough.
Poor Jarvan.
He filled the place of the 6th Dark Star.
That's right. He was a team player, and that's all we can ask for from Jarvan the 4th.
It really, really is. Only useful for the tags, but check in with Barbecue here. Another Dark Star player, but this one with a Shaco, with some solid items.
Better Shaco. Nice.
Yeah. Jarvan's still in there in this composition, though. No Zerath yet. As Barbecue is on level 7, so only a 1% chance to roll 5 cost units there.
Jarvan looks so cool with his giant spear and everything as well. It's like
he does.
But then he doesn't really use it. He pokes people and then he like puts a flag in the ground. He's like, "Yay! Attack faster."
If only he's able to use the flag and drag combo from Summoner's Rift there, maybe that'd be pretty solid. Maybe in another set.
Or Cataclysm. It'd be cool to see me at Cataclysm.
That'd be dope too.
Yeah.
The Jin staying alive for now, but being run down by these Vanguards. Actually falls, but the Shaco is still alive.
Yep, Shaco's still there, healing to full health pretty much every time he hits someone, but it's not enough. Zerath.
Another Dark Star player.
Yeah. It's our 3rd, I think, in the lobby.
I think so, yeah.
Pretty normal lobby. Goes all the way up to 8, adds in the Celestial buff with the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and Protectors, I guess.
Protector. Yep.
Not going to be great there. Yeah, it's just Jarvan and Xin Zhao being the Protectors, but a synergy nonetheless.
Yep.
We see some cybernetics here.
There's a void buff.
Yeah, does indeed have that void buff.
Is that
and
a
has
double?
Some solid items.
Yeah, was that a double Seraphs or double Death Cap? I didn't see in time. Looks like we're gonna find out right now.
We'll see right now. It was Seraphs.
All right. I'll take it. Because the Chalice gets Cho 2 faster ults as well, so that's not bad.
Definitely a huge point there. Can the Shaco take it out though? And the Jin, Dark Stars.
Dark Stars.
TV falling pretty low here. Sir Salty though as well, 13 HP. Goes to level 7 there. I think, is Sir Salty the mech player? I think so, actually. I think I saw Sir Salty getting a Rumble 2 earlier. He just got a Kai'Sa 2. Yeah, I think Sir Salty is the mech player. So we are seeing one person go for it, but not too much success, it's seeming like so far.
I do wonder what the items are on the mech right now. I also kind of wonder about Soligasang, 3rd place right now, going for Star Guardians. So it looks like he hit what he needed to hit to start win streaking a little bit.
Yeah. Towards the top of the lobby here, everyone is pretty far ways away from Solus in terms of HP here. Solus is still win streaking at 100. Rest of the lobby is trying to hang on. I mean, you look at Revan, Soligasang, Curvewar, Evangelion, and Toon TV. Actually, we'll stop at Evangelion there. They're within 9 HP of each other with those 5 players. And we will check in with Sir Salty here. And yeah, it is indeed that mech. And some solid mech items there with QSS, Titan's Resolve, and Warmogs.
Yeah, Demo spat on Kai'Sa. Like, it's definitely a lot of what you want. But you can see he's pretty far. Oh, yeah,
there's Rumble 3.
3. Okay, I was going to say, he's close to some 3 stars, and he finally hits one.
Another Annie gets shoved in there. The Fizz is knocked out of the mech, actually. That's a little awkward there.
It is, because, well, that means you have less HP on the mech.
Yeah, the mech's not going to be quite as powerful there.
Yeah, this is one thing you really need to be careful if you're playing mech anything, is you don't want any extra mech pilots in there, because some of the bad ones might get sucked in when it forms.
Yeah, prioritizes.
And that may have actually contributed to the end of the game here for him.
Okay, 1 unit left, not quite yet. Will survive here.
Okay, yeah.
HP is 2 away, I believe, from Xayah and Annie. Yeah.
Put
has
anything
a kill
in
there,
besides
though.
Annie, anything.
Yeah.
There we go. Valkyrie is perfect.
Is really good for the Valkyrie.
Yeah.
Probably needs to sell the Fizz and roll, sell the Fizz on the bench and roll. Oh, actually sells the kill there and opts to put 2 Sorcerer buff in over the Valkyrie buff, which I actually think is a bit better. If you had if you had Xayah 3, maybe I would prioritize the Valkyrie a bit more, but that not being the case right now, going to opt for the Sorcerer. Last was totally put on the Shaco there. Solid item there.
Yep, and I think just building all he can, because he knows that every round could be his last at this point. But the mech is looking much better with the proper pilots this time.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Jinx, though, shredding that pilot, or the mech pilot down. Rumble left.
Fizzle?
Yeah, Fizzle. Did work. Jinx barely
close.
goes down there. Even Jellian dropping to 17 HP, and Toon TV actually goes 8th in this lobby.
Oh, wow.
For game number 1.
And he was our
for these finals.
He was our Void player, wasn't he?
I believe so, yeah.
I think Toon TV was a Void player, yeah.
Yeah, Vel'Koz was not able to do enough work there. Maybe the fact of not optimal items.
Yeah.
But unfortunate there. Sir Salty continues to roll down.
So the tricky part is that he's out of money, right? Oh, there's a Xayah.
Yeah, the Xayah. 1
away. And then 2 away from the Annie 3.
Up against Solgasang with tier 3 Syndra and Nico, though.
Yeah, I think this should be the end of it.
Yeah. There's no way these mech pilots out of the mech already can do anything here to win. So Sir Salty will be falling in 7th place, I believe, here, unless someone fell earlier, but no.
7th. That'll be it. Revan with 1 HP. Let's jump back up to Solus now that Sir Salty is out. Solus did take a loss. He is sub 100 HP now. It happened.
Who has done it? Who has taken out Solus?
I would love to know. Probably one of the other Darkstar players.
Honestly, probably.
Yeah. It was like a Shaco 1v1, and one of the Shacos just barely had his GA popped earlier.
Sounds. I mean, it's only 93, so he didn't lose by that much. So probably right there. Of course, nature on this carousel picked up by Revan there. Not bad. Getting extra unit.
I mean, at 1 HP, you kind of need to go for it, right? What synergies can you put together?
Definitely. Thieves' Gloves going on that extra Jin 2. So this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier. Yeah, putting 2 Jin 2s in on 9. Has that Lulu 2 in as well. Solus is extremely strong here and could even go for a Jin 3.
Well, I'm a little bit surprised that he lost around at all with the composition that he's showing right now. That's so strong.
Honestly, true. Maybe it was to the Star Guardians, perhaps?
Could have been, because he doesn't have a GA on anything yet. So actually, with no GAs, Star Guardian with 2 3-stars can definitely beat this. Depending on how the Syndra ults go, basically.
This Irelia on the other side here could start one-shotting units as well, though.
Yep. And that's exactly what she's doing, but not enough.
Not quite.
And hey, I mean, 2 Jin 2s, you called it. Like, that really helped, I think.
Getting the Runans actually from that Thieves' Gloves pull was huge, and taking that round as well. And Zerath too with these 3 items are going to be huge as well. Revan does fall, going in 6th place, though. We are almost to our top 4 for game number 1.
I feel like with Zerath 2 in Darkstar, you can kind of just have whatever items you want. Those are not ideal Jin items.
No, unfortunately not. Actually, a useless Chalice there, and a Fresnart that will only have use if a Shaco or something else jumps onto the back line and gets caught on him, which, is not terrible, but those are, in fact, as you said, not great items for that Jin.
You're kind of trying to play catch with the enemy Shaco at this point.
Yeah. Not quite here.
Brawler, Blaster. Karma gets pulled in immediately. Ash gets body slam in the back, but she's going to get one arrow off. Okay, that's an MF ult, but still, those Darkstar champs are going to be doing so much. And
Yeah.
oh dear, goodbye, Evangelion.
Yep, that will do it for Evangelion. We have our top 4 here. That was, almost a close fight, but Darkstars.
Darkstars.
Barbecue winning that, yeah.
So I think we might be on track to have 3 Darkstar players in the top 4, or it might actually be, is it 4 Darkstar players in the top 4?
It's at least 2. Is Curvor also Darkstar? I don't remember. I know Soliga is Star Guardians. And
right. Never mind.
Yeah, Soliga is Star Guardians, and there were 3 Darkstar players in this game. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll see as these fights do come in. And these donations are still coming in as well. I believe we just got $100 from Benji, saying for Manute and all his hard work. Thank you for that. Keep these donations coming in. We are, nearing the end of today. We have this game of finals and one more game. So make sure to keep these coming in, as we do want to raffle or give away some of these prizes that we have with these monitors and these PCs as well. So make sure to be doing that one.
Yeah, we want to hit that $5,000 mark, want to give away the 240 hertz monitor to somebody out there. But more importantly than that, just want to raise a lot of money for a good cause. So
definitely, all going to care in their support of people who can benefit people in need for this COVID-19 pandemic here. But yeah, back to game here. Soliga saying facing Solus here. Can the Star Guardians do it?
Yeah, it all depends on if Syndra is hit by the Jhin or not. And she's living. One more ult. We'll do it.
That takes out the Zerath. Yeah, I think this was the composition that probably did take out Solus earlier on. And it was a couple units remaining. Again, Curvor falling in 4th place there. Barbecue wins and gets into the top 3.
The fact that there's no defensive items on that Syndra is just stressing me out so much, because that composition, if Syndra gets like shot by a Jhin or by a Zerath, it's just done. Like that is you're not winning, that's it. But as long as Syndra lives, with some clever positioning like this, he could theoretically take first with this.
I would say so. I would say that's it is tough, but definitely doable, as long as again that Zerath and Jhin doesn't get the shots off. But yeah, we do see Barbecue being another Darkstar player here. So we have 2 Darkstars and 1 Star Guardian composition. Yeah. Who's gonna win, Darkstars or Darkstars? Oh, it's the Darkstars. Barbecue falls.
This is a very meta lobby right now. Darkstars and Star Guardians is the top 2. And so the big hurdle for Soliga to overcome right now is the fact that he's way behind in HP. Let's check out his view, though, as we look at this. So making sure to delay like the Ash Arrow, delay the Zerath ultimate is really big. So Poppy placement is important. You don't need to worry about Blitzcrank hooks anymore. You need to worry about who Shaco's going to jump on and the ults, right?
Yep.
So you can see he's watching.
Yeah, there is no Shaco, though, on the board here for Solus still. Yeah, maybe once he hits the Shaco 2, we'll put that in. But getting that Shroud of Stillness onto that Zerath there, so the Zerath takes longer to cast.
Yeah, pops a Trap Claw with the Zoe ultimate immediately. Oh, Syndra!
Oh, yeah.
Wow, that was
that fight went very poor, actually, for Soliga there.
Yeah, one more of those, and it's over. Probably. I'm so bad at calculating damage now.
Yeah, it's possible to survive still on stage 6 if you lose, if it's only to a few units.
Yep.
But if you lose to that many as he just lost to, I think it might be lights out indeed. As we do have another donation from Hippie15, $50. Thank you very much.
All right. So such a glitch with the $50 donation as well coming in. It's becoming my theory now that for Star Guardians to really excel and to really beat Darkstar, you can do it with double 3-star Nico and Syndra, but I think an even better way to do it is 6 Sorcerer. Yeah. And to do that, you either need to be 9 or you need to have a Star Guardian Bangle. So it's tougher to achieve, but I think that's really what it takes these days.
And I think Solog is saying here is going for level 9. I mean, 50 gold here when he has the chance to die. He must be going for that. This is what I need for first place here, but it might not be enough as Syndra does fall, and so does Solog is saying here, getting second place in game number 1 of our finals, falling to Solus.
Infiltrator Thresh at the end of all that too was pretty interesting. Getting into the back line, providing like a lot of annoyance as well. But yeah, that was interesting first game. Dark Stars obviously doing extremely well, but nice to see Star Guardians holding their own too. If it's uncontested, Star Guardians can be quite good. But look at this, guys. We are only about 1,100 away from that $5,000 mark, and there's another 10-minute Juju bundle plus display giveaway right now. And so, of course, like that's your chance right now to enter to win either or both, actually. A bundle of Juju energy drinks and a displate metal poster. Pretty sick. But check it out, $5,000. And we're going to give away the Alienware 240 hertz monitor. That thing is a beast, and it will grace your desk like nothing else. I don't care if you have pictures of like your spouse or your kids. No, nothing compares to a 240 hertz monitor, guys. So let's get up to $5,000. Help a great cause in terms of care out there, keeping people safe, providing assistance to those who need it most during the pandemic, but also making your desk look super sick with that monitor. So let's do it.
Best of both. You can have both here. That is what you can achieve with having, that monitor potentially. And we are, just a little over $1,000 remaining to get to that goal here.
We're so close.
We do have, we are so close. And if you donate right now, in fact, you will have a chance to win for the Juju and display giveaway. You get one entry for that raffle with $1 to $49, and anything $50 or more, you get 2 entries per dollar for that. So make sure this is the time right now to be getting those donations in, and they are coming in right now. We got a Mini Kai with the $5 with a little less than 3 message, little hearts. Appreciate that. Heart to you too. And Hyper Ego with the $10. Very, very appreciated as well.
My heart was gonna land. Let me try again.
Yeah. There you go.
My hands are just weird. I don't know.
It's you got there. You got there. That's what matters.
I've studied the heart emote thing in Korea when I was living there, and it kept getting smaller over time. It was this originally, then it was this, and now we're just this. So what's next?
Progression of things. How do you get more minimalistic than that? I don't know.
More donations coming in. Jorge Sanchez Gamero with a $5 donation. And I've tried to read Spanish enough times off the signs on the Overwatch League maps that I'm not gonna try it. No, I took it in high school for a little bit and I forgot it all, and now I'm focusing on Korean. So sorry. That's all.
I feel that. All the knowledge of school just leaves. It's going.
Pretty much.
A couple more donations. Mario Gomez with $10 and Danny as well with $9.
Indeed,
appreciate that. With the message, we can versus everything.
I actually love that phrase. I want to put that on a shirt. That's a great, just like gaming phrase in general, I think. But it's also a great like supporting the world phrase as well.
It is indeed. It's like we can get through it. We can get through it together. I would say, and it applies to a lot of things. It applies to life, to gaming. As you mentioned, I like the phrase too.
Ortak with the $10 donation, saying "Animo." All right, we're getting closer, guys. We're over 4,000 actually. We just broke the $4,000 mark, so we're less than $1,000 away now from that $5,000 mark with the monitor giveaway. We can do it. We have one game remaining that's going to start after this giveaway, and between now and the end of this next game, we're going to hit it.
I believe so. I would say, but yeah, we just have just over 6 minutes remaining for this particular Juju and display giveaway. We'll have another one after game number 5 as well, and I think we will indeed actually also have an interview with whoever wins. I think that'll be something I'm looking forward to, and seeing, not only their perspective on TFT, of course, but, kind of what it means to them to come to an event like this and participate for a good cause, as well as, what charity they're going to be donating their portion of the winnings to. I would say maybe, they'll need some time to think about it, but I'm curious to see if they have anything that sort of jumps out to them. Obviously the money that we are getting today for these donations do go to Care, who are helping and delivering so much support and help to people in need amidst this COVID-19 pandemic. But it's all of it together. It all counts, all makes a difference, every little bit. So keep
Speaking
those
of that,
donations
a
coming.
couple more coming in. Never Die with a $5 donation, and DoA Khroen with the $50 donation. Go Khroen, and everyone stay safe. So we're making more progress. It's cool to see Khroen come in and do really well with that too. Mariette, $10 donation.
Yeah.
And $5 left in this 10-minute Juju bundle plus displate giveaway. It's like display, but it's like a metal plate. Displate.
Displate, a pun.
If you ever wondered where the word came from, that's my theory. I think it's a pretty sound theory, though.
I would say so.
An educated guess. Yeah.
I would say so. The educated guess makes a lot of sense, but also we have seen a lot of support in the donations for Khroen, actually.
Yeah.
One of the people participating in these finals. So definitely a very solid player and definitely has a chance to take this lobby. Went 4th place, I believe, in that game. So winning is still very achievable, I would say, depending on the scores of other players. Yes, I mean Solus coming out of the gates, a player that I was really looking at to perhaps be one of the strongest to take this tournament. And he made a pretty good argument for that game number 1, but we still have one more game to go. So anything could happen.
And the higher you place, the more money you get for the charity of your choice, too. Obviously, number 1 is the highest amount, but still, that doesn't mean you can't raise a good amount of money for a cause that you care about. So it's important to go for that placement no matter what. Dami Vagabond with the $5 donation coming in. We've passed 4,100 actually right now. Only less than $900. In fact, $898 $99 and I'm doing math. This
Caster
is the
math
part of the cast. It is, and 72 cents, 73 cents. I don't know.
I think you got there. It's just math went through my head, and I was just like, "Nah, I'm not going there. I'm not touching that one. I'll leave that one to you."
I would never do math on the broadcast, but I'll do math on the broadcast for a good cause.
That is fair.
Yep, that's right.
Very fair.
I'll put my own embarrassing math skills out there for entertainment value.
I'm an English major. I don't math in me. Oof, oh boy.
Yeah, English and art, neither one of those majors help out too much. Yep. But I have also a major in communication, so I can tell you very accurately, clearly, and concisely how bad in math I am. So
a very useful skill, indeed.
This is why we're in esports.
Yeah, definitely so. But yeah, again, we are a little less than $900 away from hitting that $5,000 mark. We have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in this particular giveaway right now. So make sure if you want to have a chance to win a Juju energy drink and that display, this is the time to get those donations in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. So just a couple minutes away from the end of this giveaway, and then that also means just a couple minutes away from the final game in the Razer Riot Galaxy Stars Teamfight Tactics Tournament. It's been a great day of games. We did a lot of stuff simultaneously early, so we were kind of like flitting about like a casting butterfly from lobby to lobby, seeing what we could see. But we've seen a lot of interesting stuff today, and I think still the most interesting thing that I've taken away from the games we've seen is just the lack of mech infiltrator, which over the last 3 or 4 days has really started to show up on the ladder as well. At least where I'm in like the low diamond stuff. And you're seeing that too in higher levels too, right?
Yeah, high challenger games, there's still players playing mech. As long as you're uncontested, you can still have a good shot of top 4, top 3, even probably even second place, if not win if you're really lucky with that composition. Of course, we are seeing the prevalence over the 4 games we've seen so far today of the Dark Stars and the Star Guardians when it does work out. If they're contested, it's a little spooky to go, but with Dark Stars, you can be contested and still have a good placement. Like we saw 3 Dark Star players in that game, but Solus still took the game and ran with it, going his Dark Stars, and it was pretty dominant, it seemed.
I think the big thing is that you don't need to get really any 3 stars to make it work. You can do it all with 2 stars, and that makes it a little bit easier to play, even if it is contested than some of the other comps.
Yeah.
Valak with the $25 donation right now as well. But with Star Guardians being so contested now, one thing you can do to take advantage of the fact that not as many people are playing Mech Infiltrator is start to go into like Mech Sorcerer, because it's a really easy 6 Sorcerer build. You still get the strength of the Mech to a certain extent, but you get a lot of like burst damage from the rest of your sorcerers, and you can actually go toe to toe with a Star Guardians comp and make it work, which is interesting.
Yeah, definitely. It's something that the people haven't really experimented too much with yet, in terms of at least the wider popularity of comps for this patch. But I think there is some merit to some mech sorks. If the mech infiltrators aren't as highly contested and highly played, then you can get those mechs for something else. And we do have our winner of the Juju and Displate giveaway here for the 4th one. We have Valak. So donation that just came in won the giveaway. Congrats to you, Valak. You'll be getting an email with information about this Juju and Displate giveaway for you to receive. So congratulations, and we will have one more after game number 5 for this as well. But don't let that stop you from donating right now, because once we do reach that $5,000 threshold, we will have that 240 hertz monitor to give away. So yeah, that is going to be something that we are striving for, not only for that, but just to get the money also for care, as they are helping out a lot in terms of people affected by COVID-19, and every little bit counts.
Yep. $870 away from hitting that $5,000 threshold. So we can do that in one game, right? We've got one game left.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of time for that, I think.
Definitely. I would say so. We have that game and then a little bit afterwards as well. But yeah, definitely achievable. We'll be, I believe, heading shortly into the last game here, but still got a little bit of time left before that happens.
Right, so if we look at the breakdown of how that last game ended, Solus obviously was our winner. Solgasang with 2nd place. And then we had Barbecue in 3rd, Curvor in 4th. So if we look at the top 4, that's probably the players we're going to be keeping an eye on the most to have a chance at taking that number 1. So on board with Solus again as we start our final lobby of the day. And it is going to be the trade, what's it called?
Trade sector.
Trade sector, that's what it is. So, wow, get ready to see the 3 stars, because we're going to see a lot of rerolling.
And it's something we saw earlier today as well, but we have again is going to be completed items starting off the day. And Solgasang, our Star Guardian player of last game, started off with the Chalice. So going to be perhaps looking for that same sort of strategy again. And it worked out very well. I mean, Solgasang got 2nd place there, only falling to Solus, and Solus's comp was pretty nuts there. So you can't be too upset about that one, but maybe looking for the same thing here.
Honestly, Solus with a pretty good Star Guardian start himself too, GA and a tier. I mean, that's pretty ideal. So we'll see what everybody decides to go for. I mean, with a player like Solgasang, he seems like kind of a seems like kind of a Star Guardian specialist, as it were. And so when you play a comp enough times, you find lots of ways to get into it, lots of ways to like make little minute changes depending on the lobby to get little edges here and there. And we'll see what he can do. I'm excited though. I would consider myself a Star Guardian specialist. So
yeah, you've been playing that one a lot. So
I have well over 100 games this Star Guardians.
That is a lot. That is a lot. You could definitely consider yourself somewhat of a master of that composition, I would say.
I believe I have. We'll see. If I can get to masters, then I'll consider myself an actual master.
True.
But I'm happy with Diamond though for now.
Oh, definitely very, very strong here. We will see Solus getting that free reroll in here that everyone does get for this trade sector. Perhaps looking for some more Dark Stars here. I mean, it's been working out so far. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, I've heard so too. In fact, just a little bit of that being a little powerful.
Yep. A couple good items here to build off of. Zerath Portal as well.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Star Guardians. Yeah, like, GA tier, that's great for Star Guardians, and now Zerath as well, also good for Star Guardians.
You've got 2 awesome Nico items and a tier for Syndra. Oh boy, and there's 2 Zoes. Oh, he could have had a Zoe too. Oh, it kills me.
Rolls over it.
Not thinking Star Guardians. Yeah.
Nope. I mean, knows that Solgasang is going to be looking for that as well. So doesn't really want to contest other players, as if you do contest for Star Guardians, you're probably going to have a bad time and maybe
Yep.
hold hands going 7th, 8th together. But
I do like putting a Zerath portal in there as well, because one
Yeah.
thing that Dark Star Sniper, Dark Star in general, sometimes lacks is a strong front line, and Zerath portal helps so much with that.
Yeah, you could either save the bow for a Runans or Last Whisper or something, but no, Solus is opting for that early ZZ Rot, and I think that is an instrumental reason why we have seen have so much success in the early game because of that extra tankiness, so that, say, this Caitlyn in the back has more time to do work. Unfortunately for him in this fight, the Fiora did block the Caitlyn snipe there, so a bit of unlucky timing there.
So like Fioras have amazing timing with their riposts. It's actually wild just how many ults get absorbed by that ultimate.
It is nuts when it does stuff like that. A tier 2 Leona as well.
Yeah. Oh, Jarvan too. All right.
Finding some upgrades here. Trade sector really doing work here.
You're gonna see a lot of 2 stars early on with the ability to reroll like that.
Definitely so.
Trade sector is just really fun to play. It just feels really good, you know, to get a free reroll each turn. Like we were talking about earlier in the broadcast. Like I think super dense, where you get the free force of nature, is a little bit more fun overall, but trade sector is pretty sick.
Yeah, trade sector gives you a lot more options, even like in the little skill expression plays, like you can buy your whole shop out and before you roll, because it gives you a chance to roll the other units and then selling those. But then it's like, of those units that I pick up and units that I roll, it's like so many decisions you have to make per turn, especially in the early mid game when you're changing your composition a lot. So it's a lot of fun with a lot of thinking as well. But we do check in with Evangelion here, who has a couple of protectors, but going to be losing this round versus Curvor. There is a ZZ Rot on the other side as well. There's ZZ Rot being an item that's so popular right now, actually.
Yeah, it was ignored for so long. And the funny thing is, I feel like, didn't it get buffed like 2 patches ago or something like that? But I think it got changed like a while ago. But people still ignored it until 10.8. And now everyone's like, oh, wait a second. We just realized that ZZ Rot Portal gives you like a free champion with a ton of health. So it's time, you know. But do you think maybe part of it is I think also part of it is a rise of compositions that sometimes lack a strong front line, like Star Guardians and Dark Star. I think that's also part of it too, is that you do see more comps coming up that need more in the front.
Definitely. It's a good item, and those compositions that can utilize it that effectively, as you said, like those Star Guardians and those Dark Stars, it's perfect. They fill sort of both needs there, and the reason why we're seeing it come into so much fruition, I believe.
I think so. Like, you're not going to see it in like a Brawler Blasters comp or something like that, you know. So if there were a lot of comps that had those strong front lines, like, you're probably not going to see it in like Vanguard Sniper that powers up the chase, you know.
No.
But there are a lot of comps that do use it. So looks like it's going to be Evangelion going for the protectors.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, we talked about that earlier. Trade sector is going to be powerful for those comps that roll before many other players, and that is going to be protectors, you know, rolling in level 5 to try to hit that tier 3 Rakan, Xin Zhao, and even Sona, as well as Jarvan.
I do wonder if we're going to see anyone go Slash Bros too. Go for the Rebels comp.
Yeah, true. That is the other one.
Yasuo. Yeah.
Other one that can benefit very greatly from this trade sector. So perhaps so. I would like to see another player run it, because I do want to see, personally, I want to see more of how that comp is run, you know, what it struggles against, what it's good into, as just you know, my personal interest. But, you know, curious to see if it can take out any other players in this lobby and maybe get a first place finish, perhaps even.
I need to go and like troll through some of the top leaderboards and find an account that's spamming it. But I haven't found one yet.
Yeah, it's not really a composition that you like could go into a game, I think, be like, I'm going this comp right now. But it's kind of like, oh, I have a Yi and Yasuo, I have okay items. All right, sure, at this point now I'll look for it. There's not many players who will go into a game and be like, no, this is what I'm going.
Speaking of items, look at those Xin Zhao items on the Fiora. Oh man, that's going to be very strong later. Yeah,
speaking of Slash Bros, we have a couple Master Yis here.
Yeah. All right.
From Revan.
Has a Hex Tech. You could put that on the Master Yi later, I guess.
Yeah. Put on Yi, put on Yasuo.
Yeah, maybe Yasuo instead.
It's not great, I think, but it's not bad.
Yeah.
You already have another sword and rod as well, so Yeah, heck, maybe
True.
might as well make that item right now. Solo Gasang with Seraphs and Chalice already, along with that GA. So as soon as Solo Gasang is able to find some of those Star Guardians, will be strong. I mean, still even as strong right now is HP leader in the lobby, tied with Barbecue for 98 HP.
Let's see. So a little bit of buying here. Like you mentioned, you can just kind of buy out the shop before you reroll as well, and then sell it all, just to give yourself a better chance to find 2 stars, things like that.
Yep. Gonna go back to 30 gold here, probably, is Revan.
Mm-hmm. 2
Paying
Malphites.
extra Malphite. Yeah, just for extra rebel buffs.
Yeah, no Yasuo just yet.
No, so isn't able to accomplish that Blade Master synergy quite yet. But once the Yasuo is found, we'll definitely play that Shen at that point.
How would you feel, though, being the Evangelion and not having the Jin Zhao 2 yet? That's got to feel bad. I think I see one on his bench, but you don't want to put that in over the Fiora 2 yet.
No, I mean, it's not terrible right now, not getting these Jin Zhao 2 before Krugs or Terra Bursters, they are, in fact. I remembered this time.
The artist formerly known as Krugs.
Yeah, it's formerly known as Krugs, indeed. Yeah. But after that point, if you don't find it a couple rounds, then it starts to feel a little bit bad. Even Jelian, though, is still winning some rounds. 94 HP here. That Fiora is doing work, so it's not too bad right now at this point.
A couple more Kaisas.
Leveling before rolling. Yeah. I think it's good. It gets you a better chance to be rolling these Yis and these Yasuos. Not finding too much there, unfortunately, however, but if some gold drops, can make back up to 40 gold.
The tilt is setting in. He wants to find that Yasuo. He's like, no one else is building this. Why can't I find it?
The early rolls, another rod as well there. Maybe could even like death cap a Yi. I've seen that before, and the healing is insane from that.
Yeah, I've seen people try that once in a while, and it does seem like a good alternative if you're not finding the Rage Blade.
Yeah, there's the Yasuo.
Okay, cool. Meanwhile, the game is like, you should have gone mech.
Pretty much a bunch of Andes there, the Fizz, yeah. And Death Cap is indeed slammed there.
Yeah.
Gonna be put on that Yi. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. Do you put a GA on anyone right now? I wonder.
If you're going to put on anybody, it might be the Yasuo, but maybe saving those items for the Bramble for the Yi there. Bramble QSS, maybe just no Rage Blade, perhaps.
Okay.
Is considering slapping this GA on the Yasuo, though.
64 HP. You got to start thinking about your health, too. But I guess you can put the sword on Yasuo and build that into something else and then still save the chain vest. So he's getting like a tiny bit of the item benefit, at least.
Yeah, even if that's... Oh yeah, Curvor with the Star Guardians there, winning that round versus Revan. But even if you make that into a Zeke's, because Zeke's was buffed in terms of the attack speed that it grants in the recent patch, up from 18% to 30%, actually, even though it only will affect 3 units total now, not 5 units in a row. But being next to that Master Yi, it will be buffing itself and Master Yi with 30% attack speed, so that's, not too shabby there.
That's a huge amount of attack speed. I mean, you think about it, that's double the attack speed that 2 Chrono gives you.
Yeah.
So it's
going to be really, really nice.
I do kind of think that Zeke's is being a little bit underestimated right now in the game. And it's new, like you mentioned, it's a new change with the patch that came out earlier this week. So people just haven't had a chance to really use it yet. But I've got a feeling that item might be pretty big for certain compositions.
I think so. I think people are experimenting with it, but we'll find sort of where the power of it really lies very soon. But looking at Barbecue against Evangelion here, the items have gone to the Jin Zhao, even though it is only a Jin Zhao 1, but it is still raining terror here into the Cybernetics. The Lucian trying its best to kite around and heal, but the knock-up, and it will go down here soon.
Oh, the Bloodthirster! The Bloodthirster!
Will it go down? Okay, it will.
Oh, that was close.
Lucian kiting for his life, but barely not quite enough there.
Man, that was way closer than you'd expect it to be.
Yeah, it was like Lucian 1v4. I was like, oh, okay, it's gonna get cleaned up, but like, wait a minute. Had me second guessing.
Right now. for sure. So you get that benefit, I guess, out of it.
Barbecue playing that Mordekaiser for those two Vanguard front line here. Has some Dark Stars as well on the bench. Bloodthirst already committed, so it might be a Dark Star transition here, actually. For Barbecue.
I want to remind everybody, too, we're less than $1,000 away from the $5,000 mark to give away that Alienware monitor. 800. So let's get that up there. Supporting a cause. And
oh, yeah, no, about $800 left. Indeed, so get those donations still coming in.
Oh, I'm back.
Okay, yeah, we're back. DoA's back.
I'm back.
Hog you.
It was, yeah, I noticed things were freezing a little bit on my end. I don't know why.
You're good now. Welcome back, my friend. But yeah, Barbecue going into this carousel round being third pick here. But Revan, we see 29 HP. And the seventh place is still salty with 69. Revan, what is happening? How are you so low already?
That is crazy. I'm trying to remember what he was building now. He was going Slash Bros.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I guess hasn't found
no.
the upgrades yet. Maybe hasn't really rolled down that much. Yeah, still has a lot of gold left, so definitely needs to consider rolling some of that to find upgrades to stabilize. Because
That's so rough.
Having a 40 HP gap between last place or 8th place and 7th at stage 3 is actually insane. Don't see that one very often at all.
No, you don't. And I wonder, like, was this just the worst luck game of all time? Because it's an uncontested comp for him, and we're in the trade sector galaxy where you get the free reroll. So if you can't hit like your Yasuo and your Yi on this map when it's uncontested, I don't know what to tell you.
It's just one of those games, and hey, with TFT, with auto chess games, you know, sometimes that does happen, but you have to just try to mitigate bad RNG there. You got to kind of go whatever you find at that point. Maybe it was a bit too early for Evan to really commit to that composition and got punished for it a little bit, potentially. Hopefully, we'll be winning some rounds here. Starting right now, though, Barbecue does win this round versus Sir Salty.
So there's that at least, but yeah, there's such a huge HP disparity. It's like everybody's just been beating up Revan this game.
Yeah. This is another round actually to like the saying again. 24 HP and still has one more to go before Infiltrators. Is it actually possible to get below 20 before Infiltrators? Like, I haven't seen that in such a long time, but
not in this set.
Yeah, it's not this set for sure.
I guess it's possible on 10.8. There's Illusion 2, another one anyway.
Yeah, so can choose to swap that BT to maybe Irelia if Barbecue does go for 6 Cybernetics. BT Irelia is pretty solid whenever she dashes.
For Kale later, possibly too.
True. Could be a Kale, could be could go on the Echo, I guess, as well. I mean, it will stack when Echo ultis, so it's not terrible there. Gives a little AP as well, but definitely if you see Rage Blade, you like are pretty much thinking it's going to be Kale. Darius with some solid items here. Gunblade to heal back up.
Darius can be so strong early on if you give him some items.
Oh, yeah.
Talking like crazy. Lucian running away, but Darius follows him. The mid-air turn, that is some real talent. To be able to shift your trajectory, your momentum like that. I don't know where like Darius is hiding like the little jets on his armor, but they came in handy there.
Quite a talented unit there. For sure. As helps out Solus maintain that win streak. 90 HP, almost top the lobby once again, but we will check in with Sir Salty here. One of the lower HP players in this lobby, going for what looks like Mech Infiltrator, maybe?
I mean, that's got to be the intent, right? But the items on the Kaisa are really weird.
So I'm not sure.
I'm
actually not sure here.
Sir Salty, I think, he looks like he got trapped between comps.
It looks like that indeed, yeah.
Yep.
We'll see what he is going to shift into. But
he's got like a Khazad 3 now opportunity. He's got to buy the Annie, right?
If he's going for mechs, but I guess not going for mech.
He would have had the mech if he bought the Annie, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, but he's just not going to go for it at all. All right.
No. is selling some of these units here and is transitioning into what? I'm not quite sure, but I suppose
Huh.
we'll find out. Fits in a couple Chronos as well here. Maybe this Xayah can carry.
Maybe. Not normal Xayah items, but the Morellonomicon on Xayah certainly helps a little bit.
Yeah, solid. Going up against Revan here, who has found Yi too, so a bit of an
Yeah.
upgrade there. GA is indeed the item of choice on this Yasuo, but it is unfortunately still a Yasuo 1.
I think Sir Salty may be in a bit of trouble here. He'll be alive, but he's definitely starting to lose HP pretty fast. But check this out, man. Revan coming back. Slash Bros online. He did get the Bramble Vest for Master Yi.
Yeah, solid item. This needs the cloak for a QSS for that Yi, and I think he'll be chilling.
You know what's...
Maybe find the Yi 3, hopefully. I mean, 24 HP is still very low.
Wait, so you remember when he put the sword on Yasuo? He got 2 more chain vests because he already had the one for the possible GA, and then he got he has a Bramble Vest besides. So somehow he got like another 2 chain vests, and that like saved him for now.
Probably
that's kind of crazy.
Infiltrate around that. Really good RNG there. Actually, in item drops. A lot of people finding upgrades as we see on the side here. We see Revan actually getting Blitzcrank 3.
Wow.
So that's going to be decently strong in terms of stabilizing. Not as a priority as, of course, your Yasuo or your Yi, but still solid nonetheless. We do see Solus here, who is once again the HP leader of this lobby. Solus really making a name for himself here in this tournament.
Yeah, no kidding. Playing a lot of Darkstar stuff. But right now, just the Darius abuser.
Yeah, so look how much gold being collected here.
He's making so much money. It's really funny. And so you mentioned Blitzcrank 3 earlier, and Blitzcrank 3 at this stage in the game is hilarious because basically at the start of every round, he just reaches out and deletes somebody because his grab does like 1,000 damage base. And so at this point in the game, he'll probably just kill a backline carry at the beginning of every round, which is so funny. Because then you scout, when you have Blitz 3 this early, you just scout and you're like, okay, it's like instead of Zephyring, you just kill someone. So it's like, who do I want to kill with Blitzcrank at the beginning of this round? You do your placement based on that.
Yeah, if not kill, we'll probably put the units within like 1 or 2 shots of dying, definitely.
Right.
Yeah, Revan we see there finds a Shen 2 as well. Oh, Shen 3 actually there. So finding some of the units, but not the priority ones. Maybe it is enough though to stabilize.
Shen 3 will keep people safe for a while, I guess, but
yeah,
it's getting wild. QSS on the Kale.
Might swap over some of these items to the Kale as well that are on the Xayah currently.
I think you definitely have to do that. All right.
Evangelion here, the protectors, with the Jin in the backline actually as well.
Jin with good items too.
Yeah, GA, IE, not too shabby. Protector spat actually as well. So you only need 3 traditional protectors, with that Sona being the 4th one.
And the funny thing is, because Sona ults so quickly, especially if he starts getting the Seraphs on the Sona like you're looking for the protectors comps, she's going to be getting a shield like stacking every couple seconds. Sona 3 with that is going to be really annoying.
Oh yeah, especially a lot of damage to have to go through there. Defensive item carousel here, which is really good if you're Revan because you needed a cloak, and Revan got just that there.
Yep.
We'll see if other players are able to utilize the defensive items quite as well, though.
Going over to take a look at our second place player in the lobby right now, Toon TV. Has a Vanguard Sniper Chrono thing started out, just grabs the Negatron cloak as fast as he can.
Yep. Getting that. See what item that he wants to build. That has 4 Vanguards and 2 Snipers right now. Has the Caitlyn in place of the Jin, I believe. So might just stick with the Vanguards. Could switch into Dark Stars, but doesn't have any Jarvans or basically any other Dark Stars besides Karma and Mordekaiser, though, for now.
He's very close to getting perfect Jin items. If he hits a bow, he could build perfect Jin items in terms of a GA, Last Whisper, and Runins.
Yeah, and perfect items are definitely going to be what you need with this composition, because Vanguards with Snipers are the Jin carry. It's not really the Shaco carry that we see other Darkstar players go for. But yeah, that Blitz 3 nearly one-shots the Karma there.
Pretty much. I suppose if you get the Jace carry online, you have another alternative source of damage, but you generally want your Jin to be pretty strong. Good Wukong ult. And
Definitely.
that delays enough. Wow, that Shen 3 just getting burst through eventually, but the Slash Bros are online.
That they are. Even without the Yi 3 Yasuo 3, they're still doing work here.
Yep.
Revan is on a 5-win streak currently, so as
Wow.
low as he had dropped, and I mean, arguably still a little bit too low, lower than we definitely would have wanted, but has stabilized here.
Thinking about the Darius items on Solus's board right now.
Yeah, checking that one out. Solus is actually one shake away from Shaco 3.
Oh wow. That's
And,
not supposed to happen. Not this
nope.
patch.
Definitely unlikely, but not really being contested by that many people. So just one away. Solus, top of the lobby in terms of HP, will probably find that before the game is over.
Yeah,
Most
probably
likely will.
So this Sona, like I said, once she gets a couple tiers, is going to be getting like a ton of shields. Just watch that shield grow on Sona. It's probably not going to matter in the end, but she's going to be hard to take down. Oh, maybe it will. The Jhin might carry. Ash Arrow does not go towards the Jhin. And so...
Ooh, Caitlyn Snipe goes through, kills the Jhin, but I don't think Caitlyn will be enough to take out the Sona and the Ashe, and indeed not.
Yeah. So once that Caitlyn becomes a Jhin, that'll probably be a little bit stronger for Toon TV. But...
yeah, very, very much stronger there.
A little bit, yeah.
We'll probably go to 8 after these this Raptor round here, and we'll continue rolling. Has a free roll right now though, and doesn't really hit too much.
Finds one of Revan's Master Yi's.
Yeah, I was gonna say could pick that up just to deny it. I mean, won't lose econ for it, so might as well there.
It's tempting.
It is.
So we're on the Arc Raptors now. The Infiltrators were the previous neutral round, which I feel like we need to rename them because Infiltrators is also the name of a synergy in this set.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would you name them?
They're not as I don't know, wolves.
Wolves?
Super original name, the wolves, yeah.
Scaly wolves?
Scaly wolves.
Lizard wolves. Kind of like an Avatar, they always, all the animals were like basically two other animals put together.
True, actually, yeah. With that thought in mind, could have some creative names there. But
it was a good show.
Jhin was found here by Toon TV, so going to be looking for that Jhin too.
Could have found a Vel'Koz too, but he's really just looking for more Jhins, buying all the 4 costs to lower the chance.
Oh, there it is.
Ooh, got it. Yeah.
Yeah, found that Jhin.
Oh, here we go. We do have the 3-star Master Yi online and activated now.
Revan, lucky to find that, I would say, from his position in the game, but it's going to be carrying as Sir Salty does get eliminated there, unfortunately, going out in 8th place here. The Slash Bros are online, much to Sir Salty's dismay there.
A 7-game win streak right now. Like, remember when this guy was about to die a few rounds ago?
It's like 29 HP on round like 3 or 3-5 or something. Like, oh man, this is looking rough, but
like,
Nas found the upgrades, and here we are. We see it being really strong here.
So there's already a Sona 3 in the lobby because the Protector's player, so it's unlikely that he's going to find it, even though it is a 2 cost. It's just... It's possible. You can have 2-3 stars of a 2 cost, can't you?
Yep.
Yeah, you can. It's just harder to find now.
There's going to be enough in the pool to be able to do that, but indeed, as you said, it will be much harder to achieve. We see Revan versus Evangelion here. Evangelion does have that Jhin too. It was hooked in by the Blitzcrank though, as Master Yi sort of gets to run around and run terror on this composition here. Takes out the Jhin, takes out the Sona, and the Xayah will be the last one standing there. Get a little ad here.
Well, I guess that was a time for an ad on his stream, apparently.
Yeah, an ad for a good segue. Care, donations almost at 5K. We can get to that one.
Don't spend your money on whatever that was.
No,
like, donate to a good cause. Like, help people who need it most during this pandemic. Show the world that gamers care, and get yourself a chance when we get to that 5,000 threshold to possibly win that Alienware monitor.
Yeah, indeed. Nice 240 hertz. It's going to be clean. Do recommend. So get those in during this game. After this game, we'll have a little bit as well.
Oh, Cinder 3 found by Soligasang.
Yeah, with double chalice. Doubles
Yeah.
Zerath on the front line actually here as well.
I like it. All right, pretty good Nico items as well. I think I saw a GA and a Ionic Spark. But can you kill the Jhin? There we go. There's a CC.
Probably, yeah.
Zoe CC is enough to set up the kill. Everyone's charge. Everyone's heading for the Jhin.
Zoe
And,
3, not something you see often in Star
No.
Guardians, but Zoe 3 has been achieved nonetheless. Barbecue does fall in 7th place there, though, so we have our top 6.
Zoe 3 is the only thing you're ever. It's the only time you're ever going to see it in the reroll Galaxy trade sector. You would never go for that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely some contribution there in achieving that one. We see Darkstar spat here, maybe picked up by Solus. Oh, by
Possibly.
Toon, actually.
All right. Toon takes it. Could probably put it to good use as well.
Mm-hmm.
Revan is the only one in the lobby on a win streak now. Going from near 0 to possibly hero, or I guess we could say champ.
Yeah.
In this game.
All of a sudden, like the HP amount that Revan has doesn't look too bad.
Darkstar Jace instead of Darkstar Ashe. So a little bit of an adaptation on what we've been seeing a lot of Darkstar spats go to.
I think it's going to be pretty strong. Given the fact that this Jace will want to be tier 3'd very, very soon.
Yeah.
Actually does fit 6 Darkstars and overall doesn't commit to all of these Vanguards, is 2 away from that Jace 3. I think this is a good move here by Toon.
Yeah, if he can hit the Jace 3, that'll be very, very strong. Still, though, no defensive items on the Jace 3, so you itemize a Darkstar that's probably going to die early. So I don't know. What do you think about that?
It's rough. I don't know. Especially, it feels bad not having defensive items on him, as you will get shredded like comps like Solus right there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of just like a stronger version of that, especially with that Shaco 3.
Well, so the whole reason why Jace can carry is because he's got a ton of armor from being one of 4 Vanguards, right? Mm-hmm. So if you take the 4 Vanguard away from him, then he's just going to die like a normal 2 Vanguard carry would. It is 3-star Jace, though, so he's going to be strong regardless.
Yeah, it'll be tanky inherently because that extra HP from being 3-star. Having 2 Vanguards is a little awkward. Once he does die, buffing up the other Darkstars will be pretty good. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I think it's probably the best decision that Toon could have made with what he was given. So I don't think it's wrong. It's just not optimal.
Ooh, that is a lot of damage.
You gotta adapt. Yeah, no, it's wrecking actually.
You got 2 ults off. All right, I think that's pretty much all you can expect in this situation. And was it enough though? So close, GA, but the GA on the other side not popped yet. Doesn't even get popped.
Goes to 4 HP here, and even Jelly on winning as well. The Darkstars, he's just facing stronger Darkstar players. Yeah.
Revan, meanwhile, going from 8th all the way up to 3rd.
Yeah, still on that win streak. That's the power. Once you get E3, it's like, how do you lose? Unless you get to like these super late game, like stage 6 compositions, might be able to contest them at that point. But
I mean, I guess you need like a Lulu too, just to polymorph it at that point and just take it out of the equation completely.
It has. Did Revan have QSS on that Yi? I think he
may have. Yeah, so you're right. So in that case, that's probably not even an option either.
Yeah, it needs to wait 15 seconds for into the battle for him to be able to be CC'd, poly by that Lulu. So it is possible, but not something that could stop him for the beginning of the fight.
Master Yi is not going to wait that long. He is going to come after you before 15 seconds are over.
Yeah, he's going to start slashing real quick.
Yep.
Toon keeping rolling, trying to find that Zerath too. RFC probably goes on Zerath. It could go on Shaco though. That's not bad.
All right. I mean, if Zerath ults and he has an RFC, he's gonna do a lot of damage before he goes down, even at 1 star, but backlining everything.
Toon backlining everything.
Oh, here we go.
Jace, though. Ashe gets hooked by Blitzcrank. The Shen dodging a lot here.
Jhin saves Ashe by killing the Blitzcrank early.
Yeah.
Jace gets 2 ults off again, I believe. Does a lot of damage to the Slash Bros. And Jhin starting to one-shot people.
Yasuo can't do enough. Revan takes the first loss in a very long time, dropping to 8 HP.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have expected Revan, once he hit that power spike to be able to go top 4 pretty guaranteed, but from losing so much HP early, all of a sudden he's within one shot of dying.
It's all a it's a pretty tight lobby, except for our number 1 player. Once again, Solus, way more health than everybody else, and Soligusang still in a second, too. So
Yeah.
with a pretty good looking Star Guardians board. So we may actually see an identical top 2 here, depending on how these next couple rounds shake out. Cover also went for a Star Guardian, so it was contested. He did get the Syndra 3, so perhaps a little bit stronger than Soligusang.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see these Dark Stars versus that Syndra 3 right now. Syndra 3 really a terror here. Locket double chalice takes out a bunch of units here, but the Zerath, the Jhin is left. No, the Syndra not being able to do enough here, and Curvor will fall right after Soligusang.
So the problem is that
Contested.
if you contested, but also you run into the same problem that you do against protectors with Star Guardians, where you end up getting like a couple of their 3 stars a little bit low, and then Syndra just doesn't target them because she targets someone with the highest HP percent. And so then these 3 stars with like a third to half health are just wrecking your entire board.
Yeah, exactly right there. So unfortunate that they take a bit of damage as Syndra, won't one-shot them there.
Yep.
But hopping over to Solus's perspective here, he has those Dark Stars going against the Slash Bros here. Is he strong enough to take them out? Yi still alive, full HP.
Zeke's
Looks
and
like he's
Zerath on Zerath.
cleaning it up. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's the Shaco show. But is it strong enough?
Is
No.
it? No, not the Shaco show.
Wow. So Revan can beat the lobby leader.
Yeah.
And it's just him. It's just him and Solus left now.
Yeah, not going to be a repeat of, last lobby here. Soligusang did fall in 5th, and all of a sudden we are in top 2 right now. Solus grabbing that infiltrator spot. That's going to be buffing up Shaco. Yeah. Maybe puts it onto Zerath. Yeah, does just that. Really needs to find Zerath too, though. But isn't finding any others. Yeah, finds Ashe too. It's not bad.
Well, it's a little upgrade, but
it's an
not
upgrade,
much at this stage. Yeah.
Lulu 2 for Solus as well, but yeah, Yi does have that Quicksilver.
Right.
So won't be able to be CC'd for the first 15 seconds. Well, after the first 15 seconds of the battle.
Shaco 3 is so scary. Like if this beats Dark Stars, I'll be very impressed.
I think it has a good chance to do so here, actually.
I think it does. Man, the Bramble Vest doing so much work for Yi right now.
Oh, yeah.
The Lulu as well. Trying to help out Solus, but
this one was alive.
Shaco. Oh my gosh. Okay. It's Shaco time. Final boss.
Oh, no. So close.
Dude, that was very close. One more item on Shaco and that might have done it.
Yeah.
But because Shaco can't crit Master Yi, that just gives Master Yi the advantage in all the 1v1s. And so Revan may go from 8th at 20 HP at Infiltrators to winning the lobby.
Yeah.
With Slash
it's possible. It was a really close fight. This next round will decide it. A little bit of repositioning there from Revan. One away from Karma 3. Hasn't hit it, though.
He's going to grab the Jhin. Or no, he didn't grab the Jhin. Did he? Okay, there we go. Now he grabs the Jhin.
Yeah. Was stopped by that Shroud, though.
Right.
Mana, yeah.
Right.
And Yasuo still alive there. Shaco as live as well. He's trying to carry.
Shen almost got a second ult even. That's pretty insane. But here comes Shaco. Is it enough? 2v2. Lulu gets a polymorph. That might be big. Shaco didn't find an ult during the polymorph, though.
And Yasuo takes out the GA, and that will be it, I believe. Revan goes from 8th place in this lobby, 40 HP behind to winning. Yeah, that pop-off there for Revan. Holy moly, what a game there by him. the power of the Slash Bros taking out Solus, who has played so well during this tournament, who has been, sort of these lobby leaders, but taking out the Dark Stars. We see it. We were talking about that earlier, before this game started. The fact of, can the Slash Bros do it? And they indeed did with Revan. They were piloting them. A great job there.
That's crazy. He manages to do it. So that means Revan jumps up to 13 points, but Solus, by taking second in that lobby, should still be our overall winner because he had 10 points coming into it. So he would be at 18. Solig is saying, when did he drop out? Third or fourth or something like that?
I believe, actually. Yeah.
All right. Well, here are the final scores. They are updated. Solus is our winner with 18. Revan jumps all the way up to second with 13, getting the big win with the Slash Bros. Korvar takes third. Solig is saying fourth. Barbecue fifth. Toon TV sixth. Evangelion seventh. And Sir Salty down in eighth, but making it to the final lobby, which out of 32 players is an accomplishment in itself.
32 strong players making the top 8. Not too shabby indeed. But man, we had some really great games here. I believe we will be having an interview with Solus eventually, perhaps not right this second, but trying to get him in a bit. But of course, we will be having one more giveaway very shortly here. And of course, keep on donating to, it actually started right now. So head on over to raiseorriot.com and get your entries in to win. $1 to $49 gets you 1 entry, and anything over $50 gives you 2 entries per dollar to win in this giveaway. This is, after game number 5, so there'll be no more games, but still need you all to, help out in the cause. The reason that we're all here today to, give money to CARE to help out amidst this COVID-19 pandemic. And, we've already had so much support so far, but if we can also get to that $5,000 goal, then it will indeed give us opportunity to give away one of those very, very nice 240 hertz monitors. It's something that we would definitely like to be able to do today.
Well, as you can see, we're getting Solus on the call right now, trying to bring him in to chat a little bit. And so while we do that, again, guys, now is the time to make some donations, push us closer to that 5,000 goal. Another opportunity as well to possibly win a bundle of Juju. Hey, what's up?
What's up?
What's up, Solus? How's it going, man? You are the big winner. 32 players came today, but you stand victorious at the end. How's it feel?
Feels good. I still have 100% win rate.
Yeah, that's crazy. So Dark Stars are pretty good, huh?
Yeah. I've been playing Dark Star for 10 hours.
What have you learned in the last 10 hours about Dark Stars besides that they're really good? Like, what sort of unique Dark Star tech gives you like the edge of everybody else?
Dang, should I say it? Because I'm gonna have to use it on Ladder.
That's up to you, man. I mean,
Zerath portal.
All your secrets. Oh, yeah, we did see you building some Zerath portals, and that gave you the edge early game. Yeah. Oh,
so that's really nice. The item everyone's underestimating right now.
Yep.
I don't know
Zerath,
if that's... Go ahead.
Zerath actually counters Syndra and Jhin a lot, and Shaco, because they give them an extra target, so it's buy you a lot of time. And then let you pump up some damage.
That's really true, because like that'll pop out as the highest HP percentage target, so it does draw the Syndra ultimate sometimes. It's super strong. I think a lot of people are going to be building that soon, though. I don't know if you needed to hold on to that one. I think a lot of people are building Zerath these days.
It's the secret tech revealed by Solus right now. But once
even
again,
double Zerath sometimes.
True, yeah.
Yeah.
Opportunity for that, and it did go that in an earlier game, I believe, as well. Much to your success there.
So with all the success with Dark Stars, what's the thing that you think works best against Dark Stars right now, besides another Dark Star?
The reroll Blade Master comp, the Bang Bro comp.
We're calling them Slash Bros now, I guess.
Slash Bros.
That's probably a little bit more family friendly. Yeah, but what is it about that comp that gives us so much trouble?
It target like multiple items. Usually your Zerath, your Shaco, and your Jhin. Like just get behind the carry really fast, and I have Shen that deny auto attack. And once you hit full mystic, it denies Zerath too. So basically, you don't do damage to that comp.
Yeah.
without Last Whisper or Spark. You need either one. I had like none. Or anti-heal. I also had none.
Right. So
True.
looking at the other players in the tournament today, is there anyone you're kind of surprised didn't make the top 8?
Let me check.
I'm putting you on the spot, I guess, with this. While you check, Larshot with the
Unexpected
$5
23.59.
donation. What's that?
23.59.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, true. Made top 4 in that group, but not top 2. I mean, it was a hard group. That was the group that you were in as well, and you know, you
Yeah.
and Revan came out as top 2.
Wow, dude, Curvor just donated $500. He says, "Grats to my ultimate brother Soulless. I'll get the next one."
Wow,
Yeah.
thank you very much,
So-
Kervor.
Yeah,
Thanks,
huge
Curvor.
donation. That puts us at $4,655 too. So, guys, we are very close actually to that monitor giveaway, and of course, 5 minutes still in the Juju energy drink plus display bundle giveaway as well. Yep, that's right. 4.7 just hit right now. Viper 3 and Ori Olivar popping in with some donations as well. Yeah, that's right. So if we can just push it to 5K, just a little bit more, we can maybe get there. We'll see.
True, I think we
Yeah.
can. I mean, still have some time left. Solus, you still here, right?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I was wondering, you know, you are the winner here today, getting, I believe, 5,000 euros donate to a charity of your choice. Did you have a charity in mind that you would like to donate to, or you need to do a little bit of research?
I need to do a little bit of research.
Okay, fair enough,
Mhm.
fair enough.
That's good. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
make sure
good
you're
to do
informed.
research, right?
Yeah,
So-
definitely. Definitely so, but yeah, so still a lot of money to, you know, donate to a good cause, to a charity. Of course, we are here raising money for CARE and them helping out, delivering some very much needed aid to everyone around the world in amidst this COVID-19 pandemic. So huge shout out to CARE for all of that. We have just over 4 minutes left on our Juju and display giveaway as well. So if you reach that 5K, we'll also give you that monitor.
So, Solus, we were talking earlier, Khroen and I, about the different galaxies in galaxies right now. So, what if you could choose? Like, what's your preferred galaxy to play on these days?
None.
None.
Yeah,
You just want a
no
standard
galaxy.
normal game.
Yeah.
Well, that being said, how do you feel about the newest 2 galaxies though, with the trade sector and
Trade
the
sector
super
is
dense galaxy?
Trade sector is pretty fun, and Super Dense Galaxy is really good for Darkstar because you can fit Celestial level 7.
True.
Very true. So we've got one last question for you since you're here. Any shout outs you want to make on the broadcast? Any practice partners? Any people that may have not gone Dark Stars, so they didn't contest you as much? Who do you want to shout out?
Shout out for Xayah for hosting tournaments. Because
Thanks.
the only highlights of the past 3 set was Xayah hosting tournament. Because there's I know a lot of players, they're looking for competitive, but since there's no tournament, a lot of people like pivot into different games. Them hosting tournament actually keep TFT alive and help the community a lot. So
That's awesome.
shout out to Risa and you guys.
Yeah, Reese out there doing tons of work to put this event here together as well. A shout out to our other partners for this particular tournament, AFK Creators, as well as Softgiving. But yeah, it's great to see more tournaments in the space. It's really awesome to see Riot announcing some of their big esports plans later this year. Does that have you pretty pumped?
Mm-hmm.
Great. I can tell by the sound of your voice how pumped you are. All right, we'll let you go. Thanks for stopping by. Congratulations on the win and earning some money for the charity of your choice. Yeah, we'll catch you later, man.
All right. Good night. Good night.
Yep. See ya.
See ya.
Thank you, and congrats again.
He said good night, but we're still in esports morning right now.
Yeah, true.
Thank you
3
for
p.m.
inviting
It's
me.
still morning. Yeah, no problem. Have a good one.
All right, sweet.
Yeah.
So still just under 2 minutes until this particular giveaway is over. So a little bit more time to get in there again. Let's see.
Yeah, have some more donations coming in too.
And we've decided we're pretty close, but we are going to give away the Alienware monitor right after this giveaway is done. So definitely stick around for a chance to win that as well. Not done quite yet. Yep, that's right. And remember, for that particular giveaway, the more you donate, the better chance you have. Of course, $1 through $49 is 1 entry per dollar. $50 and up is 2 entries per dollar. So when that giveaway starts, let's like really see a ton of donations come in to try to push it a little bit higher here too.
Yeah, indeed. Make sure to go on over to razorriot.com. You can see the link in chat right there to get those donations through. We have just below a minute left for this Juju Display giveaway. And then, as you said, we will be giving away that 240 hertz monitor. So hype for that as well. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win, as you just explained. So we're getting some money in here for some good causes today, DoA.
Yep, that's right. I'm about to make a donation myself, but I'm trying to time it between the two giveaways because I don't want to be entered for either one. So I'm trying to time it properly. Wish me luck.
Hopefully so.
24 seconds left in this one, and when the winner is announced, then I can toss that in there. But yeah, it's been a great day of TFT. Like we've seen so many cool games. We've seen so many kind of like crazy finishes. And right to the very last game where someone was down to 20 HP and then was able to come back and win the lobby with, I would say, probably like the newest comp to come on the scene and really make like really make sort of like a splash here. And Kervor is our winner for the giveaway here. He gets the Juju energy drink bundle and a display of his choice as well, which is pretty sick. So that's neat.
Definitely so. So huge congrats to Kervor, and thanks for participating in the tournament as well. Showing us some great games, which of course, here for donating money to care and here for the charity, but also here to see a little bit of good TFT action as well, which Kervor definitely provided. Give me those Jujus, PogChamp. Kervor say in the chat there. And right on to our Alienware monitor giveaway. Yeah. Right on to our next one. So enter razorriot.com, giving away that sweet monitor. So every donation at this point will enter you in for a chance to win that monitor. $1 through $49 gives you 1 entry, and $50+ for every dollar will give you 2 entries. So now's the time if you want that monitor.
That's right. Now's the time to donate. Go for it. Let's get over 5,000. We're already giving away the monitor anyway, but if you donate right now, you have a chance to win that monitor and also push us closer to our goal, which would be sick. But a lot of money raised already today for a great charity, and a morning of well, for me anyway, in California, for a morning of a TFT, that's pretty sick actually.
Oh, definitely, for sure. And is that $100 from ggdoa I see there? Wow. Thank you,
that's
DoA,
right.
for
But
contributing
not in
to the
contention
cause.
for the monitor. Do not worry. I'm not taking that, obviously. I tried to time it so I wouldn't be even in that 10-minute window, but worst case scenario, it's going to someone else.
Yeah, I could re-roll that one at that point. But got a bunch of donations coming on in. We got Adrian $5, Charles Gulaz 50, Toy Knight $10, Nuclear Shark 5, Geeko Statue $5. Maybe I butchered that name, hopefully not though. But yeah, thank you everybody for your contributions. Keep them coming. I got a little under, I believe, probably like 8 minutes for this monitor here.
Yep, that's right. And only $105 away from 5,000. I want to at least hit 5,000. That's my goal right now. And it doesn't matter, obviously, like a lot of us are stretched a little bit thin right now. But it doesn't really matter what the amount is. Anything that you can provide helps somebody else. And so it doesn't matter if it's $5 to $500. Like any little bit helps.
Yeah, definitely. Whatever you can spare. Of course, as you said, it is a hard time for a lot of people here, but anything does indeed help, does indeed matter. Got some more. We got Paroia with the $5 coming in. Appreciate that a lot. Luminous Ice, $5 as well for the charity and the monitor, of course, for the charity. The reason we're all here today.
Yep, that's right. And that means that we are less than $100 away from 5,000, actually. We are $99.73 away from $5,000. So let's get there. Let's get like that 100. That's $100 more to try to hit 5,000. And I feel like that's a good, if we can hit that, that's a pretty good day. Even if we don't, it's still a good day. But
Yeah. Of course, raising $4,900 for care, still an amazing amount. Getting a 5K would be the icing on the cake at that point. We have a couple more donations coming in. Wonder Mellow with $5, and NA Wins Pog U with $5.73, sort of evening out that cent.
I
margin
appreciate
there.
that specifically because it makes it a lot easier for me to do the math. So
Yeah.
shout out to NA Wins Pog U, like for really coming up clutch for my mental for the rest of this stream.
Caster math is at least 10 times easier now to do, and
That's right.
Yeah,
I feel like
Takes a
I've
lot of
gotten
pressure
up to
off
like
of us.
3-star caster math now because of that.
You're definitely leveling up for sure from
Makes
that
it
first
easier.
time. Oh yeah, for sure. So just $89 left to reach that 5K. We got 6 minutes left on this monitor giveaway. Make sure to get your entries in. Go over to raiseorriot.com as we are nearly there. Nearly
Yeah,
done.
pretty
It's
much.
been a great day. I believe had a lot of great games, a lot of great people come in to support this cause. I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, me too. It's been a lot of fun games, and I think it also just shows like TFT is a legit esport. Like, I mean, it's something that's very watchable and really fun, and that's where TFT is a very complex game. But
Yeah.
I like to draw a lot of parallels between TFT and StarCraft 2, in that they're very complex and deep games when you play them at the highest level. But in order to sit down and watch them, it doesn't take a whole lot. Like TFT, even if you don't know anything about the game, you just know there's a buying phase and there's a battle phase.
Yeah.
And that's it. You can see people's armies getting stronger. You can see one team beat another team. So as far as esports goes, I think TFT is actually very watchable.
Yeah, I would say so, as long as you have that, base knowledge of that game, which, doesn't take too much for that. Of course, and there's always gonna be those intricate strategies. Like, I always love, no matter what esport it is, honestly, I've loved just watching the top level of play. You made analogies to StarCraft. I love watching StarCraft, watching really, really good players. They're like 400
Wow.
AP. I'm just like, I wish I could do that. That's really insane. But
Man,
of course, watching all these TFT players and the decision making throughout all the courses or all the stages of the game is still insane in its own right itself. It's just a bit of a different skill set, different game, but still, amazing skill to have to be a really good player. Like we
Very
see
true.
in all of these players here, but especially our final 8 in that finals lobby.
There's so many little decision points in TFT that makes it fascinating.
Yeah.
Oh, Brosidon with the $10.23 wrecked is his message.
Oh, no.
Shout out to Brosidon, who is actually basically our technical director, running everything behind the scenes. He's the guy switching all the graphics, making sure that when people join the Discord call, that he gets everything in like the right place really fast. So shout out to him for doing a ton of work behind the scenes here. But also shout out to him as well for messing up the math again.
I was gonna say
we need someone to do a donation that involves 73 cents now to even it up.
We do. Also had Whaler Fish with $5 and Toby with $5. And Bursan saying in our ears that he's chaotic evil, and we see the justification of that right there with that 23 cents.
I would definitely agree. We are now what, $69.77 away from $5,000. There we go. Risa doesn't like Poseidon donating $5.77. Thanks again to Risa for organizing a ton of stuff behind the scenes. You have no idea how hard she worked over the last few days to make this come together smoothly, and it did come together really smoothly to wrangle 32 players and us and everything else. Like, props to a huge shout out to Risa as well over at Giant Slayer for doing a lot of work putting this together. Tsubasama with the $10 donation. Great event for great cause. GG, guys. Glad you enjoyed it. We had a ton of fun as well. And now we're only $53 away from 5,000. So come on. We got 245. We can definitely hit that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
$53 away, 240 left. Thank everybody for contributing to the cause, and I'm glad that people enjoyed the event as well. Getting to experience some high action TFT as well as supporting a good cause and donating money to care. For all their charitable work that they're doing. I think it's great that we can all again come together and do this here as we are rounding out the day.
This is great because
here today.
We got to have a fun, morning and part of the day watching TFT and chilling out. But because of this, because of all the money that you guys donated, people out there are going to get some life-saving aid that they need to make it through this pandemic. So there's if you think about it that way, like you guys have spent the morning saving lives as well, which is pretty awesome.
You can feel good about that for today. Spending the morning saving lives.
Yeah,
definitely feel good about that. Or no matter where you are, evening, morning, afternoon, just wherever you are. Like, this is a very international tournament. There are people from all around the world here watching, supporting. So yeah, thank you all for coming together.
Cast, the $15 donation. Don't at me. Well, I'm mentioning you, but I'm not adding you. It's not really an at. And hey, there we go. Hitoshi with a $25 donation, and Khroen himself coming in with the $50 to push us over the $5,000 mark. We did it. Congratulations, everybody.
We done it. Pog you.
Solaga
saying
$100 donation. Right
We've
at the
gone
end.
above and beyond, over the 5K.
That's right. Exceeding the $5,000 threshold. We had that monitor, 50 seconds left. So yeah, still a chance to donate in there. In all the excitement, I completely forgot we were doing the monitor giveaway at the same time.
Giving away a monitor.
Yeah, all these donations coming in, except for Khroen and I, of course, are gonna go for that monitor as well too. So yeah, that's pretty sick.
Indeed. Getting some last second donations. Got 30 seconds left to be entered in to get this monitor.
I love it. That's awesome. Yeah. So we're getting a lot done today, which is awesome. I felt like I personally benefited from this in that I've learned more about TFT, and maybe I will try Slash Bros. It did win the last lobby, but what I've learned more than anything is I need to create a third account, an alt account, to only play Space Pirates on and try to master the Darius reset build. That's the real plan here.
Oh man, as we reach the end of our monitor giveaway here, maybe Space Pirates will be.
No, it's not me. We're gonna do this again. I knew this was happening. I tried to time it between things. I did not win the monitor. Don't listen to that. I have two perfectly. It's a lovely monitor, but I have two perfectly serviceable monitors, and we will give that to someone else. Hopefully I didn't create too much of a hassle.
You've ruined everything, DoA. How are we going to come back from this?
That was not.
We did, yeah.
I didn't think there was a chance.
RNG.
This is the only time I've ever won anything, by the way, too, and it's a time when I'm actually not winning it. So.
Oh man, honestly, not quite sure how we're gonna draw the actual winner, but we will draw an actual.
We'll figure it with the big brains behind the scenes are. Why couldn't it be you instead of me?
No, the responsibility all falls on you now. You have done this.
It'll get mailed to me, and then I'll mail it to. No, we're gonna figure out another way to to give this away. So stick around. We'll figure out who gets it in just a second. But in the meantime, as you can see, $5,152, and you can still donate as well. You don't need to stop now. Just because all the giveaways are over, you can still benefit a lot of people through your donations. You can see some of our top donors over there. Curvor with 630 overall, pretty nice. Killian Dahani with $500 as well, and Stay with 1,000. So we'll figure out who that monitor is going to. It's the nightmare scenario, I really did try too. I waited until the last giveaway was over. I hit the button on PayPal right as it ended.
And you prepped for that scenario too. You're like, I don't want this to happen, so I'm going to do it within that window, and it's going to be fine.
Guys. I tried my best. If only I could take this luck and apply it to my next TFT game.
True.
I'll do that. I don't want the monitor. I just want the golden mech.
You make your new account. You go Space Pirates. You get that tier 3 Jason Darius, and then tier 2 GP at the end. Easy clap. The
trade sector, get the rerolls for more Darius. What do you think perfect items on Darius are?
That's a question. I don't even know. Maybe it's just slam a bunch of death caps there because it gives you a higher chance of getting resets.
Yeah, I was thinking death cap QSS.
Maybe, yeah. That's probably solid.
That's generally what I've seen people be the most successful.
I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe there's even a world where you fit some Sorks into that comp too, and you can buff the AP up of Darius too, so he just actually one shots everything pretty much no matter what, as long as they don't have a GA.
I wonder if you could go like a crazy, yeah, like 6 Sork Darius build, or even 4 Sorks. You know?
Yeah, 6 Sork, probably a stretch. 4 Sork, maybe.
Yeah,
If you're
because
going to
6
4
Sork,
pirates, 6 Sork is a stretch, but
yeah, it'd have to be like a 2 pirate, or even just like a sorcerers and Darius. You know, you could make Darius a Star Guardian.
Star
Huh.
Guardian Darius.
Star Guardian Darius. Interesting. Yeah.
I wonder the viability. Well, this patch has yet to be solved, so maybe we will see something like that in the future. We'll see. Just checking in on the progress of what is happening here right now. We'll get that information to you guys very shortly.
Yeah.
But man, today's been a wonderful day of games. You know, I really enjoyed casting alongside you, DoA, and we saw a bunch of really, really solid competition. You know, our top 8 lobby was a treat for me personally to watch. You know, I mean, over all the lobbies, in fact, as well. We didn't get to see, you know, too much of the specifics of a lot of the lobbies today, as we were jumping around a little bit. But definitely once we get to that top 8 there, you know, all the players who made it there: Solus, Revan, Curvor, Solo Gasang, Ernest Barbecue, Toon TV, Evangelion, and Sir Salty. You know, we saw a lot of cool things out of pretty much everybody here today. So
Yep.
Revan, even with his spectacular slash res performance in that game 2 of the finals there, getting him to get that second place, you know, that wonderfully jumped up from 5 points to get to that 13 mark to get that second. So, you know, a lot of money for him to donate to charity as well. And yeah.
So what I can do, here's what we're going to do with the monitor, because they can't. So basically, I'm going to have to find a way to give it away. So here's what we're going to do. Since I know that I was the first person to donate in the gift, so I can go back and find my name and then take all the names after that, and I will do my own randomized choosing of this, and we'll figure it out. So.
All right.
That might take a while for me to set up while we're still on stream, so I won't make everyone sit around while I do that. But if you keep an eye on my Twitter, and then like Giant Slayer and stuff can tweet this out as well, I will do that as soon as this is done, and then get that out on Twitter, and then that person can contact me, and we'll find a way to get it to you. We'll do it that way, because I don't think I don't feel that it's right for me to win this monitor. So we'll find a way to get it to a real winner who's not Khroen.
True. No need to read that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, slightly scuffed, but it works. And that's
Slightly
at the end of the day, it works.
Hey, that's esports. And so on that note, thank you to everybody who donated. Thank you to everyone that helped set this tournament up. All this great money going over to CARE to help people who are hurting from COVID-19. And it's great to see everyone come together and really make that happen. Thanks to Khroen for being an awesome co-caster. First time we casted together. It was really fun.
Yeah, no, likewise. It went really smoothly, I think. You know, casting, it was really enjoyable alongside you. I had a great day. So yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks to our players for competing. And that's going to be about it. Thanks you guys for watching. And keep an eye, support your TFT scene, find other great causes and things to support in your local communities. We all need to kind of like work together to get through this thing. And I'm sure you're all doing it. So yeah, take care. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.